Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. 3 years and 3 years, I have become the 5th Emperor. Chapter 61. Rumble. The collision between Tianyu Yuzhen and Napoleon's sword set off a huge gust of wind, and the impact generated by the two swords instantly destroyed all nearby buildings. Snap. After one sword strike, Chen Yi landed. At this moment, Chen Yi was standing at the front, with Fujitora, Rayleigh, and Enel standing in a triangle behind Chen Yi. Chen Yi team, the core strength, gathers together for the first time. Seeing Chen Yi's figure, Rayleigh smiled, and the armament hockey on the sword in his hand gradually faded away. Enel's body, which had just expanded by half, began to return to its original appearance. If Chen Yi had arrived just 1 second later, he would have completely transformed into the god of thunder. Chi-chi-chi, Fujitora also clicked and inserted his sword back into the scabbard. These three people were already ready to take action the moment Bigmom appeared. However, now that Chen Yi is here, Bigmom is naturally left to Chen Yi to solve. King versus king, this has always been the custom in this ocean. Go ahead, you know what I want, Chen Yi said calmly. Rayleigh smiled. He didn't know when, but he had become accustomed to listening to his apprentice. It was really a magical thing. The next second, Rayleigh's figure disappeared from the spot. His hunting begins. Fujitora and Enel also left the place where Chen Yi was to find their own goals. There are 3 generals in the desert, but none of them have been killed. At this moment, only Bigmom and Chen Yi were left in the center of Cake Island. As for the areas outside, they were surrounded by the sons and daughters of Bigmom and ministers from all nations. This battle has just begun. With only 4 people, Chen Yi and his party entered the 10,000 kingdoms. In one encounter, they killed Auntie's 19th son and seriously injured Katakuri and Perospero, which made them feel endless shame and fear. They knew very well that if they did not kill Rayleigh and others, they would face their mother's anger. Bigmom, it's just the death of a son that makes you so angry. It seems that Monder's identity is not simple. Or is it that my people are once again killing people in your kingdoms, making it difficult for you to suppress the anger in your heart? Chen Yi said with a smile. 2 years ago, he and Fujitora entered Cake Island. But that time, the situation was completely different. He and Fujitora were at an absolute disadvantage. In the end, he left Wangguo while Chen Yi opened a hole in the ant's face and everyone else was shocked. After that, Chen Yi lay in bed for 2 months. That time was the most serious injury Chen Yi had suffered in 15 years at sea. However, it was this battle that gave Chen Yi a qualitative breakthrough in his swordsmanship level and armament hockey's level. From then on, no matter who he met, Chen Yi never lost again. Hearing Chen Yi mention what happened 2 years ago, Bigmom's anger decreased instead of increasing, and he seemed calmer than before. But the sun Prometheus was still attached to her hair, burning with red flames. But now this flame no longer rises from the sky. Chen Yi looked at Bigmom's hair, glanced at the Napoleon sword in the ant's hand, and raised his eyebrows. 2 years ago, during the battle between him and Big Mom, these two things with attached souls and consciousness were not as powerful as they are now. The sun Prometheus, the thundercloud Zeus, and the bicorn hat Napoleon were all given souls by Auntie using the power of the soul fruit, resulting in anthropomorphic changes. It can be said that compared to Auntie's many children, these 3 guys are Auntie's real help. Chen Yi, you actually dare to come to my room, Bigmom said. I didn't believe what Kaido said at first, but now it seems that this is the only reason for you to continue to provoke wars among the 4 emperors. Chen Yi smiled and shook his head. As expected, that guy Kaido told Bigmom about his guess about his identity. However, Chen Yi didn't care at all. The final mission is about to be completed, even if the identity is exposed, so what? After he retired, even if there was a flood behind him, it would not matter to him. With Whitebeard's help, not even Kaido and Ant dared to touch Chen Yi who once followed him. So, Bigmom, didn't I just fight my way in? Chen Yi said with a smile. Well. Bigmom burst out laughing. Chen Yi, I don't care about all this. As long as you are willing to be my husband, I don't care about all this. Bigmom said, staring into Chen Yi's eyes. Hearing this, Chen Yi was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Bigmom to say such a thing at all. He was silent for 2 seconds before speaking. Then I'd better kill you. Bigmom. Bigmom's burning hair soared into the sky instantly. Are you kidding? At this moment, Bigmom's unparalleled conqueror's haki erupted instantly, crushing Chen Yi overwhelmingly. The powerful conqueror's haki came over instantly. Chen Yi's body swayed slightly, but his eyes remained calm. Bigmom, this woman's conqueror's haki, is the best conquerors on the sea. That guy Kaido, as far as haki is concerned, there is no way he can compare with Bigmom. 2 years ago, Chen Yi suffered a loss from conquerors when he fought against Bigmom. He, Chen Yi, is invincible at sea with his knowledge and weapons, but he has not yet awakened the conquerors. However, even so, Chen Yi's physical strength could already withstand Bigmom's conquerors 2 years ago. This time, Bigmom's conquerors will be useless. The thumb of Chen Yi's hand holding the knife gently pushed Tian Yuyuzan out of the scabbard. Almost at the same time, a terrifying sword intent erupted from Chen Yi's body. If Conqueror's haki had color, people would see Bigmom rushing towards Chen Yi at this moment. Conqueror's haki encountered an extremely sharp blade when he came near Chen Yi and was killed in front of Chen Yi. Cut. What a heavenly feather chop. Chen Yi smiled slightly. Bigmom's conquerors was cut open by Tian Yuyu. On the entire Cake Island, a conqueror's vacuum appeared, which is where Chen Yi stood. At this moment, in Chen Yi's hand, Tian Yuyuzan was less than an inch out of its sheath. At this moment, it was Bigmom's turn to be stunned. She did not expect that Chen Yi would deal with her conquerors in this way. She knew very well that Chen Yi, who did not have conqueror's haki, could only rely on his strong body and firm perseverance to resist her haki. If she were caught off guard, Conqueror's haki would cause Chen Yi to lose consciousness for a moment. But now, Bigmom never expected that Chen Yi could even cut open Conquerors. Bigmom's eyes fell on the knife in Chen Yi's hand for the first time. Even haki can be cut open. Bigmom narrowed his eyes and looked a little ugly. You got that knife that can cut open even invisible things. Chen Yi walked towards Bigmom step by step, still with a smile on his face, and said, "That's right, your soul is no longer safe, Bigmom, W." Bigmom seemed to have been touched by some taboo. The flames in his hair instantly doubled in size, and the firelight illuminated most of the Cake Island. The Napoleon sword in his hand slashed hard at Chen Yi. "I want to see if you have this ability." A little outside the Cake Island, unlike Bigmom and Chen Yi who chatted before the fight, the battle here broke out instantly. Neither Rayleigh Fujitora Enel nor the sons and daughters of Bigmom have any intention of talking nonsense to each other. The sons and daughters of Bigmom are already eager to beat the three people in front of them to a pulp. Rayleigh, former pirate King Roger's deputy, a legend of the past era, so what? Under the violent bombardment of the fruit's power, he will still die. Even if it can't hurt you, it will still consume your energy. In short, all the members of the Bigmom pirate group were furious. They all have only one idea in their hearts. None of these three people can leave. Keep them all. However, for the three Rayleighs, the strength of the sons and daughters of Bigmom is really not up to the mark. Just before Bigmom's conquerors broke out, everyone's figures were momentarily stunned, except for Leahy, who was not affected at all. A legend is a legend. If Rayleigh hadn't felt a little tired, no matter how many emperors there were in the sea, he would definitely be one of them. Feeling his opponent's sluggishness, Rayleigh chuckled and shook his head. He felt like he was bullying a child. But even though he thought so in his mind, his movements were not slow at all and were still as fast as lightning. The next moment, Rayleigh's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared next to a doll made of candy. Perospero, who was pierced through the chest by his sword before, Auntie's first son, is among this candy doll. Perospero, who was seriously injured but not dead, now only dares to use his fruit ability to protect himself and perform limited output in this battle. As a user with the ability to lick fruits, he can use candies to build various buildings. This ability will also give enemies a headache if they focus on defense. If you don't fight with all your strength on the battlefield, if you are timid in your heart, your death is already doomed. Rayleigh said with a smile. Perospero's eyes widened instantly in the candy doll. He was affected by Bigmom's conquerors. Although he was aware of Rayleigh's arrival, his thinking was much slower than usual. The next moment, Rayleigh's sword was covered in armed colors and he slashed at the doll's head. Phew! The white candy doll was instantly dyed red. The doll's head flew into the sky. Also flying into the sky was Perospero's head. His expression was so incredible. This scene caused the children of Bigmom to instantly struggle out of Conqueror's influence. Because the impact of Rayleigh's knife on them was really too great. No less than Bigmom's conquerors. Everyone had the same expression on their faces as Perospero's head flying into the sky. Extremely incredible. Although Rayleigh had successfully seriously injured Perospero before, it felt more like an unexpected attack. But now, Perospero has completely defended himself. The defensive power of his candy dolls is famous among all the nations. But what? Perospero's sturdy candy doll looked like paper match in front of Rayleigh. There was no sign of difficulty on Rayleigh's face. With a casual slash, Perospero and his strongest defense were cut in half. However, while others were dumbfounded and shocked, Rayleigh was not. Rayleigh's figure has returned to his previous opponent. You see, children are children, and real examples are there, but they don't know how to learn lessons. Rayleigh smiled softly and said, "How dare you fight against me? Where are you distracted?" Rayleigh swung the knife, and another big head flew into the sky. Charlotte Opella, the fifth child of Bigmom and the user with butterfruit abilities, has lost her head. The head was cut off by the sharp blade covered by armament hockey, and he died completely in an instant. This is the second one, you have to work hard. Rayleigh looked at Fujitora and Enel and said with a smile. Although Fujitora couldn't see anything, he felt Rayleigh's gaze and smiled slightly. The legends of the previous era, once taken seriously, are a massacre. When he saw Rayleigh cutting off the heads of Perospero and the Minister of Cream within a few seconds, Enel's brows involuntarily raised. This old man is much stronger than I thought. At the beginning of the battle, he and Fujitora achieved results in the shortest time, but Rayleigh did not achieve any results. This made Enel look down on Rayleigh. Originally, he could not see any trace of a strong person in Rayleigh. But now, Enel has to admit that this old man Rayleigh still has a lot of skills. It's not just the reason why two heads were taken down instantly. Rayleigh was able to survive Bigmom's conquerors' hockey without being affected at all. Among them, perhaps only Chen Yi can do this. The Sea Emperor's conquerors' hockey is absolutely terrifying. Coupled with Bigmom's conquerors, it has the widest range of effects among all Sea Emperors. Even though they were far away from the battlefield between Chen Yi and Bigmom, the terrifying conquerors still deeply affected the battlefield on their side. Although he and Fujitora were not greatly affected, their movements also paused briefly and were no longer as coherent as before. Not just him and Fujitora, everyone on Cake Island, except Rayleigh and Chen Yi, were all affected. It's just that some people are less affected and some are more affected. Perospero was seriously injured in the previous battle, so the impact was naturally greater. And Rayleigh took advantage of this fleeting opportunity perfectly. At this time, Enel seemed to have understood something after seeing Rayleigh's fighting style. This old man always seems to be able to seize the perfect opportunity and achieve the greatest results with the least effort. And he, Enel, seems to always use his greatest strength to obtain the smallest gain. But the next second, Enel shook his head. According to Chen Yi, his fruit ability can be said to be the most buggy Logia. His fighting style is to go crazy. Although I don't know what the word bug means, Enel feels that the word crazy suits him very well. Hey! Enel's eyes returned to Katakuri opposite him and said suddenly. Katakuri frowned while gasping for air. Now Katakuri has completely lost that handsome demeanor and strength, and his whole person looks twice as incomparable. His body was scorched black everywhere. This is not the black of armament hockey, but the black of being scorched by Enel's lightning. Obviously, he was at an absolute disadvantage in the battle with Enel. However, Katakuri, who had already understood Enel's true strength, never got hit instantly like before. Although Enel's thunder fruit is tricky, he is by no means helpless. However, What made Katakuri feel wrong the most was that the Enel in front of him always gave him a careless feeling. It seems that this battle is just a game. Katakuri looked at Enel not far away, wondering what this guy wanted to do now. Have you ever seen the real god of thunder? Enel had a wanton smile on his face. But his eyes were full of madness and excitement. Katakuri's face changed wildly. Attack! Attack together! Katakuri shouted. At this time, he had completely let go of his arrogance and his fighting dignity. When you die, there is nothing. After hearing Katakuri's words, everyone on their battlefield reacted instantly and launched an attack at the same time where Enel was. In an instant, moves, skills, or weapons condensed from various fruit abilities came overwhelmingly towards Enel. However, Enel did not pay attention to these attacks at all, and a large amount of thunder and lightning was released from his body. However, these thunder and lightning were not knocked out by him, but condensed on the surface of his body. This made his body seem to have grown a lot bigger. At the same time, a huge thunder sound came from Enel, shaking the entire Cake Island slightly. At this scene, everyone nearby felt a sudden shock in their hearts, and they attacked Enel even more fiercely. Katakuri also activated his ability instantly, and the ground where he and Enel were suddenly became as soft as rice cakes. The next moment, beside Enel, several huge rice cake hands stretched out from the ground and wrapped towards Enel. These rice cake giant hands are all covered with armament haki. Katakuri has been able to perfectly integrate Devil Fruit's awakening ability with armament haki. However, the scene that appeared the next moment made Katakuri feel in a trance. His giant rice cake hand covered with armament haki melted quickly the moment it touched Enel. It didn't cause any harm to Enel at all. Not only his attack, but also the attacks of everyone nearby had the same result. Some of them haven't even touched Enel yet, but just got close and melted away. Katakuri's cold sweat dripped down his chin involuntarily. At this time, the bright lightning on Enel finally weakened. A tall and fat Enel appeared in front of them. At this time, Enel's body shape is almost comparable to that of Bigmom. Quote. 20 million volts Thor. Enel's voice sounded on the battlefield, like rolling thunder, attracting everyone's attention. At this moment, everyone was in a trance. What is this? The veins on Katakuri's head popped out, and his eyes were as gloomy as the ultimate. He actually felt a hint of the awakening of the fruit's ability from the current Enel. Has it reached this level? Katakuri felt despair for the first time in his heart. Even Bigmom, who was fighting Chen Yi far away, couldn't help but look at Enel. Even in a furious state, a strange color flashed through Bigmom's eyes. Subconsciously, the ant licked her mouth. But in the next second, Chen Yi's knife was already in front of her. Bigmom quickly blocked, but the knife still left a wound on her face. However, she didn't care at all, and instead showed an excited smile on her face. Go, Zeus, Auntie said with a laugh. Following Auntie's voice, a dark cloud rushed out from the clouds in the sky and rushed towards Enel at an extremely fast speed. There is a human face on the clouds. This face is full of greed. It is one of Bigmom's anthropomorphic creatures. Thunder goes to Zeus. Thundercloud Zeus arrived not far from Enel almost instantly. The way it looked at Enel was like looking at an extremely delicious meal. After noticing this scene, Katakuri's eyes suddenly burst into excitement. It's Zeus. Mom takes action. It is also a creature with thunder and lightning attributes. The despair in Kaoru's heart was swept away. From the beginning when his mother blew up the castle and appeared angrily, he had never seen Thundercloud Zeus. Now that Zeus appears, it must be his mother's arrangement. The target is Enel, Thunder Fruit user. Katakuri suddenly became excited, but he knew that Thundercloud Zeus had always liked to eat thunder and lightning. This is exactly the same as my mother. Not only that, Zeus can evolve to a certain extent after eating high-quality thunder and lightning. The destructive power will be even more powerful. The Enel in front of me is the best supplement for Zeus. If all 200 million volts of electricity were digested, who knows what Zeus would evolve into. This has a huge reversal effect on battlefields other than Anti. Without Enel, and with the strong addition of Zeus, Rayleigh and Fujitora alone cannot make much of a splash. Even if you can't defeat them, you can still drain their energy. In this battle between the two Sea Emperors, their Bigmom pirate group won. So many thoughts flashed through Katakori's mind, but it was only for a moment. At this moment, Zeus had already arrived in front of Enel. The next moment, the human face on the dark cloud of Zeus suddenly had a big mouth. It seems that he wants to swallow the huge Enel whole. However, at this moment, Katakori suddenly heard something in his heart. He saw that Enel's eyes were full of teasing. Not good. Katakori just wanted to make a sound, but Enel had already moved. Enel didn't make any unnecessary moves, he just took a deep breath. A strong wind suddenly blew across the entire battlefield. Thundercloud Zeus was sucked into Enel's stomach. The next moment, Enel's belly suddenly swelled, and there was a rumbling sound of thunder. But in just 2 or 3 seconds, Enel burped and his stomach returned to its original shape. Do whatever you want. Enel's thunderous voice sounded on the Cake Island again. Katakori, everyone is stupid. The excited expression on the ant's face disappeared in an instant, and her eyes were full of surprise and irritability. A face appeared on her hair that was rising into the sky and burning with flames. Sun Prometheus. Like Thundercloud Zeus, it is a pseudo-man-made object of Bigmom. At this time, the face of Prometheus the sun was full of horror and fear. Zeus was eaten. Napoleon Sword's expression was also extremely horrified. Looking at the expressions of Auntie and these two creatures, Chen Yi laughed. Enel, but the god of thunder. That is the real master of thunder and lightning. The use of the fruit's ability has also reached the threshold of awakening. Once awakened, Enel will be even more terrifying. Regarding thunder fruit, Chen Yi speculated that the ability after awakening may not only turn the surrounding environment into thunder and lightning. Maybe we can even materialize thunder and lightning. If this is really the case, then Enel may be able to surpass Admiral in the shortest possible time. Enel also grinned with satisfaction. With Chen Yi and Robin here, how could they ignore Bigmom's Thundercloud Zeus? Various coping strategies have already been developed. However, his method of swallowing Zeus directly is the most risky one, because no one knows what will happen after swallowing Zeus. However, in Enel's life, adventure is the norm. So he swallowed Zeus without hesitation. Then Hockey BJBG said something, doing whatever he wants. He learned this word from Chen Yi, and at this time, he felt it was extremely appropriate. Fujitora in another battlefield shook his head. Enel would choose a way to do it next time. However, fortunately, there was nothing unusual about Enel's appearance. As for Katakori, after a brief moment of excitement, her heart fell into deeper despair. Not only Katakori, but everyone in the Bigmom pirate group was a little confused. Even my mother's arrangements didn't work. At this moment, they began to doubt whether they could win this war. At this moment, Bigmom roared, and a dark cloud began to gather under his feet. Immediately, the face of Zeus appeared above this new thundercloud. However, the current thundercloud Zeus is much lighter than before. The lightning that is constantly escaping from his body has almost disappeared, and his expression is extremely decadent. It seems to have been an extremely serious blow. Seeing this scene, the Bigmom pirates regained some confidence. Zeus is not dead. Enel was not surprised by this. Although he absorbed the thunder and lightning from Thundercloud Zeus, he was unable to attack its soul. The things created by Bigmom's ability are still in an unsolvable state. At least this is reflected in the intelligence collected by Robin. It's boring, Katakori, you should die. Enel's eyes fell on Katakori again and he raised his hand. The next moment, the sky seemed to explode, and a huge and terrifying thunder and lightning fell from the sky. Head straight to Katakori. Katakori had no intention of evading. After fighting Enel, he already knew that no matter how hard he tried, he would never be faster than Raiden. His arms became extremely huge again. Covered by the dark armament Hockey, Katakori punched the sky with all his strength. Not only that, the ground around him instantly turned into rice cakes, and a small earth castle was raised to protect him. Boom! The huge thunder and lightning completely ignored Katakori's resistance. Not only that, Enel, who was laughing loudly, raised his hands high, and huge thunder and lightning fell from the sky almost at the same time. The number of thunder and lightning can't be counted at a glance. Thunder washes the ground. This is what is truly terrifying about Enel's abilities. Thousands of thunders wash away the earth. This is the truly terrifying part of Enel's ability. This is the ability to activate the power of nature. In terms of range attacks, Thunderfruit's ability is probably only comparable to Whitebeard's Shock Fruit. These countless thunder and lightning went straight to the sons and daughters of Big Mom. Almost all ministers from all over the world unleashed their strongest defense capabilities to face this terrifying thunder and lightning. They knew exactly how terrifying this thunder and lightning was. That was an attack that even Katakuri couldn't withstand. At this moment, both Fujitora and Rayleigh had to give up their opponents first. If you were struck by lightning, wouldn't you be asking for trouble? Fujitora's expression became even more helpless. This battle was almost turning into Enel's personal show. However, just when the BIGMOM pirates almost hit rock bottom, Rayleigh Fujitora Enel ran over to a small old district from an inconspicuous place on the outer battlefield. This little old man has white hair and beard, wrinkled skin, and extremely short stature. Rayleigh, none of the three people noticed this guy. If Robin saw this little old man, Robin would definitely be able to tell at a glance that this old man was the one who took BIGMOM to sea in the first place. The Baguette Chef. The fruit's ability is to turn everything it touches into food. The fruit ability has been awakened. Combat strength. Unknown. This is a man who is considered by Robin to have the most terrifying mind among the BIGMOM pirates. After all, the man who can stay with BIGMOM for decades and still be safe and sound, and who established the pirate group with BIGMOM, must not be underestimated. At this time, the chef appeared in this inconspicuous place on the battlefield and hardly attracted any attention. He is raising the knife in his hand high. The tip of the knife points to the ground. There was some impatience on his face. It seems that they are disgusted that the children of BIGMOM can't even handle this small scene. Turn the ground into a rice cake that combined everything. The chef whispered to himself. Because at this time, Rayleigh Fujitora and Enel were all standing on the ground. Once his knife touches the ground, the entire cake island will turn into rice cakes. And under his control, Rayleigh and the three of them will fall into the land of rice cakes in an instant. With his ability, these three people will never be able to escape again. It can only be like falling into a swamp, slowly sinking until death. However, at this moment, a metal water pipe hit him hard on the head from behind. This stick made the Longbread's eyes fly out. Rolling his eyes, Bao Bao fainted and fell to the ground. Behind him is a big woman wearing colorful clothes. The water pipe was held in his hand. At this time, Fujitora and Rayleigh also discovered something unusual here. Rayleigh's expression suddenly became weird. Fujitora's expression didn't show anything, but from the twitching corners of his mouth, it could be seen that he didn't know what to say. He never imagined that the person in front of him would disguise himself as a person. Sabo, you're here too. Fujitora moved his lips and said hello. It was Sabo who knocked out the baguette with a water pipe. The second in command of the Revolutionary Army. The real content of Chen Yi and Long's previous deal. Let Sabo help him fight on Cake Island. At this time, Sabo ripped off the women's clothing and wig on his body, revealing his original appearance. Then gave Fujitora and Rayleigh a bright smile. It's still a bit awkward to pretend to be a woman. Sabo smiled and said, but Robin said, I must not expose it in advance. Otherwise, no one will be watching this guy like Longbread. The task Robin gave him was to keep an eye on Longbread secretly and interrupt him when Longbread was about to take action. After hearing this and seeing the long loaf of bread lying on the ground, Fujitora and Rayleigh instantly understood. Chef Long Loaf. They ignored this person. By the way, how did you get things like this? Sabo said. In fact, before Chen Yi left Wanokuni, he had already arrived in the Sea of All Nations, but it was not on Cake Island. Sabo didn't expect that things would break out so quickly this time. By the time he arrived at Cake Island, the battle had already broken out. Fortunately, he quickly found the Longbread in the chaos and resolved the crisis that the Longbread may have caused. There is a lot of information about baguettes in the Revolutionary Army's intelligence, and Sabo knows the weaknesses of baguettes very well. Longbread is good at growing layouts, has a quick mind, and has strong utilization of fruit abilities. In these two aspects, Longbread is definitely the best in this sea. But in terms of physical health, Longbread has nothing to do with being strong. Chen Yi is really surprising. He is already on par with Auntie. Sabo glanced at the battlefield on Chen Yi's side and felt a little emotional. Sabo's appearance at this time made the ant's face become even more ugly. The situation seems to be tilting towards Chen Yi. Seeing Sabo, Chen Yi also smiled, and his offensive became faster and faster. A few years ago, he and Sabo were not as harmonious as they are now. The two can be said to be absolute enemies. How many resources have been snatched from each other's hands? The two would have a big fight almost every month. At that time, the strength of Chen Yi and Sabo was about the same, and neither could do anything to the other. However, as the two came into contact more and more, they inexplicably became good friends. It is precisely because of the relationship between the two that Chen Yi made a deal with Long this time to let Sabo come to Wangguo. Be one of his secret backup men. With Sabo's strength, it's completely enough. Although not as good as Fujitora Rayleigh Enel, it is enough to play a key role in some emergencies. This time, if it weren't for Sabo, I'm afraid the baguette would really cause him a lot of trouble. Chen Yi, put away that disgusting smile on your face. Do you think everything is under your control? Bigmom roared. Her mood is really not good right now. The series of mistakes, coupled with the deaths of several sons, made her feel extremely irritable. Strength is the key to everything. Auntie stepped on the recondensed thundercloud Zeus and came to the air. She looked down at Chen Yi with murderous intent in her eyes. The Napoleon sword in her hand has become extremely huge, and the flames on it are rising into the sky. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi's fighting spirit became even higher. Are you finally going to show your true abilities, Big Mom? I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I said 2 years ago that I must beat you to death, old guy. If it hadn't been like this, you might still be alive today. Now, I'm afraid you won't survive today. Chen Yi walked towards Bigmom step by step. The Tianyu Yuzan in his hand was pulled out of the scabbard by Chen Yi for the first time. Step by step towards the giant Bigmom, Chen Yi completely pulled out the Tianyu Yuzan from its scabbard for the first time. At this moment, Bigmom suddenly had a few more bloodstains on his body. The people in the Bigmom pirate group who noticed this scene were all shocked. They know very well how strong Mom's body is. After so many years of fighting, except for Chen Yi who made a wound on my mother's face 2 years ago, no one has been able to hurt my mother. More often than not, there is something wrong with the mother's own state. Mom's body defense ability is stronger than armament hockey. But now, Chen Yi just pulled out the knife and hurt her mother through the air. Although it is just a simple scratch, even if it is placed on their body, it does not count, but the meaning it represents is completely different. Mom's unparalleled defense was broken. Bigmom, I heard that when you were 5 years old, the attacks of the giants could not cause any harm to you. Chen Yi said with a smile. I wonder if my knife will scare you. Come down and fight. It's a bit difficult to perform in the air. Having said this, Chen Yi's figure disappeared from the spot. Bigmom moves very quickly and reacts instantly. Her fist, almost as soon as Chen Yi disappeared, hit her side. Boom! Bigmom's punch was firmly received by Chen Yi's palm. But at this time, Bigmom's expression became more and more crazy. All other ministers from all over the world looked at Bigmom and Chen Yi with incredible expressions. Zeus at Bigmom's feet was cut in half by Chen's sword. How is this possible? Bigmom's fourth child, Charlotte Owen, couldn't believe what she was seeing. Jimyu's, who was one of the 3 desert generals like Takakuri, also had a horrified expression on his face. He looked at Zeus split in two and couldn't say a word. The psychological impact this scene brought to them was far greater than before. Because, Big Mom's soul creations, Sun Prometheus and Thundercloud Zeus, even armament hockey, cannot be harmed. They are like fruit power users, but they are more difficult to deal with than fruit power users. In all these years, I have never heard of it being damaged. And today, not only was Thundercloud Zeus swallowed whole by Enel, but now it was cut in half by Chen Yi. The face on Thundercloud Zeus was cut open. At this time, Rayleigh looked at the sword in Chen Yi's hand with a slightly interested expression. When Big Mom released Conqueror's hockey before, he noticed that Chen Yi, like him, was not affected by Conquerors at all. Rayleigh has a conqueror's haki that is not inferior to Big Mom's, so he can't be affected at all, but what about Chen Yi? Rayleigh knows very well that Chen Yi has not awakened conquerors. Although his weapon color and knowledge color are incredibly strong, things like conqueror's haki really don't come through practice. It turns out to be this knife. It seems that I did get a good knife in Wano-kuni, Rayleigh said with a smile. Not only Rayleigh, but at this time, Fujitora, Enel, and Sabo all looked at Chen's knife. Just now they discovered that Chen Yi, who had no longer worn any weapons in the past 2 years, showed up this time with a knife. They had long been curious as to why this knife could be worthy of Chen Yi. Now it seems that even Thunder Cloud Zeus can be cut open, which is indeed very consistent with Chen Yi's swordsmanship. Before Chen Yi had this sword, he relied on his fingers to create a name that could destroy everything. Hawkeye's Black Knife Knight, the wall of the underwater prison, Kaido's mace, and even the invincible defense of the ant 2 years ago, none of them can withstand Chen Yi's finger knife. Now, they finally understand that this knife may extend Chen Yi's characteristics in this aspect to the ultimate. Not only the entity, but also this kind of soul creation can be cut open. The current Chen Yi is really surprising. Now I finally understand why he has the confidence to continue to fight against the 4 emperors, Sabo exclaimed. Although he and Chen Yi had a good relationship, they had not seen each other for almost 3 years. The last time they were separated, Chen Yi's strength was not that much higher than his. Now it seems that Chen has left him far behind. What a scary guy. No wonder even Mr. Long pays so much attention to you. Sabo had a bright smile on his face. The friendship on this ocean will never deteriorate just because one party is too good or too strong. As a friend, I will only feel happier than becoming stronger. Now is not the time to miss the past. Fujitora looked away, his voice giving off an extremely steady feeling. Hearing this, Enel and Sabo both looked away, with smiles on their faces almost at the same time. Chen Yi is starting to get serious. I wonder how long Auntie can last. Enel's tone was extremely confident. His confidence in Chen Yi is stronger than his confidence in himself. He Enel dares to look down on even Kaido Sengoku in this sea, but the only one who dares not look down on is Chen Yi. Even though he is now much stronger than when he was on Sky Island a year ago, he never thought that he could defeat Chen Yi. Because his weapon color and physical skills were actually taught by Chen Yi. He deeply understood the huge gap between himself and Chen Yi. We also need to speed up. We can't let Chen Yi's side be finished. Our side is not finished yet, Enel said. Sabo nodded with deep understanding. If this was the case, then who would ask their revolutionary army to cooperate in the future? No matter what, I have to help a little bit. The target this time is 3-star desserts, right? Sabo's eyes scanned the battlefield. Hearing this, Enel and Rayleigh both smiled. Even as steady as Fujitora, he showed a somewhat cruel smile at this time. The current situation can no longer be solved by 3 generals, Fujitora said. Then, Sabo stretched his body. It's right to kill them all, right? Rayleigh, Fujitora, Enel, and Sabo all looked serious at this moment. A group of you are surrounded by the 4 of us. The words of Sabo and the others caused the expressions of all the BIGMOM pirates on the battlefield to change drastically. Only now do they know what the real goal of Chen Yi and others is. Candy 3 stars. However, without giving them time to think, Fujitora and the others took action again. Fujitora's gravity fruit ability is fully activated at this moment. Several enemies around Fujitora instantly felt like a huge mountain was pressing on them. Before they had time to react, they were already lying on the ground. At this moment, they felt like it was difficult for them to even move a finger. Many of the people who were enveloped by Fujitora's increased gravity hundreds of times suffered instant fractures, and some whose bodies were not very strong even had their internal organs crushed and coughed out at this moment. Fujitora had no expression on his face, pulled out the knife in his hand, and walked towards them. Enel, on his side, still maintained his Thunder God form and trampled Katakuri under his feet. Katakuri, who has been fighting until now, feels more tired in his heart than physically. At this moment, he clearly realized that in the entire BIGMOM pirate group, except for his mother, no one could really fight. When encountering such a truly top-notch powerhouse, they have no power to fight back. So what if the bounty is 1 billion? He can't beat any of the people in front of him. In the face of absolute crushing strength, no matter how many skills and fighting methods are used, it is useless. Katakuri lay on the ground and looked at Enel standing on top of him. He could no longer think of fighting and closed his eyes. And Rayleigh and Sabo found their opponents. Rayleigh alone blocked the remaining two generals, Jimuse and Cracker. There was still a calm smile on Rayleigh's face, as if facing the two generals, he couldn't feel any pressure at all. Enel is right, our side really can't end it later than Chen Yi's side, so. Rayleigh said with a smile. The battle between Chen Yi and Bigmom has also reached its most intense level. Auntie's body has once again received several horrific wounds. The most serious one is so deep that the bones are visible. As for Zeus, he has long since disappeared. Bigmom's burning hair is no longer burning as fiercely as before. Because the sun Prometheus has been hit by Chen Yi 3 times in a row. Tien Yu / can hit even nothingness. Naturally, Prometheus can't resist. At this time, Auntie's hair is covered with hair, and Prometheus's face has become completely sluggish. One more strike and it will be completely dissipated. And Chen Yi is no longer as cool as he was at the beginning. Although he was not injured, Bigmom was mad and still sane. He was definitely not comparable to Kaido. Auntie's rich combat experience, coupled with her terrifying power, also made Chen Yi suffer a little. But up to now, Chenri still holds the absolute initiative in this battle. Boom! Bigmom's fist hit Chen Yi again, but Chen Yi easily dodged it. The famous Fire Fist now no longer exists except for Auntie's terrifying power, flames and lightning. After all, one of her 2 creations, Homitz, had been completely wiped out by Chen Yi, and the other was already languishing and was only a sword away. The Flame Fist no longer has the power it once had. Don't waste your energy, Bigmom, you know, this kind of attack will not have any effect on me. Chen Yi jumped into the air and said. As he spoke, he stabbed Bigmom's hair with his sword again. Target, Sun Prometheus. This time, Chen Yi fought with the idea that he had to kill Auntie. Therefore, not a single one of Auntie's soul creations can be left behind. With the weird power of Auntie's soul fruit, Chen Yi doesn't know if Homitz is not eliminated, he doesn't know if Auntie is really dead. After all, no one except Auntie knows how many weird abilities the soul fruit has. Chen Yi can only destroy everything he sees. Wei Guo. When Chen Yi saw the treaty in the air, the Napoleon knife in the ant's hand suddenly stabbed Chen Yi. A huge sword energy burst out from Napoleon. Wei Guo, the moves of the giants, one sword can destroy a small island. However, Chen Yi, facing this sword, had no intention of avoiding it. He clenched his fist with his left hand and struck hard against the huge sword energy. The fist is covered with Chen Yi's world's strongest armed color du aura. Boom! A huge impact broke out between the two again. Bigmom's majestic sword energy collapsed instantly when it encountered Chen Yi's fist. Chen Yi's fist is filled with unparalleled power. This punch, even if it hits Bigmom, is enough to cause Bigmom huge damage, let alone a sword energy. The power of your move is too scattered. Chen Yi's calm voice came from the huge roar. The next moment, Bigmom burst into screams. Sun Prometheus was hit by Chen Yi again. The flame burning in Bigmom's hair was completely extinguished. The flame on Napoleon's sword also disappeared. Sun Prometheus, press. Just when the battle between Chen Yi and the 5 men broke out in Bigmom's one country, another thing happened on the sea that shocked everyone. Marshal Teach of the Whitebeard Pirates, in an operation, killed Saki, the 4th captain of Whitebeard, took away the dark fruit, and betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard is furious. Shock the sea. At this time in the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard stood on the deck, looking at the endless sea with gloomy eyes. At this time, no one in the entire Whitebeard pirate group dared to disturb Father Whitebeard. Because Father Whitebeard's face was really ugly. The Whitebeard pirates have always regarded family as their only principle. Now that they are killing each other, how could Dad not be angry? Teach must die. But what made them curious was that there was a hint of complexity in Father Whitebeard's ugly face that they couldn't understand. They didn't understand why their father, who had experienced countless storms and waves, showed such a complicated expression. Although this kind of thing is bad, it is very simple to deal with. He'll teach to warn the entire pirate group in Tianai. That is it. Dad, what are you thinking? Marco and the others naturally cannot understand Whitebeard's current thoughts. Because they didn't know that Chen Yi had reminded him, Whitebeard, be careful, teach. Just a few days ago. Mobius. Whitebeard stood on the deck of the bow of the ship, looking at the sea in front of him with complex eyes. Although Teach killed the fourth captain and betrayed the pirate group, although it made him angry, now Whitebeard was thinking about another thing. Be careful, Teach. Chen Yi, what do you know? Whitebeard murmured to himself, replaying the scene when Chen Yi visited him that day over and over again in his mind. Have you already expected this day, weird man? Whitebeard shook his head. He had never seen through Chen Yi. However, Whitebeard's eyes gradually returned to normal, and he could be sure that Chen Yi did not have any ill intentions toward him. He has no ill intentions towards his entire pirate group. He could feel that Chen Yi was completely different from those people who would do anything to achieve their goals. At this moment, a pirate ship appeared in Whitebeard's sight. Whitebeard squinted his eyes. Of course he recognized this ship. Ace's boat. Soon, Ace's ship stopped next to the Mobidius. Ace jumped and arrived on the Mobidius. Ace's expression looked even worse than Whitebeard's. Teach, that's his second grade. His people made such a serious mistake, and he, the captain of the second division, must bear most of the responsibility. He wasn't afraid of Father Whitebeard's punishment. What made him uncomfortable was the fact that this happened. And you must kill Blackbeard, Teach, with your own hands. Ace. Seeing Ace, Marco immediately stopped him. Marco was naturally not in a good mood at this time. If something like this happened, none of them would be happy. Dad is thinking about something. Wait a minute. Marco said with half-open eyes. This is not your responsibility, it is all of us who made a mistake. Marco patted Ace on the shoulder. Ace's brows didn't look like they were about to loosen at all, and the anger in his eyes was still strong. Obviously, Marco's relief had no effect on him. For Ace, he didn't need any persuasion. In his heart, he was very clear about the seriousness of this matter. I also know what I should do. Let Ace come here, Whitebeard said. Hearing this, Marco stopped blocking him, and Ace immediately came behind Whitebeard in 3 steps and 2 steps. Dad, I will catch that guy back with my own hands. Ace said. I also have a huge responsibility for Sage's death. I will personally cut off Blackbeard's head in front of his grave. Whitebeard said nothing, his eyes became dark again. Protect Ace. What Chen Yi said to him that day echoed in his mind again. After a few seconds, Whitebeard shook his head. No, Whitebeard finally said. I have other things to do with this matter. You stay on this ship and you are not allowed to go anywhere. Whitebeard seemed to have figured it out, and his voice was extremely decisive. This time, he still chose to believe Chen Yi and follow Chen Yi's advice. Ace, at least for now, can't go wrong. Hearing this, Ace was stunned. He didn't expect that his father would stop him from chasing Blackbeard. Alright, Ace wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Whitebeard. Marco, watch Ace, don't let him leave my ship, Whitebeard said. Marco, who was standing not far away, nodded. Although he also felt a little strange, he absolutely obeyed Father Whitebeard's words. This time, although Whitebeard's father's approach was somewhat different from his style, since he made this choice, he must have his wife's reasons. Ace stared at Whitebeard's background closely for a few seconds, and finally got discouraged. In this sea, there is only one person who will not fail to listen to what Father Whitebeard says. Just when he lowered his head, Whitebeard's voice came to his ears again. Don't worry, Ace. The Whitebeard pirates will never let go of the bazaar. He will definitely die. I will twist off his head with my own hands. Cake Island. The war here is still going on. Without Zeus the Thunder Cloud and Prometheus the Sun, BIGMOM has fewer attack methods, but she is still one of the most powerful people in the sea. Emperor's Sword. Broken Blade. BIGMOM raised her sword again and slashed at Chen Yi. At this time, the Napoleon knife in her hand had grown to about the same size as her, but now it no longer had flames attached to it. Sun Prometheus was destroyed by Chen Yi because Ma completely lost the ability to control flames. However, the destructive power of this move has not been reduced at all because of Prometheus's withdrawal. Chen Yi understands this very clearly. Facing this sword, Chen Yi did not resist at all, but when the sword was about to fall, he quickly rushed towards Bigmom. Although Bigmom's attack is extremely destructive, in Chen Yi's opinion, the power is too spread out. It is impossible for such an attack to hit him or cause any harm to him. The flying rocks and the terrifying impact barely affected Chen Yi's speed. In an instant, Chen Yi was in front of Bigmom. The Tianyu Yuzan in his hand has completely covered armament hockey at this time. Black with a hint of dark gold. This is Chen Yi's armament hockey. Everyone recognizes the strongest armed color of the sea. At this moment, Chen Yi raised the corner of his mouth, and swept the Tianyu Yuzan in his hand towards Bigmom's neck. Although Bigmom's neck was so fat that it was almost impossible to find it, no one doubted that if the sword really hit, Bigmom's head would probably fall off. However, Bigmom's reaction was naturally very fast. Although she had no time to retract the Napoleon sword, her entire upper body was instantly covered in armed colors. Dang 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 dang. There was a heart-wrenching and terrifying sound, and the sword in Chen Yi's hand slashed hard at Bigmom. Sparks flying. Bigmom's face instantly became extremely painful. Her neck, even though it was covered with armor, was cut to pieces by Chen Yi. Li's Zhao, this is the most serious injury she has ever suffered in her life. Obviously, her armament hockey cannot completely resist Chen Yi's attack. However, at this moment, Bigmom's free hand suddenly grabbed Chen Yi at a speed that was too fast for people to react. Her hands are bigger than Chen Yi. Chen Yi's expression moved slightly, his eyelids lowered, and he did not dodge. The next moment, Bigmom's hand firmly grasped Chen Yi. Mama. After catching Chen Yi, Bigmom burst into an unprecedented level of terrifying laughter. Her expression was both painful and joyful. Chen Yi, you're done. Bigmom shouted. Chen Yi, who was caught by her, still didn't panic at all. Should we start? Chen Yi looked at Bigmom, who was laughing, and made a low voice. You man-eating monster. Bigmom, the whole person felt like being struck by lightning. Just when Chen Yi was caught by Bigmom, a fat man with a ragged beard broke into Bigmom's collection room. There are countless small windows opening on his body. From these small windows, groups of people ran out. Once these people leave this man's body, they will quickly return to normal human size. This man is none other than the Capone Beige. At this time, this man was still holding a phone bug in his hand. Robin, I've broken into Auntie's collection room, how much time do I have? Robin's voice came from the phone. 1 minute. Capone's expression changed and he roared at the people running out of his body. Quick, half a minute. Be sure to find the historical text of Bigmom. Are we going to start? You man-eating monster. Being caught by Bigmom, Chen Yi didn't panic at all. Hearing this, Bigmom felt like it was struck by lightning. Her face was dull for a moment. The movement also stopped for a moment. But the next moment, Bigmom burst into unprecedented anger. It was as if someone had uncovered her most unbearable scar and made it public to the world. Angry from shame. Only this word can describe Bigmom's anger at this moment. You, how could you? Bigmom's anger also contained a bit of fear. How could Chen Yi know this? The corners of Chen Yi's mouth were slightly raised. How could he know? Of course it was hinted by Oda, the author of One Piece, and he didn't just know that. He also knows that Bigmom is the product of the world government's human giant experiment. Sweetness syndrome is the best evidence. Part of the result of the enlargement of human beings, coupled with the power of Bigmom itself, has created the only woman among the 4 emperors. Chen Yi has already come to a definite conclusion about all this through the clues he got in this world and the various hints from Oda's old dog. The world government's experiment in human enlargement did not just start recently. World governments have already started this research hundreds of years ago. Of course, Chen Yi also knows that the reason why the world government has such a strong desire for giant human beings is all due to the BJAJ fear 800 years ago. In that blank 100 years, the terror of giant creatures left a deep impression on the celestial dragons. The answers to all of this can be found in the historical text. After hearing Chen Yi's words, Bigmom couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear in his eyes. It seemed that Chen Yi's words brought back memories of his childhood. Shut up. Bigmom is completely crazy. He suddenly opened his mouth. At the same time, her hand began to move Chen Yi into her mouth. Everyone watching this scene was horrified. Neither Rayleigh Fujitora nor the children of Bigmom expected that Bigmom would make such an action. Mom, what are you doing? Bigmom's fourth son, Owen, who was still alive, was completely stunned by his mother's actions. How could this happen? The third son Dafu also felt chills all over. Although they knew that their mother would eat people when she was extremely hungry, they would only eat a person's soul. Now, Mom actually wants to eat Chen Yi alive. All the children in Bigmom, as long as they were not dead, looked at their aunt blankly, seeming to have completely forgotten that they were still on the battlefield. Rayleigh Fujitora Sabo and the three others also had serious eyes. They didn't know that Bigmom actually had such an operation. As for Enel, it has already come out. Only Chef Longbread, who had just woken up, did not show any surprise after seeing this scene. However, at this time, he was also struggling to run away from the Cake Island. He no longer dares to stay here. Bigmom, it starts again. As a Longbread who has watched it once, he knows deeply how terrifying Bigmom is at this time. If you stay by her side at this time, you can only seek death. Bao Bao couldn't care less about the pain in his head at this time and ran towards the beach. However, there is one person on this island who remains absolutely calm. That is Chen Yi. Looking at Dako getting closer and closer to him, Kangxi didn't panic at all. This is the moment he has been waiting for. He knew that there seemed to be a unique world in Bigmom's body. The only entrance to this world is Bigmom's throat. So he had been waiting, or rather creating, an opportunity for Bigmom to open his mouth to her. This is also the reason why Chen Yi said that. He wants Bigmom to completely lose his mind. Of course, Chen Yi will never be swallowed by Bigmom. At this moment, Chen Yi suddenly burst out with unparalleled sword intent. Poof! A heart-wrenching voice sounded, and one of Bigmom's fingers flew away from her palm. Blood splattered everywhere. Chen Yi's body was free again. Bigmom, do you think you are the only one who can use the giant's moves? Chen Yi said calmly. Elbaf's gun, Hakoku. It's also a move from the giants, but this time the person using it is Chen. Following Chen Yi's voice, an extremely terrifying sword energy separated from Tian Yuyu's chop and stabbed towards Bigmom's mouth. Although this sword energy is not as huge as the sword energy released when Bigmom uses Wio, the power of this sword energy is condensed and cannot be compared to Bigmom's power. Any giant who uses this move will not have the sword energy of Chen Yi, which is more condensed. This is Chen Yi's brand new Hakoku after combining his own swordsmanship with the attack methods of the giants. The range of destructive power is smaller, but the single-point damage capability is unparalleled. As for why Chen Yi used this trick, it's very simple. His strength is no weaker than that of the giants, even surpassing most of the giants Chen Yi has seen. After Hakoku's sword energy separated from Tian Yuyu's on, it stabbed directly into the depths of Bigmom's throat. All Big Mom's movements stopped instantly. A rumbling sound came from her body. Snap! Chen Yi landed and gently pushed Bigmom, who was standing in front of him. Bigmom's body seemed to have lost all weight and fell to the ground. The entire Cake Island shook as Bigmom fell. Bigmom just fell. No one expected that not long after Bigmom and Chen Yi fought, Bigmom fell. This scene made all the children of Aunt Ma completely lose hope in their hearts. Even someone as strong as Bigmom will fall down one day. In their impression, no one can be stronger than their mother. Today, it only took Chen Yi a few minutes to make her mother collapse. At this moment, without Bigmom standing behind them, they were like children who had lost their shelter from the wind and rain, and suddenly became confused. Even the baguette chef who had fled to Cake Island was stunned. A few seconds ago, he seemed to have seen the girl who went crazy eating when she was a child, even eating her own friends. That's why he ran away without his life. But he never imagined that Chen Yi could actually stop the ant in this state. Chef Longbread finally realized that Chen Yi might be a monster even scarier than Auntie. However, Chen Yi did not leave the battlefield, because he knew that Bigmom would not fall down like this. Although he used the moves of the giants and sent a terrifying sword energy into Bigmom's throat, it could not cause fatal damage to her. If Auntie could be killed so easily, then she would have been beaten to death on the sea long ago, and she would never have grown to be such a behemoth. Everyone who can become the emperor of the sea has experienced difficulties that ordinary pirates cannot imagine. They may have experienced more life and death crises in their lifetime than ordinary people in their 10 lifetimes combined. Until you sit on the throne of the Sea Emperor. Sure enough, after a few seconds, Bigmom's fingers moved slightly. Her huge arms supported her to sit up. Bigmom at this time has a completely different feeling from before. Chen Yi noticed that her eyes had completely calmed down. Chen Yi, a hoarse voice came from Bigmom's throat. This sword seemed to have caused huge damage to Bigmom's throat. The next moment, Bigmom's palm quickly slapped Jen on the ground. The speed is much faster than before. Boom! People barely saw Bigmom's movements clearly, and the entire Cake Island was shaken by this slap. However, although this speed is fast, it is not as fast as Chen Yi. When it comes to observation hockey, Chen Yi can be considered the best in the world. Although the development direction of his observation hockey is to explore the internal structure of things, it is so powerful that it is not impossible to predict the future. At this time, Chen Yi naturally turned on observation hockey at full power to prevent Bigmom's sudden attack. No one knows what this weird woman is thinking. Her attack may come more suddenly and swiftly than any other enemy. But Chen Yi, who had just jumped into the air, was greeted by Bigmom's even faster attack. Her other hand, where the blood had not yet solidified where Chen Yi cut off her finger, swept towards Chen Yi. If it had been anyone else, he would have been unable to dodge this menacing palm without the help of anyone in the air. And Chen Yi is a monster who can restore his moves as long as he sees others using them once. His feet stepped in the air hundreds of times in an instant. The figure disappeared instantly. Bigmom missed with one blow, and hit Chen Yi with a series of attacks again. His two huge fists were as flexible as a monkey, not affected by his body size at all. At this moment, Bigmom seems to have given up on using weapons and just wants to knock Chen Yi down with his fists. Her Napoleon sword had also closed its eyes at this time and was lying not far away, motionless. In just a few seconds, Bigmom had already waved its fist at Chen Yi hundreds of times. The entire Cake Island was already shaken to pieces by Bigmom. Have we started such a simple and direct battle? Chen Yi, who had been avoiding attacks, was actually observing Bigmom. Even Chen Yi couldn't tell what kind of impact this sword would have on Bigmom when it penetrated her throat. But if he wants to kill Bigmom completely, Chen Yi will not let go of any weird places. After all, the ability of the soul fruit can be said to be the most mysterious fruit ability in the world. In terms of mystery, there is no fruit in this world that can compare to the soul fruit. As for the soul fruit's ability, Chen Yi doesn't know to what extent Bigmom has developed it. When he traveled through time in his last life, the original Bigmom had many mysteries waiting to be solved. In this life, although he has collected as much information about Bigmom as possible, it is still of little use. Therefore, Chen Yi can only give his various ideas a try. Killing the sun Prometheus, the thundercloud Zeus, and the two-horned hat Napoleon is what Chen Yi must do. Similarly, destroying the weird world in Bigmom's belly is what Chen must do. This time, although his real target is the 3 desert generals, for Bigmom. Even if he can't be killed, he will force out all of Bigmom's trump cards. In that case, Chen Yi suddenly jumped very high into the air, his eyes becoming cold. Then don't use these simple tests. Chen Yi's 2 fingers crossed Tian Yu on, and an unprecedentedly powerful sword intent emanated from his body. This sword intent was so powerful that the entire Cake Island began to fall apart in an instant. At this time, Cake Island can no longer withstand the oppression of Chen Yi's powerful sword. Not only Cake Island, but everyone in the battle at this time had to be forced to stop fighting by Chen Yi's powerful sword intent. Because their consciousness felt waves of stinging pain at this time. Rayleigh looked at Chen Yi in the air, showing a shocked expression for the first time. This legend of the previous era, the former deputy of Roger, the Pirate King, is finally no longer so calm. Good boy, are you trying to poke a hole in the sky? After being shocked, Rayleigh laughed loudly. Being able to witness such a powerful sword made him come back to the sea in vain. Chapter 71. Not only Rayleigh, but also Enel had a drop of cold sweat on his face. At this time, although Enel maintained the form of the god of thunder, he was looking at Chen Yi in the air, and he was already a little stunned. Although he doesn't use a sword, he can still feel the power of this sword. This sword was not aimed at him at all, but he felt that every part of his skin was stinging. It can be said that this sword once again broke through Enel's understanding of Chen Yi. He has never underestimated the power of Chen Yi. Whenever someone is shocked by Chen Yi's power, he will show a sarcastic smile. But now, even he, Enel, was shocked by this sword. Not only that, this sword also broke through Enel's perception of the ceiling of strength in this world. How could someone be so strong as this? The most terrifying enemy he had ever encountered, besides Chen Yi, was Sengoku when he was in the undersea prison. After transforming into a giant Buddha, the pressure caused by that man was something Enel had only experienced from Chen Yi. No one else, even facing Kaido and Bigmom, would feel this way. Now, Enel looked at Chen Yi, who was preparing the sword in the 397 sky, and felt that even Sengoku, who had turned into a giant Buddha, would probably get a hole punched out when he stood in front of Chen Yi. Sabo, needless to say, looked at Chen Yi in the air, already dumbfounded. Chen Yi, who was on par with him in strength a few years ago, is now. Sabo shook his head. Chen Yi's talent could hardly be described as a monster. That's simply monster among monsters. As for Fujitora, the moment Chen Yi released his sword intent, he opened his eyes. This is the first time Fujitora has opened his eyes in the past 2 years. Anyone who is familiar with Fujitora knows that this is a manifestation of Fujitora's extreme shock. In 8 years, Chen Yi only saw Fujitora open his eyes twice. Not even Fujitora was so shocked when he discovered Chen Yi's true identity. However, Fujitora's eyes only opened for a brief moment before closing again. There was a happy smile on his face. It's true, I've been following him for 8 years. This man can do it all. Even Capone Beige, who was searching for this historical text in the Bigmom treasure house, was frightened by this sword and ran out of the collection room crawling. After seeing this amazing scene outside, Capone Beige's eyes instantly became extremely fanatical. Powerful, too strong. He is worthy of being the boss of Beige, he is so strong and exciting. At this moment, tears even appeared in Capone Beige's eyes. However, the phone bug in his hand interrupted his excitement. Capone, what happened? Robin's roar came from the phone bug. This battle, from the very beginning, was out of line with her predictions and plans. Not only did the Bigmom pirates discover the traces of Fujitora, Rayleigh and Enel in advance, but when the battle broke out, Sabo had just entered the edge of the world. What made her even more panicked was that Anzi, whom she had previously placed in the Bigmom pirate group, seemed to have been affected by the war and lost contact with her. Now, she can only understand how far this battle has progressed through Capone Beige. Going into a head-on battle with the entire Bigmom pirate group, even though Chen Yi has arrived here, she still feels uneasy. This is an entire organization of sea emperors. Hearing the voice of the phone bug, Capone Beige wiped away his tears and said, Bigmom was killed by the boss with one sword. What? A high decibel voice immediately came from the phone. Robin, who has always been calm, can no longer maintain his grace. Capone Beige, who had just wiped away his tears, soon became filled with tears again. He came back to his senses and said to the phone, come on, Boss Chen Yi is really too strong. There is no way anyone can survive this sword. Robin, you should come here. You shouldn't miss this scene. On the phone bug side, Robin can't wait to use Flower Fruit's ability to crush Capone's DD right away. Can something like this happen right away? Shirahoshi next to Robin had already covered his heart with his hands. In this battle, every detail of Chen Yi touched her heart. At this time, in front of Chen Yi, Bigmom seemed to be sobered up by the soaring sword intent, with a hint of fear in his eyes. This is the first time Bigmom has shown such a look. Even when she faced Captain Rocks, she never did it. In fact, she felt a real crisis. Chen Yi's sword made her feel for the first time that there was someone in the sea who could really kill her. Chen Yi, I will never. A scream came from Bigmom's mouth, as if the damage Chen Yi had just done to her throat didn't exist at all. Almost at the same time, the Napoleon sword was summoned by Bigmom and raised high. Along with Bigmom's scream, a shock wave visible to the naked eye spread out from her mouth, causing all her children to freeze in place instantly. Even Rayleigh and others were stunned for a moment. However, this fluctuation did not have any impact on Chen Yi at all. When this wave came to Chen Yi, it was like being cut by a sharp blade, automatically split into two halves and passed by him. Chen Yi obtained Tian Yu Yuzan. Although it only lasted a few days, it was enough for him to carefully understand the characteristics of Tian Yu Yuzan. His swordsmanship has made a substantial breakthrough compared to before. At this time, Chen Yi can cut through nothingness even if he doesn't have Tianyu slash in hand. Emperor's sword broken blade. Bigmom shouted, fiercely cutting off the Napoleon sword in his hand. At this moment, Chen Yi finally drew his sword. It stabbed straight towards Bigmom's forehead. The Napoleon sword was also slashed under the control of Bigmom, and collided fiercely with the Tian Yu sword in Chen Yi's hand. Two swords, both covered in jet black armament haki. However, Bigmom's Napoleon sword broke the moment it hit Chen Yi's Tian Yu Yuzan. The Napoleon sword covering armament haki didn't stop Tian Yu from cutting at all. Tian Yu Yuzan didn't even pause for a moment. The next moment, the Tian Yu Yuzan in Chen Yi's hand stabbed directly into Bigmom's forehead. Bigmom's forehead, at the moment when Napoleon's sword broke, was already covered with armed colors. Bigmom, who had fought countless life and death battles, was very sober at this moment. She knew that this sword could no longer be avoided. Boom 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 boom. The moment Tian Yu Yuzan's sword tip collided with Bigmom, a shock wave even more terrifying than before appeared instantly. The ground beneath Bigmom turned into dust and dissipated in the air almost instantly. The cake island was broken into 8 pieces. Just at the first moment of contact, the power of this sword was slightly transmitted to the earth through Bigmom's body. The cake island collapsed directly. Goodbye, Big Mom. Chen Yi looked coldly. Boom. The muscles on Chen Yi's arms suddenly bulged. Tian Yu Yuzan moved forward again. At this moment, Tian Yu Yuzan had actually pierced Auntie's forehead. This invincible body in the sea was able to break through the terrifying defenses of the giant's weapons through counter shocks at the age of 5. This time, Chen Yi broke through again. A trace of blood healed from the place where Tian Yu slashed. At this time, after being pierced into the skin by Tian Yu Yuzan, Aunt Ma gave up all means and just stood there straight. Armament haki, gathering crazily towards the top of the head. Conqueror's haki. At this moment, it was like a stormy sea, rushing towards Chen Yi crazily. But all these are of no avail. With his sword power so powerful, even Conqueror's haki, the Emperor of the Sea, Bigmom, couldn't get even close to him. Boom! With a huge roar, the entire cake island fell silent in an instant. The members of the Bigmom pirate group, who had to find a place to hide themselves before, finally dared to raise their heads from the bunker. Seeing this scene in front of them, a hint of joy flashed across their faces. They saw their mother's huge figure. Mom, still standing. In this peak showdown, my mother became the last one standing. However, the next moment, the happy expressions on their faces all froze. They discovered that there seemed to be a big hole in their mother's forehead. In a few seconds, after they took a closer look at Bigmom, everyone's faces turned into extremely frightened expressions. There is really a big hole on my mother's forehead that is bright from front to back. Chen Yi pierced his mother's forehead with a sword. Where can I see a trace of sparkle in my mother's eyes? At this moment, even Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. Bigmom, who had dominated the sea for decades and was the only woman among the emperors of the sea, was pierced through the forehead by Chen Yi and died in her own base camp. Even though he is dead, he is still standing. The only woman among the 4 emperors, who established the BIGMOM of all nations in the waters of the New World, was pierced through the forehead by Chen Yi with a sword. There were large translucent holes in the front and back, and blood was constantly flowing out, making BIGMOM's face look extremely terrifying. However, her eyes had completely lost their expression. At this moment, even Rayleigh Fujitora and others were filled with emotion. BIGMOM, which has conquered the sea for decades, was defeated by Chen Yi today. Although they had thought about this possibility, they were still shocked when this scene actually appeared in front of them. In this battle, Chen Yi will be officially promoted to the only king of the sea. Emperor of the sea. In front of Chen Yi, it's no longer enough. In the previous 4 emperors, a delicate balance was maintained between the 4, and no one could do anything to anyone. A full-scale war of this level will not occur between 2 sea emperors. But now, Chen Yi, a freak who came into being 15 years ago, has completely disrupted the pattern of the sea. The situation of 4 emperors standing side by side has disappeared since then. It's just Chen people who are the best. The remaining 3 emperors can only act honestly. Who else dares to challenge Chen in this sea? You must know that in ordinary battles between top powerhouses, it is easy to determine the winner, but it is difficult to determine life and death. But now, in this battle, Chen Yi directly killed BIGMOM. When this news spreads, everyone will know that Chen Yi's combat power has reached a level that ordinary people cannot imagine. No, not just ordinary people, even the top experts in the sea can't imagine the level of combat power of those who can kill the 4 emperors. Because even the Golden Lion many years ago was not killed when he invaded naval headquarters. Instead, he was captured alive after being exhausted by Sengoku and Garp. It was the first time on the sea that he killed a strong man of the sea emperor level in a battle. At this time, Fujitora's expression was filled with emotion. Who would have thought that a marine undercover who seemed inconspicuous back then, struggling to survive on the sea, could now grow to such heights? Across the sea, in Fujitora's mind, he couldn't help but think of the 2 years he had just followed Chen Yi. At that time, although Chen Yi's strength was not bad, his opponents were all stronger pirates. Fujitora has lost count of how many times Chen Yi has been in life and death crisis. What's even more heartbreaking is that Marine is clearly an undercover agent, but he doesn't get any support from Marine. Instead, he is hunted down by Marine. Once, Kizaru was real and pushed Chen Yi into a desperate situation. That time, it was Sengoku who rushed to the rescue and exposed Chen Yi to a flaw so that Chen Yi could escape. It was through Marine's pursuit that Fujitora realized how high the confidentiality level of Chen Yi's identity was. A level that no admiral is qualified to understand. Being chased by Admiral until he was cornered, Marshal Marine came to the rescue. Although Chen Yi later scolded Sengoku, Fujitora really realized what a difficult situation Kongshi was in on this sea. It was at that moment that Fujitora officially made the decision in his heart to follow this young man until he safely exited the stage. At that time, he could not have imagined that the young man who had been chased by Kizaru until he had no way to go to heaven or the earth, and the young man who scolded Sengoku bloody afterward, would have become one of the most powerful people in the world. 1. I'm afraid no one can hunt down Chen Yi anymore. Fujitora's face was filled with comfort. As for the pirates of BIGMOM on Cake Island, they were completely desperate at this time. Even my mother was killed. What else can they do? This kind of thing that they had never thought about actually happened before their eyes. At this moment, they had completely lost the idea of fighting. They know that all nations are finished. The BIGMOM pirates are finished. Snap. Chen Yi finally landed. Tian Yu Yuzan returned to the scabbard. With his back to BIGMOM, Chen Yi walked directly towards Fujitora and others without looking back. A real man never looks back. Seeing Chen Yi coming, Rayleigh smiled slightly and said, "In this battle, 5 people were killed, including the target characters Jimuse and Cracker, the 3 desert generals. Why?" Enel also had a wicked smile on his face and said, 3 people, including target Katakori. Fujitora followed closely. 3 people. Only Sabo scratched his head in embarrassment. TTE. couldn't kill any of them. When he appeared, the battle was almost over, and there was really too little time left for him. Although Fujitora and the others had already stopped the stronger opponents, they still didn't have time to achieve any results, and it was already over on Chen Yi's side. The battle between the two Sea Emperors has ended, so this battle is truly over. Looking around the battlefield, Chen Yi showed a bright smile to Fujitora and the others. Well done, Chen Yi said. There is only one word to describe Cake Island at this time. Corpses everywhere. Almost all of Bigmom's first 10 sons died in battle. Perospero, Katakuri, Daifuku, Owen, Jimuse and Cracker, the 3 desert generals, also died in battle. This battle is a great victory. The Bigmom pirates are completely falling apart. After this battle, the Bigmom pirates will disappear directly into the sea. All those who had the ability to prop up the Bigmom pirates again after Big Mom's death, no one survived. The children of Bigmom who are still alive now are completely afraid to step forward, let alone fighting. They are afraid of being killed. Even without the strength of Chen Yi, Fujitora Rayleigh Enel, they would no longer be able to deal with them. These 3 people combined killed more than one of their brothers and sisters. This battle took less than an hour to break out. In 1 hour, the top combat power of the Bigmom pirate group was all destroyed. What a terrifying strength this is. Only now do they realize that in terms of top combat power, no one among the 4 emperors can match Chen Yi. In addition to Chen Yi, a man who is so strong and lawless, under his banner, as shown in this battle alone, there are 3 strong men who are second only to the 4 emperors. They have no doubt that if Chen Yi wants to attack naval headquarters, he will probably turn Marineford into a slaughterhouse within a day. With the number of top combatants, the Chen Yi pirates dwarf all organizations in the world. If you want to stop Chen Yi, I'm afraid 4 emperors will need to join forces to make it possible. We're tired, let's go, Chen Yi said. The rest of them, let them fend for themselves. Rayleigh and others nodded. There is no need to continue this battle until now. The remaining people are all mediocre and timid people. They don't even bother to kill these people when they come to their door. In this way, Chen Yi walked in the front, Rayleigh, Enel, Fujitora, and Sabo, the 4 of them lined up behind Chen Yi and walked together in the direction of leaving the Cake Island. Wherever you go, everyone is crazy to prove it. Only corpses were left on the ground. However, at this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew on Cake Island. This strong wind came extremely suddenly. Because after the battle between Chen Yi and Bigmom stopped, the entire Cake Island returned to calm, and even the weather became sunny. In such weather, the strong wind was too fast. What's even weirder is that wherever the strong wind blows, the Bigmom children are covered with clouds of white mist. Led by the strong wind, the white mist all gathered towards Bigmom. The people who had lost the white mist all stared at each other and fell to the ground. Almost instantly, except for Chen Yi and a few others, there was almost no one left standing on the Cake Island. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh's face suddenly turned ugly. Soul fruit. The white mist coming out of these people is the life force of these people. This is the ability of the soul fruit. Only Bigmom has the ability to deprive people of their life force. Fujitora also frowned. Bigmom is not dead yet. Even a person like Kaido will definitely die if his forehead is pierced. Sabo also stopped and looked back, just in time to see all the white mist pouring into Bigmom's body. Bigmom's eyes are sane again. Sabo tightened his grip on the water pipe in his hand and saw that the big hole in Bigmom's head had completely healed. Not only that, her body shape has almost doubled in size compared to before. You must know that Bigmom's size is already huge, with a height of 8 meters. The only ones that can rival Bigmom's size are the giants and some demons. But now, Bigmom's height may have reached more than 20 meters. In particular, the terrifying aura exuding from her body made the second in command of the Revolutionary Army tremble slightly. Bigmom at this time is infinitely scarier than before. Is the ability of the soul fruit so powerful? A big hole was pierced in his forehead, but he was still able to survive and become stronger. Is this the true strength of Bigmom? At this moment, Rayleigh, Fujitora, Enel, and Sabo were all ready to give it their all. Quote. The huge Bigmom's voice was like rolling thunder coming from the horizon. It had lost its original screaming quality and was more like a roar. Don't even think about leaving Cake Island alive. At the same time, Bigmom's huge fist hit Chen Yi directly. Based on her current position and the distance between her and Chen Yi, even though her height has reached more than 20 meters, she still can't reach more than a dozen people with just her arms. However, this punch gave Rayleigh and others a sense of crisis greater than ever before. Because although Bigmom's arms are limited in length, the air is directly compressed when the punch is struck, and the huge power in the fist rolls in like an extremely huge sword energy. Quote. The Spear of Elbaf, powerful country. A huge roar was squeezed out of Bigmom's throat. At this moment, Bigmom actually used his fists instead of swords and used the moves of the giants. Gun of Elbaf, powerful country. The same principle, except that the previous Bigmom used the Napoleon sword to release huge sword energy. Now, Bigmom has no sword and only relies on his fists to perform this move. And then, Bigmom, who is now more than 20 meters tall, used this move to intimidate the country, and its power reached an unprecedented level of terror. I'm afraid even the giants who invented this move have never seen such a terrifying William. However, at this moment, Chen Yi turned around and faced Bigmom in the distance. His expression was very calm. Is this your real trump card? Bigmom, you too. That's all. Chen Yi's eyes were indifferent. He drew his sword, cut down the wheat from the top towards Bigmom. The most powerful power in history did not stop Chen Yi's sword at all. Even when it touched Chen Yi's Tianyuyu slash, it collapsed instantly. The next moment, Chen Yi put away the knife, turned around and continued to leave. The giant Bigmom in the distance had a bloodline slowly emerging from top to bottom. The next second, Bigmom's body separated from the middle and fell to both sides. Bigmom was cut in half by Chen Yi. Rayleigh, Fujitora, Enel and Sabo, stunned. Rayleigh and the four others were all stunned. Originally, Bigmom's trump card had shocked them, but what they didn't expect was that they would face Bigmom, which became even more powerful. Chen Yi actually eliminated her with one move. It's the hiding monster that's killing him. They all hid their true strength. Chen Yi's sword was much scarier than the sword that pierced Bigmom's head before. This knife can cut the Bigmom in half just now, which already explains everything. But judging from the feeling, the momentum of this sword is completely inferior to the previous sword. Rayleigh looked at Chen strangely. All I can say is that my apprentice not only deceived Bigmom, but also deceived him as a teacher. Who would have thought that after that sword strike, Chen Yi could slash out such a terrifying sword with such ease? And Ku has condensed all the sword intent and sword energy to the extreme without leaking out at all. This is also the reason why this knife looks a bit ordinary. Rayleigh smiled. This apprentice had already left his master far behind. However, isn't this what a teacher likes to see most? Fujitora burst out laughing. Chen Yi, once again I gave him a big surprise. It originally meant that the huge Bigmom would bring them huge trouble. Who would have thought that this guy Chen Yi had already anticipated everything? I'm afraid he already knew that Bigmom would not die so easily. And everything is ready. Under this knife, Bigmom was completely cut in half, and there was probably no chance of him surviving again. Fujitora could feel that under this knife, Bigmom's vitality was completely cut off. When I left, I thought it was some kind of amazing backup plan, but it turns out it was just a gigantization. Chen Yi said calmly. At this moment, Rayleigh and others were speechless. Just enlarging it, how terrifying the Bigmom just now was, they all saw it. In other words, you, Chen Yi, have the confidence to say such things in such an understatement. Enel also curled his lips, knowing that even if his fruit ability was awakened, he didn't need to think about being able to beat Chen Yi. Under this sword, no matter you are the god of thunder or any other god, you will all be killed. Sabo also looked happy. The stronger his friend was, the happier he was. However, Sabo also knew very well that after returning to the Revolutionary Army, he must have a good talk with Mr. Long about today's events. Otherwise, if Mr. Long conflicts with Mr. Chen Yi, the Revolutionary Army may be disbanded the next day. Don't mess with anyone in this sea. Don't mess with Chen Yi. Did you already know that BIGMOM has other methods? Fujitora asked as they walked. Chen Yi nodded calmly and said, even that guy Kaido has his own trump card. BIGMOM has been in business for so many years and has the ability of the soul fruit. How could he not have it? Fujitora nodded, but at this time, Sabo had a puzzled expression on his face. Chen Yi, when you fought in Dressrosa, did Kaido also use his trump card? In the Battle of Dressrosa, the Revolutionary Army had a very clear understanding of the battle with its intelligence capabilities, but Kaido did not find any obvious move to use his trump cards. Hearing this, Chen Yi smiled and said, he was of no use in that battle, but if the red-haired man had come a minute later, he might not have been able to bear it anymore. He died because he didn't use it. I felt his struggle at that time, but when the red hair arrived, he knew that he would not die, so naturally he would not use it again. This kind of life-saving method will have little effect after being used once. Rayleigh and others nodded. Each of them also had their own trump card, which they would not use unless absolutely necessary. BJAC. So, have you been waiting for that guy from BIGMOM to show his true trump card? Sabo said. Chen Yi smiled and shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. We actually don't know much about BIGMOM. I'm actually not sure what this battle will be like. Now it seems that our basic goal has been achieved. Fujitora nodded slightly and took out a note from his pocket, which was the same note that Sengoku gave to Chen Yi in the underwater prison. On the note, Chen Yi's last mission was written, 8 people who must be killed. Among them, 6 people have been eliminated. Kaido's 3 disasters, the 3 desert generals of BIGMOM pirates. The one with the weakest strength has a bounty of 800 million Baileys. 4 of them have bounties exceeding 1 billion Baileys. The highest calamity was close to 2 billion Baileys. 2 battles, annihilation. The total time before and after is no more than a week. Not only that, these 2 battles severely damaged Kaido, killed BIGMOM, and completely established Chen Yi's position in the sea. That's a status beyond 4 emperors. After today, I'm afraid Sheng will be honored as the pirate king in the sea. This day is something that even the whole country would never have imagined. Bej, let's go, Chen Yi suddenly shouted loudly. Soon, a rumbling sound came, and Bej's feet turned into tank tracks, and he ran very fast in the direction where Chen Yi and others were. His expression was still filled with tears. When BIGMOM became huge, his eyes almost flew out. But who would have thought that just a few seconds later, Chen Yi would cut BIGMOM in half with a single blow. So powerful that it's hard to describe in words. It is his great honor to be able to hang out with such a boss. Boss, I've got the text copy of BIGMOM's strength. Bej's voice was extremely excited. This time, his mission is to loot BIGMOM's collection and accumulation while Chen Yi and the others are fighting against the BIGMOM pirates. This mission is completed. Boss, this time, in addition to the historical text, we also gained countless treasures. Bej said happily. Chen Yi nodded calmly. If Bej couldn't even do such a small thing, then he would have spent all his efforts to send Bej to the BIGMOM pirate group. Seeing Bej, Fujitora's expression showed no surprise. He had already known about the relationship between Bej and Chen Yi. But Sabo's face showed a very surprised expression. Isn't this Bej, the newbie pirate who was very popular in the past 2 years? Sabo looked at Bej, then at Chen Yi, with a slightly subtle expression. This guy Chen Yi has so many tricks up his sleeve that it's really surprising. However, Sabo had no other thoughts at all. There is no possibility of any conflict of interest between Chen Yi and the Revolutionary Army. Furthermore, the cooperation between the 2 parties is still very smooth now. Sabo also believed that he understood Chen Yi's character very well. If he didn't appreciate it very much, how could he and Chen Yi have become such good friends after fighting for many years? He once tried his best to invite Chen Yi and wanted Chen Yi to join the Revolutionary Army. Unfortunately, Chen Yi did not agree to this. Thinking of this, Sabo felt emotional again. If Chen Yi could have been allowed to join the Revolutionary Army, or if the Revolutionary Army could have given Chen Yi more help. Shaking his head, Sabo stopped thinking about this impossible thing. Today, Chen Yi first fought Kaido, then Hongfa, and now he has killed the Bigmom pirates. There is no way that there is any force or organization in the entire sea that can fight against Chen Yi. With Chen Yi's current top-level combat strength, it would probably be no problem to invade Naval Headquarters Marineford. It's just a question of whether Chen Yi thinks about it or not. Chen Yi, things here are over. It's time for me to return to the Revolutionary Army and return to Mr. Long. Sabo said. This time, Mr. Long expresses his gratitude for your generosity. If you need me for anything, Chen Yi, you can contact me directly. Hearing this, Fujitora raised his eyebrows. What Sabo means is that if Chen Yi wants to ask Sabo for help in the future, he does not need to go to Long to make a deal. Just go to Sabo himself, that's enough. This meaning is completely different. You need to know what level of battle Chen Yi is participating in given his current status. If Sabo, as the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, participates in such a battle, it will have different meanings. Even if it is a dragon, it must first consider what kind of chain reaction it will have if the Revolutionary Army participates. Now, Sabo is equivalent to making a promise that whenever Chen Yi needs him, Sabo will definitely come. Regardless of whether Long thinks the matter can be involved or not. But immediately, Sabo scratched his head again and said a little embarrassedly. Maybe when the Revolutionary Army has a more important move, they can't get away. Chen Yi patted Sabo's arm. The relationship between Sabo and him was simple and direct, and it didn't actually involve too many interests. Chen Yi completely understands Sabo's intentions. Okay, no need to say more, Sabo, I understand. Chen Yi said. Let me tell Mr. Long that I am very satisfied with this cooperation. Sabo nodded happily, waved to Chen Yi, and turned to leave. However, before he could go far, Chen Yi spoke again. Sabo, Chen Yi said, if you have the chance, you can go to Whitebeard's ship to take a look and visit Father Whitebeard. You may find something new. Sabo looked a little confused. Is there any relationship between him and Whitebeard? As a member of the Revolutionary Army, he actually didn't have much contact with some pirates, and the four emperors like Whitebeard were even more out of reach. But, Sabo showed a thoughtful expression. Chen Yi has always been a bit unpredictable and always said some incomprehensible things. However, his words were always confirmed in the future, and they were not without purpose. Now that Chen Yi said this, he might really need to visit Whitebeard. I know, Chen Yi, if I have the chance, I will go. After saying that, Sabo's figure disappeared from the sight of several people. After Sabo left, Chen Yi looked at Capone Beige who had just arrived. This guy has been lurking in the Bigmom pirates for a year. The leader of all the secrets lurking in the Bigmom pirates. However, his strength is really lacking, otherwise he should be able to play a more important role in this battle. What do you mean, is there any news about that guy Doflamingo? Chen Yi asked. Doflamingo, since the Battle of Dressrosa, was taken to Bigmom by Kaido, and there has been no news since. After hearing this, the excitement on Capone's face also decreased a bit, and he said. After Kaido took Doflamingo to see Bigmom, no one saw Doflamingo again. I guess Big Mom has established experiments on human enlargement in other places. Doflamingo was probably secretly sent there to conduct experiments on human enlargement. After all, as a celestial dragons, Doflamingo must know more about these things. Bigmom may want to take out the secrets in Dove's heart about human giant experiments and world government. Speaking of this, Capone Beige glanced at the place where Bigmom's body was and said. Who would have thought that she would already be cold before she achieved any results? Chen Yi thought for a while and then said calmly. Search the entire sea for the whereabouts of Doflamingo. If Doflamingo is really sent to some secret laboratory, once Bigmom dies, he will definitely appear on the sea again. Capone nodded solemnly. He would definitely do his best to do what Chen Yi personally ordered. Capone, you stay and clean up the battlefield, cut off the heads of the 3 generals and bring them with you. Before Marine arrives, take all your people and evacuate. Don't conflict with Marine. Marine will definitely send Admiral here this time. Capone immediately said seriously, understood. Chen Yi looked at Fujitora and the others, then let's go back to the Fishmen Island. I'm afraid Robin can't wait to see us. As if thinking about the outbreak of the war and Robin going crazy on the Fishmen Island, a smile appeared on Fujitora's face. However, a trace of loneliness immediately flashed across his face. The final mission is about to end, and this group of people will probably be separated by then. After so many years, everyone has become like a real family. The news of the battle on Cake Island spread across the sea overnight. Everyone was shocked on the spot. Bigmom among the 5 emperors was actually killed by Chen Yi. Nearly half of the elite force of the Bigmom pirates was killed by Tatsumi and his group. What kind of horrific operation is this? However, while people were still shocked by this news, another shocking news spread across the sea. Kaido, who returned to Wano-kuni, unexpectedly met Long, the leader of the revolutionary army who had not yet left Wano-kuni. Then, Kaido was beaten again. The whole sea was in an uproar. Kaido, what's wrong with you? 2 consecutive pieces of bombshell news shocked the pirates on the sea and made them all confused. The first one, the 5th Emperor Chen Yi, led his men into the Bigmom pirate group. In the first battle, Bigmom died in battle. First, his forehead was pierced by Chen Yi's sword, and then he was cut in half by Chen Yi's sword. Everyone was shocked by Chen Yi's actions. A few days ago, his regiment had a lot of fights. And according to the news, if the red hair hadn't come to stop him, Kaido would have been killed by Chen Yi on the spot. Is Chen Yi's strength so terrifying? Even Roger, the pirate king 20 years ago, was probably not so strong. Is Chen Yi going to drive all the 4 emperors away? Speaking of Kaido, people couldn't help but think of another news. Although this news seems a bit inconspicuous under the news of the battle between Chen Yi and Bigmom, if it were placed on the normal time, it would definitely be shocking news. That is, when Kaido returned to Wano-kuni, he happened to meet the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, who had evacuated his hometown. Naturally, a war broke out. But in the end, Kaido was beaten violently by the dragon. There was a rumor that Ryu said something before he finished fighting Kaido and left Wano-kuni. You, Kaido, are nothing more than that. However, it is unknown whether Long actually said this sentence. All we can say is that the news that Kaido was beaten again must be true. Because Wano-kuni didn't know how many thousands of people saw this scene happen. Wano-kuni, the land of sword making. This is the village with the strongest sword making atmosphere in the entire Wano-kuni. In this village, even children know many sword making skills. This is where Koshiro's father, Kozaburo, was born. After breaking up with Chen Yi, Koshiro came here to look for his father's footprints. At this time, he was holding a newspaper in his hand, reading it with gusto. In the newspaper, there was a report about the battle between Chen Yi and Bigmom. Koshiro looked at the newspaper in his hand with a smile, shaking his head from time to time. There is too much nonsense in this report, right? At this time, an uncle wearing a black mask walked up to Koshiro. The uncle also held a newspaper in his hand. It is said that Chen Yi led all the pirate groups under him to fight for 3 days and 3 nights in Bigmom's world, and finally defeated the Bigmom pirate group and killed Bigmom. Is this true? The masked uncle said in disbelief. Chen Yi, is he really that strong? The uncle wearing the mask is none other than Fei Che. Chen Yi just took Tian Yu Yuzan from his hand a few days ago. If it weren't for Tian Yu Yuzan in hand, Chen Yi might not have been able to kill Bigmom so cleanly. However, even though he knew that Chen Yi's swordsmanship was unparalleled in ancient and modern times, he never thought that Chen Yi could kill Bigmom. Defeating and killing are 2 completely different concepts. If Chen Yi defeated Bigmom, Fei Che would not be surprised at all, but as for the kill. Fei Che looked at Koshiro. The guy in front of him knew Chen Yi better than him. However, the weird smile on Koshiro's face prevented him from seeing what Koshiro meant. Chen Yi, Koshiro said with a smile, with his character, he doesn't need 3 days and 3 nights. Fei Che's eyes widened and he asked in surprise. You mean, Chen Yi really did this, and the time it took was much shorter than reported? Koshiro nodded calmly. Chen Yi hates large-scale battles the most. What he likes is the showdown between elites. Therefore, Chen Yi has been on the sea for 15 years and does not have many people under his banner. But everyone accepted by Chen Yi is considered to be the best in this world. This newspaper is published by the world government. Although the news in it may not be too far from the truth, there must be things in it that the world government does not want everyone to know. Fei Che was completely confused. He couldn't understand what was the point of the world government fabricating facts on such a matter. Does it really matter if Chen Yi did it all in a short time or if it took him 3 days and 3 nights? The most important thing isn't it what Chen Yi has accomplished? Looking at Fei Che's appearance, Koshiro put down the newspaper with a smile and sighed. No matter what the purpose of the world government is, in short, they definitely don't want everyone to know how powerful Chen Yi is. If it only took less than half a day to kill Bigmom and defeat the Bigmom pirates, such news would be too shocking. Fei Che's face was complicated. He looked at the newspaper in his hand again, his eyes were completely different. The world outside Wano-kuni is too complicated. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Long stood in front of the French window of the headquarters and remained silent for a long time. Chen Yi was one of the first people to get the news about the outcome of the First World War. Because the second in command of the Revolutionary Army personally participated in that battle. This result was really beyond his expectation. He didn't expect that Chen Yi actually killed Bigmom. Chen Yi's strength gave him a huge impact. Before this week, Chen Yi's best record was just a cut in Auntie's face. Now 2 years later, not only did he almost kill Kaido, but he also completely killed Bigmom. Mr. Long, it's time to take medicine. Koala's angry voice came from behind him. Next time you want to fight the 4 emperors, can you first think about the recent actions of the Revolutionary Army? If you act like this, do you know how much things will be delayed? Koala's face was full of resentment. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Long's face. He turned around, limped to the table, picked up the bowl of medicine, and drank it in one gulp. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In Marine Marshal Sengoku's office, Sengoku once again lost his temper. This boy, he really killed Bigmom. Zhongguo's face has begun to exude a faint golden color, and he is obviously on the verge of going berserk. Does he know how much chaos this will cause on the sea? If I had known this, I might as well have committed suicide myself and gone to the 10,000 nations to avoid causing such a big reaction. Sengoku slapped the table wildly, and the table finally fell apart under Sengoku's slaps. Seeing this scene, Crane Vice Admiral calmly took out the phone. Send Marshal Sengoku a new table. It must be the strongest one. Sengoku let out a long sigh and walked to the window. In the office, no one spoke for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, his new table had been replaced, and Sengoku finally spoke. His voice was a little hoarse. Where's that phone bug? I want to talk to Chen Yi. Crane Vice Admiral raised his head with surprise on his face. Crane Vice Admiral looked up with surprise on his face. Sengoku and Chen Yi exchanged messages but never met each other. Only when there are some very special things, 2 people will let each other know in a way that only each can understand. For example, the last time Chen Yi took the initiative to be caught by Aokiji and sent to the underwater prison. There was no phone bug between the 2 of them. But this phone bug is a one-time use. After use, it will be completely destroyed. This method will only be used in the most urgent situations. Crane Vice Admiral didn't know why Sengoku would use this phone bug at this time. Seemingly knowing what Crane Vice Admiral was thinking, Sengoku said calmly. News from the world government. Hearing these words, Crane Vice Admiral's face became serious. The recent big events in the sea are all caused by Chen Yi. The news sent by the world government at this time must be related to Chen Yi. So, what did the world government say that you must notify Chen immediately? Crane Vice Admiral's face was extremely solemn. She must never let anything happen to Chen Yi. She knows very well the suffering Chen Yi has suffered outside for so many years. 15 years ago, when he went to sea, he was just an ordinary boy, a boy who had never been trained. In just 15 years, he has grown to such a height, and the hardships and life and death crises he has experienced are beyond what ordinary people can imagine. World government wants Chen Yi. Halfway through, Sengoku closed his mouth again. It seemed that he had not yet made a decision in his mind whether to inform Chen Yi or not. Crane Vice Admiral was anxious and came to Sengoku's side at once and said, "Tell me, what did the world government say this time?" Sengoku sighed and finally said, "The world government wants Chen Yi to snatch the red-haired Pluton." What? Even Vice Admiral, who is recognized as the most stable Crane in Marine, was shocked after hearing these words. Subconsciously, Crane Vice Admiral shook his head. "Sengoku, this mission is too dangerous for Chen Yi. Red hair is something Kaido and Bigmom can't compare to." Crane Vice Admiral said hurriedly, "Although there are not many people in the red-haired pirate group, each one is a top expert in their respective fields. It's not comparable to the 3 Candy Generals and 3 Disasters. Using the word goods to evaluate the 3 Candy Stars and 3 Disasters would probably scare the eyes out of the eyes if heard by other pirates on the sea. Those are big pirates with a billion-level bounty. I am afraid that only the top group of strong men in this sea can say such words. Crane Vice Admiral is obviously one of the top strong men in this sea. And Sengoku, who is opposite Vice Admiral, is ranked among the best in the sea in terms of combat power alone." Vice Admiral's words seemed to speak to Sengoku's heart completely. His brows furrowed more and more tightly and he said, "How come I don't know what you're talking about? The red-haired man has not shown his true strength for many years. No one knows how strong he is. In addition to his pirate group, although the number is not large, if Chen Yi really wants to go to war with him, I am afraid that what he will face will be even more terrifying than just Kaido and Bigmom combined. The role that the top experts can play in a big battle is really huge. No matter how red-haired you are, there is no weak person. Everyone is a top match." The worried expression on Crane Vice Admiral's face became more intense. "And he still has Pluton in his hand," Crane Vice Admiral said. "Even if Chen Yi really defeated the red hair, if the red hair used Pluton." Crane Vice Admiral did not dare to say any more, but Sengoku continued her words. "If the red hair uses Pluton, no matter how strong Chen Yi is, he will not survive in the face of such a weapon." Having said this, Sengoku seemed to have made some decision in his mind, patted Crane Vice Admiral on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, this task will not fall on Kong Shi. I will personally negotiate with the world government. I promised Chen Yi that killing these 8 people would be his last mission. As a father, I have broken my trust with Chen Yi so many times over the years. This time, it's my turn to do something for him." Before Chen Yi returned to Cake Island, Sengoku was preparing to go to world government. A short figure appeared in Bigmom's burial ground. The dark night did not affect his vision at all. After preparing to avoid some thorns, this short figure finally came to Bigmom's tomb. The kerosene lamp in the hand of the short figure illuminated Bigmom's grave, making it look a bit strange in this dark and quiet night. However, the night also illuminated the face of the short figure. Chef Baguette. It was the man who took the 5-year-old Bigmom out to sea and founded the pirate group with Bigmom. Da da da. Behind the Baguette, there was the sound of soft footsteps. Soon, a pot with 2 legs came to the side of the long bread. Yes, a pot. It's just that this pot not only has 2 legs, but also has vivid human facial features on its body. Obviously, this pot, like Prometheus the sun, Zeus the thundercloud, and Napoleon the 2-horned hat, are the sole creations of Bigmom, Homits. The only difference is that no one has ever seen this pot before. Ooh, the face on the pot let out a miserable cry. "Mom, you died so miserably." The cry made Longbread feel dizzy for a moment, and he couldn't help but knock on the pot and said, "Shut up, it's better to save your strength for Linlin." Having said this, Longbread looked at Linlin's tomb and sighed. "That day, if it weren't for that boy from the Revolutionary Army, I could have controlled the battlefield outside." Longbread said to himself, "However, who would have thought that you would be killed by Chen Yi? Fortunately I hid, otherwise, you might really be doomed." After saying this, Longbread smiled, picked up the shovel in his hand, and dug into the ground. Soon, Bigmom's body was dug out by the Baguette. Exhuming the bones of the dead is one of the most despised behaviors even on this vicious sea. However, at this time, Longbread had an extremely excited expression on his face. Linlin, don't worry, this sea is still ours. After saying that, Bao Bao's eyes fell on the pot next to him. This pot also understands its mission. As a creature created by Bigmom, it has only one mission since its birth. That is to store the vitality and soul that Bigmom harvests from others. Its body also preserves some of Bigmom's own vitality and soul. The next moment, the originally dim body of the pot glowed with white light. However, at this moment, an arrogant laughter sounded in the dark night. Ha 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 ha, my guess was indeed correct. Bigmom, you won't die so easily. The appearance of this voice caused Bao Bao's expression to change suddenly. Come out. Bao Bao instantly raised the knife in his hand and pointed it in the direction of the sound. Soon, a tall and slender figure walked out of the darkness. This figure was wearing sunglasses even in the dark night, and he also had a classic flamingo cape. It's Doflamingo. After being brought to the Bigmom pirates by Kaido, Doflamingo was sent to unknown places by Bigmom. After seeing the person clearly, Longbread's expression softened a little. As long as he is not Chen a group of people, he will have the possibility of dealing with them. I didn't expect that you could escape from the laboratory sent to you by Linlin. Longbread said. Doflamingo burst out laughing again. You guys underestimate me too much. Even if it's just a laboratory, no matter how strong it is, how can it possibly contain me? Don't think that my defeat at the hands of Chen Yi is really that unbearable, W. Speaking of Chen Yi, Doflamingo's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. Bao Bao narrowed his eyes. They really underestimated Chen Yi. Chen Yi's strength is indeed beyond our expectations. But you, trash is trash. It won't change anything just because it lost to a strong one. Longbread said. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's eyes instantly became gloomy. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you and your plan to resurrect Bigmom will fail? Longbread made an exaggerated sneer and said lightly. You can give it a try, but if you lose this time, no one will come to save you. You will be made into food by me and become Linlin's first beauty after his resurrection. The gloom on Doflamingo's face was swept away, and instead he showed an expression of appreciation. It is said that Bigmom became the 4 emperors because of you. Now it seems that there is no basis for it. You are the worst one in the entire Bigmom pirate group. When cooperating with someone like you, even I have to be more careful. Doflamingo squatted down suddenly, but at this time he was still looking down at the Longbread. His face showed that extremely cruel smile again. Go ahead and resurrect Bigmom, I won't stop you. To deal with Chen Yi, I need the power of Bigmom. The Fishmen Island. After Chen Yi visited the underwater prison, Dressrosa, and Wangguo, he finally returned to the Fishmen Island again. This time, the Fishmen Island has gathered almost all the core members of Chen Yi's team. Even the Empress rushed over. At this time, Chen Yi was leaning on Shirahoshi's huge tail, drinking a small drink happily. Shirahoshi, on the other hand, sat there with a red face, his huge tail curled into the most comfortable position possible. Speaking of Shirahoshi, there shouldn't be anyone causing trouble at the nearest Fishmen Island, right? Chen Yi asked. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Shirahoshi smiled shyly and said. Ever since Chen Yi asked Mr. Whitebeard to take care of Mermaid Island, it has been very peaceful for so many years. Only, it's just that Shirahoshi still doesn't dare to go to land. Chen Yi smiled, patted Shirahoshi's tail and said. If you don't like going to land, then don't go. You don't have to force yourself to do anything, the most important thing is to be happy. Shirahoshi smiled sweetly, nodded, and said firmly. Since meeting Chen Yi, Shirahoshi has been very happy these past few years. After saying this, Shirahoshi showed a trace of doubt on his face. He hesitated for a moment, but then mustered up the courage to ask. But why doesn't Brother Chen Yi protect the Fishmen Island himself? Instead of asking Mr. Whitebeard to do it. This doubt has been in her mind for many years. More than 10 years ago, when Chen Yi was still learning how to fight with Rayleigh, he would often come to the Fishmen Island, sneak into her bedroom, and tell her wonderful stories about the outside world. In those years, whether it was pirates or marines, anyone who brought crisis to the Fishmen Island was Chen Yi who helped to solve it. Later, Whitebeard announced that he would take over the Fishmen Island as his own territory. Since then, the Fishmen Island has been peaceful to this day. The past few years have been unprecedentedly stable for the Fishmen Island. However, Shirahoshi and the entire the Fishmen Island royal family knew very well that the reason why Four Emperors Whitebeard announced this matter was only because of Chen Yi's request. Because of his friendship with Chen Yi, Whitebeard protected the Fishmen Island. What Shirahoshi never understood was why Chen Yi did this. That's why I had the problem just now. Hearing this, Chen Yi smiled. He is a marine undercover, and he can't tell when he will leave this sea, so naturally it is safer to find Whitebeard. With his white beard, he is the best candidate to protect the Fishmen Island. However, this must not be told to Shirahoshi. I wasn't that good at that time. Quote. Chen Yi said, at that time, my name was not as loud as it is now, and it was not a strong enough deterrent. So it would be useful to have Mr. Whitebeard announce this. Little Shirahoshi, now I understand. Shirahoshi nodded slightly, with a sweet smile on his face. She could feel it, but Chen Yi didn't tell her the real reason. But she didn't want to ask any more. As long as she could stay by Chen Yi's side, it was enough. At this time, Rayleigh and Empress Hancock came over. Chen Yi, when you were in the Great War of All Nations, something happened to Mr. Whitebeard's pirate group. The Empress said. Blackbeard Teach, killed the second captain, stole the dark fruit, and escaped the Whitebeard pirates. Blackbeard Teach, killed the second captain, stole the dark fruit, and escaped from the Whitebeard pirates. Hearing this, Chen Yi was stunned for a moment. Did the Blackbeard incident finally break out? Although he knew that Blackbeard would betray the Whitebeard pirates in the near future, he couldn't tell the exact time, so he went to find Whitebeard before going to Wano Kuni. Naturally, Whitebeard's words cannot be made too clear. Now it seems that Whitebeard did not impose any restrictions on Blackbeard, and still allowed him to successfully sneak attack the 4th Division captain and steal the dark fruit. The Empress continued, but what's strange is that Whitebeard doesn't seem to have any reaction to this matter. With the character of the Whitebeard pirates, if something like this happens, they will definitely hunt down Teach across the sea. Chen Yi didn't feel any surprise. He reminded Whitebeard of two things in total. Besides being wary, Blackbeard was optimistic about Ace. When Blackbeard's incident broke out, he would inevitably reconsider what he had said. If Ace had not gone after Teach, then everything would have developed as Chen expected. Search the sea for Blackbeard. Chen Yi said. After finding Blackbeard, we will set off immediately. The Empress nodded. All the core personnel of the 8 people Chen Yi wanted to kill were clear, and Blackbeard was among these 8 people. At this time, Robin also walked out of his room. Chen Yi obtained a total of 5 pieces of historical text from Wano Kuni and Bigmom. After returning to the Fishmen Island, Robin got 5 copies of the historical text and immediately started working on the translation. Now, Robin is almost done with the job. However, Robin was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene in front of him. Chen Yi, can you get off Shirahoshi? Robin said. As soon as these words were said, the expressions of everyone present became strange. Shirahoshi's face turned red instantly. At this time, Chen Yi was leaning on Shirahoshi's tail. Coupled with Shirahoshi's weird fishman figure, Chen Yi looked like he was lying on Shirahoshi's body. BJFG, phew. Empress Hancock couldn't help laughing. Although Hancock deeply loves Chen Yi, the relationship between Chen Yi and Shirahoshi makes her unable to feel any jealousy. No way, Shirahoshi, he's just too cute. Every time she saw Shirahoshi, she couldn't help but want to put Shirahoshi in her heart and love him. How could she have other ideas? This innocent, cute and timid fish-man princess is the most innocent and lovely person in the world to the Empress. Unlike her own dark history of being captured by the celestial dragons, Shirahoshi is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Perhaps knowing how precious Shirahoshi's purity is, Empress Hancock has always been the one who loves Shirahoshi the most besides Chen Yi. Not only the Empress Hancock, Shirahoshi is like a group favorite in Chen Yi's team, and is taken care of by everyone. After Hancock laughed out loud, Rayleigh also laughed. What Robin said is really interesting. Seeing Shirahoshi's face turn red instantly, Robin couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. There does seem to be something wrong with what I said. Surrounded by friendly laughter, Shirahoshi was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Okay, Robin, have you finished translating the content of the newly obtained historical text? Chen Yi changed the topic with a smile. Robin nodded. Not only did she translate the contents of the newly obtained 5 pieces of historical text, but she also discovered that the newly revealed history was surprisingly consistent with Chen Yi's guess. How could this not surprise Robin? Looking into Robin's eyes, Chen Yi shook his head slightly. Robin immediately closed his mouth. She knew that Chen Yi would never allow anyone other than her to know the content of the historical text. Although she couldn't understand this, Chen Yi must have his own reasons for doing this. Seeing Chen Yi and Robin enter the next room, Rayleigh smiled, with a trace of memory in his eyes. They are closer to the real history. Rayleigh recalled her experience of fighting side by side with Roger and finding historical texts on the sea. Today, Chen Yi has embarked on the same path as him in this regard. On this road of exploring real history, Rayleigh has lost count of how many times he has been shocked. But the impact of this real history on Rayleigh's outlook is unmatched by anything. That's the real truth. That was a blank 100 years, what happened in the end? That's the Celestial Dragons. Book of Guilt. Go and explore, you will find out how dirty this world is. Rayleigh shook her head, as if she had returned to the passionate era when they were so brilliant, and took a swig of wine. In Robin's own room, Chen Yi looked at the 5 historical texts translated by Robin into the world language of One Piece and raised his eyebrows slightly. In less than a minute, he had read the contents of these 5 historical texts. What this said was 80% similar to what he had guessed before. Robin, who was alone with Chen Yi at this time, could no longer hold back the huge doubts in his heart and asked hurriedly. Chen Yi, the giant sea kings, were they really cultivated by others? Chen Yi, the giant sea kings, were they really cultivated by others? Robin said hastily. You told me before that you speculated that the giant sea kings, and even the current giant race, are man-made, not a natural race. In these historical texts, although it does not explicitly say that the huge sea kings were created, the meaning expressed in them is this. Chen Yi, what on earth is going on? With a slight shake, the translated version of the historical text in his hand was shattered, and Chen Yi also let out a long breath. His guess was completely confirmed. When I told you all this, I was just talking freely and making random guesses. Chen Yi said. Of course, it is not an unfounded idea. Robin's eyes were focused on Chen Yi, his eyes full of desire. We all know that the world government's research and experiments on human enlargement have been going on for hundreds of years. BIGMOM, it has been determined that it was affected by the world government's human gigantism experiment that it has such a huge body shape and such a severe craving for sweetness. At the last moment of the battle, she was able to transform into a giant more than 20 meters tall, which can also prove this. Robin nodded thoughtfully, seeming to understand why Chen Yi made such a guess. You are saying that the reason why the world government conducts experiments on human giantization is because they know that this technology is real and can be done. Robin said slowly, because 800 years ago, they had seen with their own eyes that the kingdom used this technology to turn ordinary sea kings into giant sea kings and ordinary humans into giants. Quote. Chen Yi nodded. Only in this way can we explain why the world government is so keen on experiments to increase the size of human beings. During that 100 years, they waged war against the huge kingdom, hoping to seize everything. Although they defeated that kingdom and erased it from history, they didn't get what they wanted. At least, the ancient weapons Poseidon and Pluton did not fall into their hands. The technology of gigantism now seems to have been submerged in history with the disappearance of the gigantic kingdom. Hearing this, Robin's expression changed several times. Her hometown, Ohara, received the Buster call because the name of a huge kingdom was discovered in the historical text. Overnight, in the prosperous Ohara, she was the only survivor left. If Aokiji hadn't let her go, and if she hadn't met Chen Yi later, I'm afraid no one in this world would be able to understand the text of history. The purpose of world government is to completely erase all of this from history. Robin's eye circles were turning red unconsciously. After touching Robin's head, Chen Yi continued. The world government is well aware of the terrifying capabilities of that kingdom, so they have not stopped researching on giant experiments for hundreds of years. Robin, don't forget, the reason why Shirahoshi is called one of the three ancient weapons is because she has the ability to command the giant sea kings, Robin said. At this time, Robin's eyes were filled with surprise. She has completely figured out everything in this. The things mentioned in these 5 historical articles, coupled with Chen Yi's guesses, made everything smoother. Once the world government masters the technology of human enlargement without side effects, then the world government will be equivalent to possessing the ancient weapon Poseidon. Robin said. Not only that, they can also apply this technology to various creatures. If they are gathered together, it will be a weapon more terrifying than Poseidon. Speaking of this, Robin once again had new doubts in his heart. Chen Yi, why did a huge kingdom 800 years ago create something like giant sea kings? Robin asked. No matter what we get from any source, the records about the huge kingdom 800 years ago clearly show that the people of the huge kingdom have no desire for war at all. What they yearn for is fairness, harmony and harmony. Everyone can live and work in peace and contentment. Robin said. They are completely different from the current world government. Chen Yi sighed softly. Robin, technology, there is no sin. Einstein invented the mass energy equation, but people used it to make nuclear weapons. Bah, the craftsman invented the knife, which was originally meant to be a tool to make people work more efficiently, but now it is regarded as a tool. A tool for killing people. Can this be said to be the fault of the inventor? The gigantic kingdom has created gigantic technology, but it may have never thought of using it for war. Hearing this, Robin blinked and started thinking. What Chen Yi said is correct. Technology is not sinful. The only ones who are guilty are those who use technology. But, Robin raised his head, looked at Chen Yi, and asked. But Chen Yi, what is the purpose of the gigantic kingdom to make the sea kings and some humans gigantic? Why do we get so many historical texts, but none of them mention these? Because, Chen Yi smiled. He happened to know the answer to this question. Because the huge kingdom just wants to build some infrastructure. Have you not discovered that the huge sea kings are very suitable for transporting materials on the sea? And the giants, aren't they the most suitable candidates to build huge buildings? Looking at Robin, who still had some doubts in his eyes, Chen Yi touched Robin's face and said. Have you not noticed that even the Grand Line was created artificially? Besides the huge kingdom, which other force has such huge construction capabilities? Chapter 81. Besides the huge kingdom, which other force has such huge construction capabilities? Chen Yi said. With the strength of human beings 800 years ago, it is absolutely impossible to complete such a move. Robin was stunned. She didn't expect that Chen Yi would make such a guess. The Grand Line is actually man-made. How is this possible? What kind of power can create such a channel on this endless sea? However, although Robin's eyes widened with a look of disbelief, deep down in his heart, he had an intuition that what Chen Yi said was not wrong. As if he had anticipated Robin's reaction, Chen Yi smiled and said. It's just a simple speculation with no evidence. I just think the Grand Line, if it were naturally formed, would be a bit too magical. The traces of artificial creation of this waterway are still very obvious. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Luo, Chi Bin fell into deep thought. Chen Yi didn't say it, she hadn't realized it yet, but after mentioning it like this, there were indeed many unreasonable things in Grand Line. These irrationalities, due to historical reasons, have been gradually ignored by people, and they are naturally regarded as part of the eccentricity of the Grand Line. However, if you look closely at these unreasonable points, the human traces are indeed obvious. For example, many channels between islands proceed in a straight line. For example, why are the magnetic fields of some islands completely chaotic? For another example, why is the calm belt evenly distributed on both sides of the Grand Line? While Robin was thinking, Chen Yi's gentle voice, like talking to himself, attracted her attention. The end of the Grand Line, Raftel. Haha, this old dog Oda has been talking for a long time. It turns out that it is a story about a high-tech alien race that went to a remote planet to open up wasteland. The Fishmen Island outside the palace. Rayleigh is leaning against a pillar drinking. He did not go to Sabayati Archipelago to gamble as he had in the past. Instead, he drank wine slowly with a look of memory on his face. Chen Yi and Robin's discussion of historical truth reminded him of his past self. When he was young, he was also very eager for the truth of history. However, when he and Roger finally saw all the historical texts, learned the truth of history, and reached the end of the Grand Line, Raftel, everything ended. When the exploration has results, the adventurous journey ends. After taking another sip of wine, a faint smile appeared on Rayleigh's face, and the scene when they boarded Raftel, the final destination of the Grand Line, seemed to reappear in front of his eyes. That day, they drove the pirate group, braved the storm, and finally followed the clues in the historical text and saw the shadow of Raftel at the end of the sea. Rayleigh, what do you think will happen on Raftel? The moment he saw Raftel, Roger laughed loudly and patted Rayleigh on the shoulder. Although Rayleigh was excited, she curled her lips and said, "What's on Raftel is not important to me. Then what is more important to you?" Roger looked at Rayleigh and asked. In the midst of the storm, a smile appeared on Rayleigh's lips and she shouted, "The adventures these years have been very important to me. You guys are very important to me. Every day these years is very important to me. What's on Raftel is not important to me." Hearing this, Roger burst out laughing again. This laughter is unprecedented and joyful. Rayleigh, how could this be? After going through all kinds of hardships, Roger finally came to Raftel. Roger was a little distracted looking at everything on Raftel. Here, indeed, lies the most valuable treasure in the entire world. However, this is completely different from what they expected. Rayleigh, who was asked by Roger, also stared blankly at the scene in front of him and didn't speak for a long time. His face was a little pale. "Roger, is all this true? The things here can probably destroy the world," Rayleigh said. Roger nodded, seemed to have come back to his senses, and glanced at Rayleigh. The two looked at each other and saw the solemn look in each other's eyes. After a long silence, Roger suddenly said, "Rayleigh, how to choose? How do I know? You are the captain." Rayleigh glanced at Roger and rolled his eyes. Although Roger didn't say clearly what to choose, Rayleigh also understood that Roger was asking him whether to take these things out and make them public, or to completely destroy them. Rayleigh doesn't do this multiple choice question. Seeing that Rayleigh was unwilling to give his answer, Roger looked at the other partners behind them. However, these people have not yet recovered from what they saw before them. Roger turned around and smiled brightly. "Then, let's keep them here and wait for the next generation to make this choice for us. I will attract all the truly ambitious men in this sea to Raftel." After Rayleigh came back from her memories, she raised her eyelids and noticed that Chen Yi had walked up to her at some point. "Old man, what kind of memories can make you relax your guard so much? Are you really old and it's time to retire?" Chen Yi said with a smile. He had ended his discussion with Robin, but at this time Robin was still brooding over the information revealed in the historical text and his speculations, and had no intention of going out for a walk. Chen Yi just needs to step out and look around. As soon as he came out, he saw Rayleigh with dull eyes and an emotional expression. Chen Yi didn't even need to think about it, but he knew that the old man had fallen into memories again. Although Rayleigh doesn't often fall into this state of recollection, Chen Yi still saw Rayleigh like this several times during the years of studying with Rayleigh, so he was able to recognize him at a glance. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Rayleigh let out a gentle laugh and said, "If you kid really dares to take action, your head will fall off first." Chen Yi smiled and shook his head, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "As an old man, you still have to give face. Have you finished talking to Robin? How do you feel? Are you surprised?" Rayleigh asked. There was a hint of ridicule in Rayleigh's eyes, as if she wanted to see Chen Yi's depressed expression. However, to Rayleigh's disappointment, Chen Yi's mood seemed not to be affected by the content of the historical text at all. Chen Yi looked at the disappointed Rayleigh with a smile. Of course he knew Rayleigh's little thoughts. If he had not speculated based on the clues in Oda's comics, he would probably be really shocked when these historical truths were revealed in front of him. But now, they were all things that he had already guessed, so there was nothing surprising about them. Looking at Chen Yi's expression, Rayleigh sighed. This little guy couldn't bear to eat anymore, and instead he was eaten to death. At this time, Chen Yi suddenly sat next to Rayleigh. "Raftel, it's not really an alien spacecraft, is it? Oh, when the time comes, will it be destroyed or released? It's really confusing. I have a phobia of choice." Roger back then probably made that decision because he didn't know what to choose. What an irresponsible man. Rayleigh suddenly turned his head and stared at Chen Yi's face, his eyes filled with unprecedented shock. Rayleigh suddenly turned his head and stared at Chen Yi, his eyes filled with unprecedented shock. You, how could you know? Rayleigh's voice was a little hoarse, and what Chen Yi just said completely shocked him. After taking a look at Rayleigh, Chen Yi also sat down, put his hands behind his head, looked at the sky boredly and said, "How else to know? I've never been to Raftel. It can only be a guess." Rayleigh's eyes became sharp, staring at Chen Yi closely, as if he wanted to see through Chen Yi's heart. He couldn't believe that someone could guess the truth of all this and what was on Raftel. What kind of terrifying thinking is this? Even Roger only knew the truth of the world after getting all the historical texts. However, even so, when Roger arrived at Raftel, he was shocked by everything on Raftel. How could anyone possibly guess all this? As if sensing Rayleigh's shock, Chen Yi laughed happily and said, "Master, there's no need to be so shocked. I'm just a bit of a genius, so there's no need to make such a fuss." Rayleigh was silent. At this time, he had no idea what to say. Before, he would never have believed that someone could guess the truth of the world based on incomplete historical texts. But now, Rayleigh is sure that Chen Yi has never been to Raftel, but Chen Yi has indeed guessed everything. Not only that, there is something about Raftel that is not mentioned in the historical text. With the real examples in front of him, Rayleigh had to admit that Chen Yi's thinking far surpassed that of him and Roger. "I'm afraid, just the level of meticulous thinking has surpassed everyone in this world." Looking at Chen Yi, Rayleigh sighed softly and changed his eyes. The man in front of him not only had reached the pinnacle of the world in terms of combat power, but also was unparalleled in his thoroughness of thinking. In the past, Rayleigh never thought that there could be such outstanding people in the world. "Old man, stop looking. What you're looking at makes me a little creepy," Chen Yi suddenly said with a smile. Rayleigh immediately rolled his eyes, knowing that Chen Yi was playing tricks on him again. However, Rayleigh's mood suddenly became cheerful. Because he knew that Chen Yi probably already had the answer in his heart. Every time Chen Yi showed this smiling expression, it was when he felt more relaxed. After so many years of getting along, Rayleigh still knows Chen Yi very well. At this time, Chen Yi suddenly turned his head and looked at Rayleigh and said, "Aren't you curious about what choice I will make?" Rayleigh shrugged indifferently. "Not curious. That's your business, it's the business of your time." Rayleigh continued, "Our choice has been made, and our time has passed. No matter what choice you make, it has nothing to do with me. Most of my life has passed. The rest of my life is spent drinking, gambling, and occasionally helping you fight. That's all." Rayleigh suddenly laughed and said, "Besides, even if you have guessed everything now, when you get to Raftel, the things there may still shock you. That's when you really have to make a choice." Chen Yi nodded, and just as he was about to say something, the two of them saw Robin rushing out of the palace quickly, looking for something. There was a look of anxiety on her face. "Here," Chen Yi shouted. Seeing Chen Yi and Rayleigh, Robin's face instantly relaxed. He came to them in 2 or 3 steps and said directly, "Hancock just went shopping at Sabayati Archipelago and met Blackbeard." Chen Yi's face suddenly lit up. Unexpectedly, there is news about Blackbeard so soon. And it's the Sabayati Archipelago very close to here. It only takes less than an hour to get there from here. Get ready to go and take down Blackbeard." Chen Yi stood up decisively. But Robin's next words did make Kong Yi frown. "Blackbeard is accompanied by a guy named Luffy who has a bounty of 30 million. It seems that he was caught by Blackbeard." Robin said, "I don't know what Blackbeard is going to do. It's really weird to have such a little pirate by your side." Chen Yi was silent for 2 seconds and frowned. "Blackbeard captures Luffy, what else can he do? Luffy is the son of the revolutionary dragon. Wouldn't it be nice to catch the Luffy realm government and switch to Shichibukai's position?" At this time, Chen Yi suddenly thought of something and said, "Robin, contact Whitebeard and ask about Ace's current situation. If Ace gets the news that Luffy has been captured, I'm afraid even Whitebeard won't be able to hold him down." Soon, Robin's phone call to Whitebeard was connected. A minute later, Robin hung up the phone in his hand. "Ace already set off, just 2 hours ago. After learning that Blackbeard captured Luffy, Ace couldn't calm down anymore. Robin said. Chen Yi nodded calmly, having anticipated this situation. If Ace can still stay safely by Whitebeard's side like this, then he is no longer Ace. None of this will affect our operation. At most, we will pay more attention to it when the time comes. Chen Yi's voice was decisive. Let's set out and kill Blackbeard as quickly as possible. Everyone on the list will die. Have Hancock and Sabayati Archipelago keep an eye on Blackbeard and don't do anything with him. Blackbeard's fruit ability is a bit tricky for her. Robin nodded and remembered everything Chen Yi said. At this time, Rayleigh, who was watching everything, smiled and said, "Would you like me, an old man, to accompany you? I'm very familiar with Sabayati Archipelago." Chen Yi smiled and shook his head. "It's as if I'm not familiar with Sabayati Archipelago. During the years when I was learning from you, I almost lost sight of Sabayati Archipelago. 1 minute is enough to deal with Blackbeard." Chen Yi's voice was full of confidence. No one present felt wrong about Chen Yi's confidence. With his current strength, both 4 emperors were defeated in his hands. If a Blackbeard could let Chen Yi do it himself, it would be impossible for him to do anything. What a surprise. However, Rayleigh still gave a reminder. "I didn't mean Blackbeard, I was afraid you would meet the Marine Admiral. Don't beat Marine Admiral to death, otherwise. It's going to be very troublesome. Don't beat Marine Admiral to death." Hearing Rayleigh's words, Chen Yi burst out laughing. Marine Admiral, how can it be so easy to kill? Although he definitely has the strength. However, Chen Yi, who is approaching retirement, will not do anything like this to ask for trouble. "Let's go, Robin. You are here to collect all the information and arrange everything. If anything goes wrong, notify me in time." Robin nodded. "Would you like Fujitora and Enel to accompany you?" "No need, we have been in too much limelight recently. In this case, the target is too big. If we attract Marine's attention, it will be even more troublesome." Chen Yi said, "I will be back soon." Robin finally stopped saying anything. Chen Yi's words did make sense. Their pirate group has made too much noise on the sea recently. After first defeating Kaido and then annihilating the Bigmom pirates, if they all appear in the Sabayati Archipelago, I am afraid that all 3 Marine Admirals will gather in the Sabayati Archipelago in the shortest possible time. At that time, the trouble was not just as simple as killing Blackbeard. A few minutes later, under Shirahoshi's order, a small sea kings carried Chen Yi towards the Sabayati Archipelago. Sabayati Archipelago. This special area, not far from the front of the Red Line, has always been the busiest place on the Grand Line. Because if you want to go to the second half of the Grand Line, in addition to crossing the Red Line, you can only coat the ship at the Sabayati Archipelago and enter the New World from under the Red Line. Therefore, almost all pirates who want to enter the New World are gathered here. Interestingly, however, the rulers of the Sabayati Archipelago are the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons claim to be the only nobles in the world, and what the world government maintains as the Celestial Dragons rule over the world. Today's Sabayati Archipelago, a special group of pirates came. Blackbeard's gang. Blackbeard Teach, that is a character who defected from the Whitebeard pirates. Although the Tatsu group has recently caused a turmoil on the sea, there are still many people who have noticed the news that Teach betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. Such a move can only show that Teach is extremely ambitious. However, Blackbeard's group met their match in the Sabayati Archipelago. Fire Fist, Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Before Teach betrayed Whitebeard, he was a member of the 2nd Division. A war broke out between Ace and Blackbeard as soon as they met. This move shocked everyone. They did not expect that anyone would dare to engage in such a fierce battle in the Sabayati Archipelago. The sudden arrival of this battle plunged the area where the two were in into chaos. Without him, Ace's fire ability is too destructive. At this time, not far from the place where Ace and Blackbeard fought, Hancock, one of the Shichibukai empresses, was standing in a remote corner of the street, watching the battle between Ace and Blackbeard. This can be said to be the most beautiful woman in the whole world. She is dressed in a black gold snake cheongsam, which highlights her figure to the fullest. Coupled with her invincible beauty, just standing here makes this small corner of a remote street unique. Not far from Hancock, there were many pirates, looking at her feverishly. These pirates who have killed countless people always have only one method when they meet a woman they like. That's robbery. But now, facing Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world, these people only dare to think about it in their hearts and do not dare to take any action. After all, Empress Hancock, as one of the Shichibukai and the owner of Conqueror's Hockey, is absolutely top-notch in this sea. Even in the second half of the Grand Line, New World, she was able to travel smoothly. With her beauty, the reason why she can still be free now is not because of her tricks to play with men. Instead, he killed everyone who dared to attack him. It seemed that the looks in her eyes made her feel disgusted. Hancock turned her head slightly and faced the pirates who were drooling at her but did not dare to take any action. Seeing Hancock's face, the eyes of these pirates instantly turned into hearts. The next moment, Hancock faced these people with his hands in the shape of a heart. There was a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. At the same time, a pink light emitted from the hearts formed by his hands. All the pirates swept by this light instantly turned into stone. Marrow, marrow, mellow. Petrify all men who are attracted to Hancock. Only Chen Yi can look at me like this. Hancock raised his head and said proudly to the pirates who had turned into stone. But soon, Hancock's attention was once again directed to the battle between Blackbeard and Ace not far away. Hancock's brows frowned slightly. Blackbeard is Chen Yi's sure target, and she naturally knows it. Ace is Chen Yi's friend, and she knows it. The war between the two broke out so quickly, which caught her off guard. Otherwise, she can contact Ace first and wait until Chen Yi comes over to do it together. Now, I am afraid that the world government and Marine have been completely alarmed. Sabayati Archipelago, both from the world government and from the naval headquarters, is too close. But at this moment, the Empress' face suddenly darkened, and her eyes became gloomier than ever before. She saw it, celestial dragons. Sabayati Archipelago is a place ruled by celestial dragons, so naturally you have the opportunity to see celestial dragons. At this time, as the battle between Blackbeard and Ace moved on, the two were getting closer and closer to celestial dragons. Although Hancock really hopes to see the celestial dragons die in the aftermath of the battle between the two, if this is the case, Marine Admiral will arrive in the shortest possible time. Whether Ace is safe or Chen Yi wants to kill Blackbeard, it may be affected a lot. Things have been developing in an increasingly complicated direction. At this time, not far from the battle between Ace and Blackbeard, a fat celestial dragon wearing an oxygen mask was watching the two fight with a runny nose. Under him, a tall man with a collar around his neck was lying on all fours, sleeping celestial dragon's Charos. He is the humanoid mount of celestial dragon's Charos. He was originally a big pirate who dominated the sea, but once he fell into the hands of the celestial dragons, he would be treated like a beast, used as a humanoid mount, and ridden by the celestial dragons. Kill. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the fight between pirates to be so exciting. I want to capture these two guys and let them fight for me every day. Celestial Dragon's Charos had an extremely excited expression on his face, whipped the man under him, and said loudly, "Hurry, climb faster, it's not very clear here. Your Highness, it's too dangerous. We can just watch here." Beside Charos, several Marine guards tried their best to stop him. Are you kidding me? The battle ahead is between Blackbeard and Ace. It's too late to hide. Why are these stupid celestial dragons trying to get closer to Qian Jiao? Cold sweat broke out on the heads of these guards. Once something went wrong with Charos, they would all die. Snapped. Charos took out his pistol and killed the guard who had just blocked him without saying a word. I will kill anyone who dares to stop me again. A hint of dissatisfaction appeared on Charos's face, and he urged the mount beneath him again, wanting to get to the place where Ace and Blackbeard fought as soon as possible, and watch it carefully. Not only that, Celestial Dragon's Charos also shouted loudly in the direction of the two of them. You two, fight harder. That guy who can make fire, use the great fireball just now again. I love that move. As soon as he said this, both Blackbeard Teach and Ace immediately noticed Charos not far away. Ace frowned momentarily. The arrogant smile on Blackbeard's face disappeared instantly. A hint of meaning flashed in the eyes of both of them. The next moment, Ace and Blackbeard tacitly stopped attacking each other and turned to look at Celestial Dragon's Charos. Ace and Blackbeard's eyes fell on Charos at the same time. There was anger in the eyes of both of them. The two of them are fighting a life and death battle here, but this celestial dragons is watching the fun. You want Ace to play the move again just because he likes to see it. Not only the two of them, but also Hancock in the distance and Luffy, who was tied up by Blackbeard, frowned. This is definitely the most annoying behavior on the sea. It might be better if top experts were watching and commenting, but it was treated as a joke by such stupid celestial dragons. Not to mention that Blackbeard and Ace are already the top warriors in the sea, even pirates with a bounty of only tens of millions will not endure such humiliation. On this side, Charos, who was stared at by Ace and Blackbeard, immediately felt a chill. There is also a killing intent. The expression on Charles's face froze instantly, and he took a step back unconsciously. However, this step back made him feel a huge sense of humiliation in his heart. He actually backed away from this dirty low-class person across from him. Charos became angry and the expression on his face became distorted. "Kill them!" Charos roared. With this roar, all the snot from Charos's nose was sprayed out and splashed on his oxygen mask. However, at this time, Charles didn't care about this at all. Upon hearing Charos roar, the expressions of all his guards changed. "Are you kidding me? The two people in front of me are Ace and Blackbeard. Ace's bounty is close to 600 million belly. If you want to kill Ace, you must at least call in a few Marine Vice Admirals." Although the bounty status of this man named Blackbeard is unclear, it is obvious that he is capable of fighting Ace like this. Even if 5 Marine Vice Admirals come here, they may not get any benefits. If you ask them to kill these two people, doesn't that mean you're asking them to die? At this time, the only Marine Vice Admiral among the guards had sweat on his forehead. "Lord Charles, this." The Marine Vice Admiral quickly came to Charos and wanted to pull him back. "It is impossible to kill Ace and Blackbeard, so we can only take Charles to a safe place first. If he really offended these two big pirates, I'm afraid Charos wouldn't be able to survive today." However, before he could finish his words, Charos slapped him in the face. Snapped. A loud slap sounded, and the Marine Vice Admiral's expression froze on his face. He was actually slapped by someone. "Catch them both. I will use toys made of sea stone to torture them every day." Charos roared. However, at this moment, Ace's finger flicked towards Charos. Suddenly, a small flame flew out of Ace's hand and flew towards Charos at an extremely fast speed. At this time, the Marine Vice Admiral next to Charos had not yet recovered from the slap. Boom! A small flame fell on Charos' body instantly. Although the flame was small, it was extremely powerful. The moment it fell on Charos, it exploded. Charos was instantly bombarded dozens of meters away. When the smoke and dust dispersed, the oxygen mask on Charles's face was completely broken. Charos was in an extremely embarrassed state at this time. There was blood constantly escaping from his mouth and nose, and his body was completely covered in black. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. In his eyes, there were 70% fear and 30% anger. However, Ace didn't look here again after taking action. Ziahahahahaha. Blackbeard burst into laughter. "Ace, don't let this idiot affect us, you still have a chance to consider joining my pirate group," Blackbeard said with a smile. At this time, Blackbeard was also in an extremely embarrassed state. Although his dark fruit could absorb other devil fruit's moves, the pain he felt on his body was doubled. Ace's strength is also very strong. Zihahahaha. "Ace, as long as you join my pirate group, I can let Luffy go," Blackbeard said. Ace's expression became even more ugly. Blackbeard's words were completely insulting to him. BJFB. How could he be with this traitor? "Stop dreaming, Teach, I will definitely unscrew your head with my own hands today," Ace said coldly. Ace walked towards Blackbeard step by step, his hands and back igniting strong flames again. Teach grinned and looked at Ace walking towards him, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Then, he laughed and said, "Then there is no other way, Ace, let me show you the true strength of my dark fruit. After more than 20 years in the Whitebeard Pirates, I finally got what I dreamed of, and that is dark fruit." Another violent collision broke out between the two, and nearby streets and buildings were completely destroyed by the killing wave. On Hancock's side, his brows furrowed more and more. "Charos is attacked by Ace. I'm afraid the Marine Admiral will arrive soon." Once the Marine Admiral arrives, the battle between Ace and Blackbeard will inevitably be forcibly terminated. However, Ace may not be able to escape the pursuit of Marine Admiral. Not only Ace, but also Blackbeard and Luffy are all going to be caught. Once Blackbeard is caught by Marine, it will not be easy for them to kill Blackbeard. What Hancock didn't know was that even if Blackbeard was caught by Marine, it would be even easier for Chen Yi to kill Blackbeard than it is now. Because that might not require him to do it himself. Sengoku, of course, will kill Blackbeard. Just when Hancock was struggling, a familiar voice sounded behind her. Hancock, what's going on now? Hancock's face instantly turned red. Her heart also became excited for a moment. This voice was too familiar to her. It is Chen Yi. Turning around, Hancock saw Chen Yi standing not far behind her, looking at her with a smile. Hancock covered her heart with both hands, and she felt like her heart was about to jump out of her body. Blackbeard and Ace are already fighting. Hancock's voice stuttered a little. Facing Chen Yi, she really lost herself completely. Also, they have affected the celestial dragons. I'm afraid the Marine Admiral will be arriving soon, Hancock said. Hearing this, Chen Yi frowned, took Hancock's hand, and jumped to the roof of the building next to him. At this moment, all the pirates nearby noticed the figures of Chen Yi and Hancock. The expressions on the faces of these pirates suddenly became horrified. The fifth emperor, Chen Yi, is also here at Sabayati Archipelago. No, the title fifth emperor is no longer applicable. The previous 5 emperors of the sea, Bigmom, have died in the hands of Chen Yi, and Kaido has almost fallen from the throne. Now the pattern of 4 emperors has been restored on the sea. Chen Yi, with his undisputed strength, has secured the throne of 4 emperors. While these pirates were watching in shock, they also had a doubt in their hearts. That's why Chen Yi, who is vaguely the strongest among the 4 emperors, appears in Sabayati Archipelago at this time. It's still when Ace and Blackbeard fight. You must know that after the battle between Wangguo and Bigmom, the traces of Chen Yi completely disappeared in the sea. No one knows where he went after ending the War of All Nations. Many pirates who want to join his command can't find Chen Yi. Now, Chen Yi appears in Sabayati Archipelago. This is no ordinary place. The rulers here are the Celestial Dragons. Very close to the Red Line and naval headquarters. Coupled with the injury to Celestial Dragons just now, Marine Admiral may be here soon. At this moment, countless pirates quietly retreated and left the vicinity. If Marine Admiral really arrives, then a fierce war will definitely break out between him and Chen Yi. Marine support will soon arrive. By then, even if they want to leave here, they won't be able to. Standing on the roof of a tall building, Chen Yi's observation hockey was also laid out, and he instantly gained insight into the current situation. Empress Hancock stood behind him, her admiring eyes almost never leaving Chen Yi's figure. At this time, Chen Yi couldn't help but frown after figuring out the current situation. The battle between Ace and Blackbeard was not bad. The problem is that the Celestial Dragons over there, and the Marine soldiers around him, are already calling for Admiral's arrival. This is really getting a bit troublesome. Hancock, are you confident in holding off Marine Admiral for 20 seconds? Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Hancock smiled and said, 20 seconds is too small to underestimate me. If I go all out, I can still do it in 2 minutes. At this moment, Hancock's eyes erupted with strong confidence, and his whole aura changed, glowing with a strong sense of heroism. Although she is famous for her beauty, don't forget that she is also the Emperor of Kuji Island and one of the Shichibukai. The only people on the sea who have awakened Conqueror's haki. How could such a person be weak in strength? Her taijutsu and haki use are not weaker than anyone else. The fruit's ability is even more difficult to guard against. Then, try your best to resolve the matter here before Admiral arrives. Chen Yi said with a smile, and his figure disappeared on the roof in an instant. The Empress smiled, followed Chen Yi, and disappeared. At this time, Blackbeard and Ace are fighting to a critical moment. Ace's most powerful attack, Entei, has been neutralized by Blackbeard using Dark Fruit's ability, and he is already overwhelmed. The smile on Blackbeard's face became more and more proud. I originally thought that I could only catch Luffy, the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Lung, but now it seems that he will even catch the son of Roger, the Pirate King. Now, I can exchange for more things from the world government. Such a harvest is far beyond what a shichibukai can compare with. Zihahahaha, Ace, you brought this to your door yourself, so don't blame me for being rude. Blackbeard laughed. However, at this time, Chenyi and Hancock appeared beside Blackbeard. The expression on Blackbeard's face froze instantly. As a former member of the Whitebeard Pirates, he naturally knows the relationship between Chenyi and Whitebeard, and the relationship between Chenyi and Ace. Almost in an instant, Blackbeard's heart sank. This is one of the strongest men in the entire world. A man who can kill even Bigmom. The most terrifying monster of this era. Blackbeard knows very well that with his current strength, it is impossible to defeat Chenyi. Even if I have to support Chenyi for a minute, I'm afraid I can't do it. 0. Blackbeard made an instant decision, and gave up Ace decisively almost the moment Chenyi appeared beside him. Then he turned and ran. Being aware of current affairs has always been Blackbeard's greatest strength. However, in front of Chenyi, even if he wanted to escape, it was not something that ordinary people could do. Almost no one could see Chenyi's movements clearly. Blackbeard was already lying on the ground. Blackbeard's entire body had turned into the shape of a shrimp, curled up on the ground, and instantly lost the ability to move. One punch. With just one punch, no one could see Chenyi's movements clearly. Blackbeard, who was inextricably fighting with Ace, was knocked to the ground. Blackbeard felt like his intestines were about to break. Seeing this scene, the other pirates who were still paying attention to the situation here were instantly stunned. The other members of the Blackbeard pirate group were also frightened and stood on the spot. Everyone knows that for Emperor's Chenyi is so powerful that he is heaven-defying, but this is the first time that he can feel how powerful he is so close and intuitively. What kind of monster 3 is this? Just when Chenyi punched Blackbeard down, Ace, who was already out of strength, was also supported by the Empress Hancock who appeared with Chenyi. In this life and death battle with Blackbeard, Ace still had the upper hand at the beginning. But when Blackbeard's Dark Fruit ability was activated, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Dark Fruit's ability is a complete nemesis for Logia Devil Fruit users. Stop it, Ace, you are no longer a match for Blackbeard who has Dark Fruit. Go save your brother, and leave Blackbeard to me. Withdrawing his fist, Chenyi said calmly. At this moment, Ace's expression was also a little surprised. He did not expect that at this critical moment, Chenyi would appear as 073. Smiling at Chenyi, Ace said, Chenyi, you saved me again. When you have free time, go to Father Whitebeard's place for a drink. This time, we, the Whitebeard Pirates, owe you another favor. Ace didn't say many words of thanks to Chenyi, but the gratitude in his eyes was clearly evident. Whether it is him personally, or the relationship between Whitebeard and Chenyi, there is no need to be too unfamiliar. Ace knew very well that if Chenyi hadn't appeared, he would have been defeated by Blackbeard. Once he loses, it's impossible to end well in the Sabayati archipelago. Chenyi saved his life again, and the Whitebeard Pirates owe Chenyi another favor. It is absolutely real. Chenyi smiled nonchalantly, but Chenyi didn't think it was anything. Blackbeard, he was meant to be killed. Saving Ace was just a matter of course, and it was better to catch up. In addition, he still has something to ask Whitebeard for, so naturally he cannot let the Summit War in the comics happen again. Chenyi looked at Blackbeard who was curled up on the ground, and his eyes became cold. For a while, it was impossible for Blackbeard to stand up. After eating Dark Fruit, I already felt the pain more clearly. He still knew very well how much force he used in that punch just now. In other words, Blackbeard's body is relatively strong, otherwise, this punch would be enough to open a big hole in his body. The pirates around who had not completely left here were all sighing in their hearts. Such a big thing had already been ended by Chenyi just after he appeared. With one punch, the former member of Four Emperors Whitebeard was beaten to the ground, unable to stand up. You must know that although Blackbeard was not famous before this, but just now, it was obvious that he could defeat Ace. Ace is Whitebeard's 2nd Division captain. He is very powerful and famous. But such a powerful man in the eyes of ordinary pirates can only be easily punched by Chenyi. However, people also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be good for this matter to end quickly. At least, the appearance of Chenyi minimized the impact of this incident. With Chen Yi's current strength, I'm afraid Marine would give him a face and not dare to fight with him. If such a powerful man, Marine's highest combat power, Marine Admiral, appeared, he would probably be killed if he really annoyed Chen Yi. Everyone believes that Chen Yi has such real actions. Once the situation calms down, it will naturally not affect their coating of the pirate ship. For a time, the atmosphere on Sabayati Archipelago became relaxed, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even a little happy, because they saw Chen Yi with their own eyes and saw how powerful this man was. However, at this moment, a voice full of joy made everyone stunned for a moment. Chen Yi, you are here. Get these two guys. That guy with the whole body on fire dared to hit me. I must put an explosive collar on him and have a good time. Chen Yi, do it quickly. People looked towards the direction where the sound came from. It was none other than Celestial Dragon's Charles, who was defeated by Ace before. It's just that now, Charles no longer looked as frightened as he had just been scared by Ace, but looked like he had a backer, and that arrogant and domineering expression appeared on his face again. Only, at this time, Marine Admiral has not arrived. Who is his backer? Thinking of what Charles Ross said just now, people's expressions became extremely exciting. What he just ordered, Ren. People suspected that they heard wrongly, but after looking at each other, they all saw the confusion on the other person's face. Chen Yi is the most popular emperor of the sea. Is Charles's mind blown out of his mind? How could he give orders to Chen Yi? However, it was not just the pirates who were watching from a distance who realized that this sentence was wrong. When Charles said the first sentence, a strange color flashed in Blackbeard's eyes, and the expression on his face was as if he had discovered something new. Ace was also stunned for a moment and looked at Chen San with some confusion. You Chen Yi. Chen Yi's face was expressionless. But Hancock, who was standing next to Chen Yi, took a step back involuntarily. She knew that Chen Yi like this was his most terrifying state. Expressionless face, cold eyes. When Chen Yi was furious to the point of ultimate rage, there was no anger or murderous intent on his body, just like a cold ice cube. But when he actually starts to take action, a violent storm of murderous intent and rage will rush towards the opponent like a stormy sea. At this time, Charles didn't realize that he had revealed a huge secret, and he still looked extremely arrogant. Chen Yi, what are you doing standing there in a daze? Have you forgotten your body? Charles's words came to an abrupt end. Because his throat has been tightly clamped by Chen Yi's hands. Charles's face turned red instantly. At this moment, an orange light flashed and a figure appeared next to Charles. Marine's highest combat power, Marine Admiral, Kizaru, is finally here. Chen Yi's terrifying murderous intent burst out instantly. How did you know? How did you know? Chen Yi's voice was not loud, and only Charles, who was being held in his hand, could hear it, but the cold tone in the voice made Charles tremble again. To Charles Ross, this sound sounded like it was coming from hell. And the Marine undercover carrying him in front of him is completely like a demon who walked out of hell. Charles was so frightened that he could not speak a word. He didn't understand that as a noble celestial dragons, he was attacked by pirates here. Shouldn't he, a Marine undercover, have to protect himself? At this time, Chen Yi was holding Charles with one hand, and the other hand was clenched tightly into a fist. The look in his eyes was complex to an unprecedented level. Even more complicated than that day when Sengoku asked him to be an undercover agent. There is anger, there is doubt, there is disappointment. Chen Yi doesn't know why a stupid celestial dragon knows his identity. Moreover, he could reveal his identity in front of so many people. It seems that his identity is a Marine undercover, and that he has been lurking in life and death for so many years, are like a joke. Where are the real fools in this world? Just by relying on Charles's 2 words today, people are enough to guess his true identity. If he hadn't been so powerful now, if he were another undercover agent, once his identity was exposed, he might not survive the next day. For undercover agents, if their identities are revealed, big trouble awaits them. Even Chen Yi now is facing huge troubles. The people on the sea are absolutely intolerable, and a Marine undercover becomes their emperor. Everyone will temporarily unite to target Chen Yi until Chen Yi dies on the sea. Not even his friends and companions can escape this help. In fact, Chen Yi never thought that such a day would come. But if a thoughtful person discovered his identity through his own abilities, Chen Yi would not have such a big reaction, but would admire the other person's ability. But now, Charles casually reveals his identity, treating his identity as Chen Yi and his years of hard work as a trifle, and even treating his life as a trifle. This kind of behavior, Chen Yi will never accept it. However, at this moment, an orange light flashed through, and a figure appeared in the field. Marine Admiral Kizaru. The three Marine Admirals are known as the Marine's highest combat power. On weekdays, Kizaru always has drooped eyebrows and looks listless, as if nothing can arouse his interest. But now, his expression is very solemn. Because celestial dragons are being held by Chen Yi. Celestial dragons, but absolutely nothing can go wrong. He has been going to sea less and less in the past 2 years, and is instead stationed at naval headquarters because the task of protecting the celestial dragons fell on him. You must know that once the celestial dragons are offended, the Admiral of Headquarters will use all its military power to protect the celestial dragons. Kizaru looked at Chen Yi in front of him. How could this guy appear in Sabayati Archipelago? How could Kizaru's face improve? If any other pirates had offended the celestial dragons, he wouldn't have the headache he does now. Chen Yi is a monster that even killed Bigmom. Among the 4 emperors, there are already faint signs of reaching the summit. Kizaru's fighting power was so strong that he had no intention of fighting Chen Yi. What made Kizaru's eyelids twitch crazily was why Chen Yi's face was so ugly. Kizaru looked around and immediately noticed something was wrong. Why are everyone's expressions so weird? In the end, what happened? Celestial dragons are so stupid. How did they get Chen Yi into such a situation? You must know that as a Marine Admiral, this is not the first time Dong Yuan has met Kong Shi. It can even be said that he and Chen Yi are relatively familiar opponents. In the early years, when Chen Yi first emerged on the sea, his main task was not to station at the naval headquarters and maintain the safety of the celestial dragons, but to be on the sea. A few years ago, the one who caused Chen Yi the most trouble was Kizaru. The most dangerous time was when Kizaru forced Chen Yi into a desperate situation. If Sengoku hadn't come out and interfered, allowing Chen Yi to escape, there would probably be no Chen Yi in the sea now. However, even in that situation, Kizaru had never seen Chen Yi's expression so ugly. Although they are opponents and enemies, Kizaru also has a hint of appreciation for Chen Yi. He has been in desperate situations countless times, but every time, he can face it with a smile. It can even be said that Kizaru had predicted the day that Chen Yi would become 4 emperors a few years ago. Although Chen Yi's performance far exceeded his expectations. Not only did he sit on the throne of the 4 emperors, he also defeated Kaido head-on and killed Bigmom. Such a monster now came to Sabayati Archipelago and caused such a thing. Kizaru felt like his head was going to explode. What on earth did this stupid celestial dragons do to provoke Chen Yi to have such a strong murderous intention? Chen Yi, put it down, Kizaru said. However, before he finished speaking, he was directly interrupted by Chen Yi. Kizaru, give you a chance to shut up. Chen Yi's tone was full of coldness and intransigence. Whoever dares to talk to Marine Admiral like this is probably the only one in this sea. Kizaru's next words were suddenly stuck in his throat. He originally wanted to calm down, but now he found that Chen Yi didn't give this face at all. Is there no way to be kind anymore? Kizaru frowned, and although his eyes were solemn, he became much calmer. If anyone who is familiar with Kizaru sees this scene, they will know that this Marine Admiral, a user with sparkling fruit ability, is ready to take action at any time. As a Marine Admiral, Kizaru cannot just let Chen Yi act unscrupulously in the Sabayati Archipelago. Even if the opponent is the most powerful monster in the sea. However, Charos's expression changed because of Kizaru's arrival. The fear on his face completely dissipated. With the arrival of Marine Admiral, Charos seemed to have found a life-saving straw. Kizaru, kill this guy. Charos screamed. World government doesn't need undercover agents like him. Hearing this, Kizaru not only did not take action, but looked at Chen Yi suddenly, completely shocked. What did he say? After hearing what Charos said, Kizaru was completely shocked. Undercover. What did he say? Chen Yi is an undercover agent of the world government. Kizaru was in a trance. He had never thought of this possibility even in his dream. Chen Yi, but now the new four emperors. He is actually an undercover agent of the world government. Kizaru subconsciously did not doubt what Charos said, because such an idiot had no idea of framing him in his mind. Coupled with Chen Yi's sudden murderous intention. At this moment, Kizaru finally understood why Chen Yi was so furious. The undercover identity was revealed so casually, and several years of hard work were in vain. If it had been him, Kizaru, he would have completely lost control. Many things in Kizaru's heart were connected at this moment. Why did Marshal Sengoku suddenly appear when he chased Chen Yi into a desperate situation, seemingly to help, but in fact Chen Yi was able to take the opportunity to escape? Why, all the time, even if Chen Yi had a head-on conflict with Marine, it would rarely cause Marine casualties? Why, Chen Yi has been launching wars like four emperors one after another recently? Why, before Chen Yi provoked the Four Emperors' War, Marine had already made intensive preparations? Why is the atmosphere here so weird? All because Chen has always been a member of Marine. Even though he has now become the Emperor of the Sea, he has not changed his mind. But now, his identity was revealed by celestial dragons so casually. How could Chen Yi feel better? This is simply treating his life and everything as child's play. Kizaru's expression was extremely complicated, and the way he looked at Chen Yi had completely changed. As a Marine Admiral, if you think about it for a moment, you can realize how much Chen Yi has done for Marine in the past 10 years. How many life and death crises have we experienced? You can also imagine how difficult Chen Yi's life has been over the past 10 years. Even more than them, Marine Admiral bears more pressure. Behind them, Marine Admiral also has the support of Marine and world government, but an undercover agent like Chen Yi is developing alone on the sea. But even so, he has still become the behemoth he is now. In Kizaru's heart, it is impossible not to admire him. I also feel wronged and unworthy for Chen Yi. However, at this time, it was not just Kizaru who was shocked. The entire Sabayati archipelago, the area where a few people were located, was so quiet that you could hear the falling leaves. Everyone's jaws hit the ground. All the eyes flew several meters away, and the eyes of some people who were relatively close to each other even hit each other. However, they no longer care about such small things. Charles Rose's words completely subverted their three views. It also answered their doubts just now. Why did Charles order Chen Yi? Because Chen Yi turned out to be Marine's undercover. One becomes an undercover agent of the Four Emperors. At this moment, everyone was shocked beyond words by the sudden big news. There is no way to express their current mood. Compared with the shock this news brought to them, the news a few days ago that Chen Yi first beat Kaido and then killed Bigmom seemed extremely normal. People finally understood why Chen Yi started wars with the Four Emperors one after another. All along, the Four Emperors have maintained a relatively stable relationship. They do not influence each other and rarely cooperate. They just guard their own territory and plan what they want to do. Until Chen Yi appeared. Until Chen Yi became the new Emperor of the Sea, the fifth Emperor, the balance between the Four Emperors and the situation on the sea were instantly destroyed. Countless people speculated on the reason why Chen Yi did this, but no one thought that the truth would be like this. But if Chen Yi is Marine, then all of this has a perfect explanation. At this time, not far behind Chen Yi, Ace was also completely stunned. He looked at Chen Yi's back blankly, his face full of confusion. His idol of all time, one of the emperors of the sea, turned out to be from Marine. Ace was not prepared for this sudden change. Empress Hancock's expression, although shocked, was more distressed. No matter what identity Chen Yi is, it will not change her feelings for Chen Yi. People appeared by her side when she was most helpless. At that time, she had just escaped from the hands of the Red Line Celestial Dragons. It was Chen Yi who, together with Rayleigh, sent her back to Nine Snakes Island and taught her to face the future positively. The man in front of her is her life. If he is a pirate, then she will be a pirate. If he is a Marine, then she will also be a Marine. No matter how the world changes, no matter what happens, she, Hancock, will stand firmly by this man's side. However, at this time, Chen Yi finally spoke. I'd better ask that guy Sengoku. Kizaru's expression changed instantly when he heard this. From Chen Yi's voice, He heard incomparable decisiveness and determination, as well as a completely unrestrained killing intent. Kizaru instantly understood that Chenyi might be moving. After so many years of contact, Kizaru still has a little understanding of Chenyi's character. However, Charlos must not die. Especially, you can't die in Chenyi's hands. Once Chenyi kills the celestial dragons, not even Marine Marshal Sengoku can save him. Chenyi, no matter how much he does for the world government, he will still be wanted by the world government. Coupled with the exposure of the undercover identity, Chenyi no longer has a foothold in the sea. It is impossible for the unruly pirates to allow an undercover marine who has secretly done so many things for marine to continue to live on this sea. Good Wang Zhao kill the celestial dragons, Chenyi will become the enemy of the whole world. Kizaru's face changed wildly. At this time, he was no longer protecting the celestial dragons, but felt worthless for Chenyi. Don't do it, Kizaru burst out. Chenyi, do you want to be the enemy of the whole world? This. As he spoke, Kizaru's entire body turned into an orange flash, trying to snatch celestial dragons' Charos from Chenyi's hands. However, even if Kizaru is a marine admiral, how can he move faster than Chenyi, who has already made a decision? Almost the moment Kizaru took action, a clear sound of bone fractures rang in everyone's ears. Chenyi pinched Charles Rose's neck. The next moment, Kizaru flew out and hit countless houses. Chenyi casually threw the dead Charos aside and looked at Kizaru. An enemy of the whole world. So what? Chenyi's tone is so cold. Just when such big news broke out in Sabayati Archipelago. Sengoku returned to naval headquarters. However, Sengoku's face was covered with a layer of gloom. Crane Vice Admiral has been waiting in Sengoku's office, waiting for the news Sengoku brings back. As soon as he saw Sengoku coming back, Crane Vice Admiral grabbed Sengoku's arm and asked eagerly. How about it? What did the world government say? Chenyi is still required to snatch the red-haired Pluton. Crane Vice Admiral's eyes were full of worry. Pluton, that is one of the 3 great weapons in ancient times. It is so powerful that it cannot be resisted by an individual's strength. In addition, the red-haired guy is definitely not a vegetarian. With red hair and a configuration like Pluton, it is definitely not something that a certain pirate group or individual can touch. Even they, Marine, didn't dare to start a conflict with Hong easily. Fortunately, the red hair has always been relatively honest and has no special ambitions. However, Vice Admiral he couldn't figure out why the world government suddenly asked Chenyi to deal with the red hair. If you want to deal with the red hair, you must muster the strength of the entire world government to withstand Pluton's attack. Therefore, after careful consideration, Sengoku went to world government, hoping to renegotiate this matter. The distance between the world government headquarters and the naval headquarters is not far. Within half a day, Sengoku was back. Sengoku, whose arm was grabbed by Crane Vice Admiral, looked even more gloomy. World government, Sengoku spoke, his voice a little hoarse. The world government dismissed my suggestion. Hearing this, Lord Crane's body shook uncontrollably twice. However, the next moment, anger burst out in Crane Vice Admiral's eyes. The world government still insists on asking Chenyi to deal with the red hair. What's the difference between this and letting Chenyi die? Vice Admiral he said sternly, I will never agree to let Chenyi do this. Sengoku sighed heavily, feeling as if a huge mountain was weighing on his heart. Maybe I shouldn't have let Chenyi be this undercover agent BJFB back then. But immediately, Sengoku raised his head again, his eyes filled with determination. He seemed to have made some decision in his heart. Don't worry, Crane. Sengoku's tone was filled with strength again. I will resist this matter to the death. I will never send my child to death with my own hands. At the door of Sengoku's office, a tall figure was leaning against the wall. With this person's status, even if he smashed Sengoku's office to pieces, no one would dare to say no. None other than Marine hero, Garp. With Marshal Sengoku, Chief Staff Officer he, and Liu Cheng, the Marine Iron Triangle. Like Sengoku, it is Marine's true sea-fixing needle. At this time, the normally cheerful Marine hero had a rare formal and serious look on his face. A sigh sounded in the corridor. This sigh contained unclear and complex emotions. Holy Land Mariajoy. As the seat of the five elders, the highest authority in the world government, the atmosphere here is always quiet and serious. However, today, something very unusual, people came here one after another. Each one of them is a famous figure on this sea. However, some people represent absolute justice, while others represent viciousness and cruelty. Looking at the three people and palace guards in front of them, they were extremely shocked. How dare these three people come to the headquarters of world government? What's even weirder is that the five people in power actually allowed them to enter the palace. Seeing these three people walking into the palace, the expressions of the palace guards were already hard to see. There was an extremely bad premonition in his heart. Otherwise, there would never be so many important people on the sea coming here in one day. On weekdays, I don't see anyone visiting five elders for a month. Especially, Marine Marshal Sengoku had just arrived in the morning. After Sengoku entered the palace, an unprecedented fierce quarrel soon broke out there. It is hard to imagine how Marshal Sengoku, who has always been extremely stable and is known as the resourceful general, could be so out of control. However, not long after Sengoku left here, the Holy Land of Mariajoy welcomed a second wave of visitors. Three extremely vicious pirates. The two guards couldn't help but look at each other, and both saw the solemnity and worry in each other's eyes. I'm afraid something really big is about to happen on this sea. In the palace where the five elders are located, the five old men are still sitting in their seats with disdain. The three new visitors were standing in the middle of the palace, each with different postures. Phew foo 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 foo. The three figures standing in the middle looked at the five people in front of them and said with a smile, "You five old men are not dead yet, then this cooperation must be in line with your taste." After hearing this, the expressions of the five elders did not change at all. Only the bald man holding a sword among them stretched out three fingers and said, "Dover, you only have 3 minutes. If we don't arouse our interest, none of the three of you will be able to get out alive." Among the three people who came to the palace, the one who spoke was Doflamingo. Once upon a time celestial dragons. One of the former giants of underground dark forces. A man who has been devastated by Chen Yi. On both sides of him stood people with even more terrifying identities. 4 emperors Kaido, and rumored to be dead, 4 emperors Bigmom. Those who came to the Holy Land Mariajoy to meet with the five elders were Doflamingo, Kaido and Bigmom, who were targeted by Chen Yi in the past few days. However, the current Bigmom does not seem to be as powerful as before. There was a red line on her body, starting from her forehead and going downwards. This is the mark where she was split in half by Chen Yi a few days ago. Not completely healed yet. Not only that, her figure has also become much thinner, and she looks more like an old witch than before. Her eyes were also a little depressed. Obviously, although Chen Yi failed to kill her completely, he also caused huge trauma to her that is difficult to recover from. This is also the soul fruit ability user Bigmom. If it had been anyone else, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. The soul fruit is the fruit with the weirdest abilities in the world. Even though Chen Yi tried her best to force her trump card, she still survived. Phew, foo, foo, foo. This time, the content of the cooperation is about Chen Qian. Doflamingo spoke again, and this time, as soon as he spoke, he attracted the attention of the five elders. Seeing the change in five elders' eyes, the smile on Doflamingo's face became even more exaggerated. This time, he made the right bet. Although as a former celestial dragons, he can get the opportunity to talk to the five elders, but with his current status, if he cannot arouse the interest of the five elders, I am afraid that he will not be able to get out alive, just like what these 5 old guys said. Here. Doflamingo knew very well that even if he brought Kaido and Bigmom, it was impossible to compete with the 5 old men in front of him. If you dare to resist, you will only die more miserably. We can only achieve our goals through cooperation. In other words, at the cost of becoming a knife in the hands of the 5 elders to bring down Chen Yi. Now, he clearly felt that after he just said those words, the eyes of the 5 elders had changed. Became interested. The matter of Chen Yi being Marine's undercover agent has already come to this point. There is no need for you to deny it. Doflamingo smiled and said, I think you are also thinking about how to deal with this guy. I'm afraid that this guy Chen Yi is so powerful and his understanding of history is far beyond your imagination. With the way you work, you must be thinking of ways to get rid of him. Phew, foo, 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 foo. Doflamingo burst into laughter again. We're here to talk about this matter. Sabayati Archipelago. Celestial Dragons Charos, who had revealed Chen Yi's identity, had his neck broken by Chen Yi and was thrown aside. Kizaru was unable to grab it by force and was kicked thousands of meters away by his long legs. At this moment, Chen Yi's aura was too cold. Anyone present could feel the endless anger in Chen Yi's body. However, the Marines present became at a loss. Most of them are not only at a loss, but also doubt their own views. The most powerful pirate in the world, Chen Yi, is actually one of our own. He is also a member of their marine and their companion. But this one of his own killed the celestial dragons who revealed their identity. He also had a conflict with Admiral Kizaru. They don't even know who to aim the knife in their hands right now. Chen Yi. After knowing Chen Yi's true identity, they were unwilling to target this man anymore. Being able to do this as an undercover agent, they can think with their toes how much suffering this man has suffered. How could they bear to target such a companion? Although he had just killed the celestial dragons, among Marines, those who reveal the identity of the undercover will always be killed quickly. Not to mention Chen Yi, even they, looking at the dead celestial dragons Charos, wanted to punch a few more holes in his body. Every undercover agent paid with blood and tears, putting his life on the line of life and death. They have no support and no resources. Some of them just hang their heads on their belts, just so that their companions in the rear can get the latest news and save fewer lives in the next battle. The final outcome of such people is that they die in unknown corners of the sea, and even their bodies cannot be found. For Chen Yi to be able to reach this point, the dangers he experienced and the blood and tears he paid must have exceeded their imagination. It was at this time that these marine soldiers understood why the 5th Emperor Chen Yi, after just finishing defeating Kaido, kept looking for trouble with Bigmom in such a short period of time. All this has been explained. However, Chen Yi's identity was so easily leaked by Charles Ross in front of so many pirates. It is simply treating the life of the undercover as a trivial matter. It would be a pity to die for Charles Ross, who revealed his identity. No one present was willing to point their weapons at Chen Yi. However, at this time, Chen Yi looked at these marine soldiers. You are the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, right? Chen Yi's eyes fell on a marine and he said softly. Yes. Yes, Mr. Chen Yi. The person who was looked at by Chen Yi was stunned for a moment, but immediately responded to Chen Yi with a marine salute. Assemble all the marine soldiers here to surround and kill everyone present. All pirates, don't let anyone go. Chen Yi's voice was completely decisive and determined. Yes, Chen Yi's response was a crisp one without any hesitation. The next moment, a uniform voice sounded, and all the marine soldiers behind the Marine Vice Admiral all faced Chen Yi and gave a marine salute in unison. Standard, uncompromising, marine gift. Their eyes showed respect and obedience from the bottom of their hearts. Although Chen Yi has no level among marine, or in other words, they don't know Chen Yi's level. But in this matter, they are completely willing to obey Chen Yi's command. Just because, this man is worth two. Chapter 91. After giving the marine salute to Chen Yi, all nearby marines took action. The target is none other than the pirates who are watching nearby. After hearing such a crucial secret, we must capture all of these people as much as possible. If there are only one or two fish that slip through the net, there is still a possibility of making amends for this matter. However, these pirates moved extremely fast. When Chen Yi said the order, they immediately began to flee crazily. This day was so exciting. They were originally happy and honored to see Chen Yi take action, but the next moment they were stunned by the news that Chen Yi was Marine. Now, Chen Yi is commanding Marine to hunt them down. This kind of thing would have been impossible to dream of just a few minutes ago. Now that they have reacted, how can they stupidly stay where they are at? One by one, they ran faster than rabbits. They knew very well that even if they could defeat these marine soldiers, they would never be able to defeat Chen Yi. When Chen Yi personally started clearing the place, they really couldn't leave. At this time, Chen Yi, after giving Marine the order, turned slightly to look at Hancock. Hancock, take Ace and Luffy and go back to the Fishmen Island. Chen Yi said. Hearing this, Hancock nodded. Although she really wanted to be by Chen Yi's side, she also knew at this time that not causing trouble to Chen Yi would be the best help to Chen right pointing arrow. This matter will definitely not end so easily. Even this is just the beginning. Stupid celestial dragons Charos actually knew Chen Yi's identity. This matter must not be that simple. There may be something wrong within marine or world government. If Chen is not given a satisfactory explanation, this matter may not be possible. Plus Chen Yi has now killed Charles Ross. Hancock's eyes were full of worry. If this matter is not handled well, I'm afraid Chen Yi will really go to the point of becoming the enemy of the whole world. However, even if he does get to that point, Hancock, will still be by his side. Hancock's eyes became firm and decisive. However, at this time, Ace also spoke. Chen Yi, if necessary, I will be there at any time and under any circumstances. Ace's expression has returned to sunshine. In his opinion, although this incident shocked him, it was not too complicated. Regardless of whether Chen Yi is a marine or a pirate, the friendship between him and Whitebeard, as well as Marco and Chen Yi are all real. It will not change because of a change in position. Although Father Whitebeard and Marco don't know the news yet, Ace is sure that if they knew the news, the decision they would make would be the same as his. Friendship is friendship, and differences in stances do not affect the relationship between them. When it's time to drink together, then drink together. When it's time to fight side by side, then fight side by side. Of course, if one day we have to fight with swords, then everyone will definitely not show any mercy for the persistence in their hearts. This is the free spirit of the sea. Looking at Ace, Chen Yi nodded. He was not surprised by Ace's decision. If you can't even figure this out, then you're not Ace. Go ahead, let me finish the matters here first. If the world government doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation. Chen Yi smiled softly and looked in the direction of Kizaru. It means being an enemy of the world, so what? Kizaru, who had already stood up, frowned. He sighed softly. With Chen Yi's character, this matter might not be a good one. Chen Yi, you killed the celestial dragons, the process still has to go through. Kizaru said softly. Hearing this, Chen Yi sneered and said, process, world government process. Regarding my identity, world government, why don't we pay attention to the process? Charos, you are not qualified to know my identity at all. Chen Yi's eyes became sharp and he walked towards Kizaru step by step. What you call the process means you are going to tie me up, take me to the Holy Land Mariajoy, and let me be slaughtered by the 5 elders. Brox, try it. Before he finished speaking, Chen Yi's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Kizaru turned around almost at the same time, raised his leg and kicked it towards his side and behind. His feet have turned into a flash of light. With the strength of his Marine Admiral and the power of observation hockey, the moment Chen Yi disappeared, he had already seen his next move. However, Chen Yi did appear behind him, but Chen Yi's hands were completely dark. The strongest armament hockey in the sea appears again. Snapped. Chen Yi's hands firmly grasped Kizaru's leg that was kicking towards his head. That yellow flash of light wiped Chen Yi's face and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, Chen Yi pulled his hands back, and Kizaru's figure moved uncontrollably in the direction of Chen Yi. Chen Yi's power is so powerful that even the giants cannot match it. How could Kizaru resist? At the same time, Chen Yi raised his foot and kicked Kizaru hard in the stomach. Cough. A mouthful of blood immediately came out of Kizaru's mouth. The moment they fought, Marine Admiral Kizaru was immediately at a disadvantage. Everyone who noticed this scene trembled in their hearts. Chen Yi is so powerful. Kizaru, we haven't fought each other for so many years, haven't you made any progress at all? Chen Yi's tone is full of sarcasm. In the palace where the 5 elders are, Doflamingo, Kaido, and Bigmom have already left. These 5 old men all had their eyes closed and their brows furrowed slightly, as if they were thinking about something. In the palace, it was unprecedentedly quiet. Obviously, this decision is not so easy for them to make. It's hard to imagine that with the ruthless and decisive personalities of these 5 people, what kind of decisions would make them so entangled. In such a quiet and depressing environment, time seems to have become longer. A few minutes later, someone in the hall finally spoke. So be it. It can only be this way. Then call Sengoku back again. Naval Headquarters Marineford. In the office, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Suru became quiet. After making the decision, Sengoku no longer felt entangled. Although it was not easy for him to fight for Chenyi, after making the decision in his heart, he had a goal. He is a Marine Marshal. No matter how tough the five elders are, there is no way they can do anything to him. He still has this little bit of confidence. But at this moment, the phone in the office suddenly rang. Sengoku and Crane Vice Admiral's attention was immediately attracted. This is the dedicated phone bug used by the World Government Headquarters to contact Marine. At this moment, the expressions of Sengoku and Crane Vice Admiral moved slightly. Sengoku just returned from the World Government Headquarters. Although there was a quarrel, if things hadn't changed, there wouldn't have been a call from World Government so soon. Has the World Government changed its mind? Crane Vice Admiral asked immediately. There was a trace of expectation in her eyes. If the World Government changes its decision and follows Sengoku's wishes, then this matter will be quite satisfactory. A glimmer of hope flashed deep in Sengoku's eyes. He waved his hand to Crane Vice Admiral and picked up the phone. After a few seconds, Sengoku's eyes burst into light. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku took a deep breath and stood up. Under Vice Admiral Suru's expectant eyes, Sengoku said, "World Government wants me to go there. This matter may really need to undergo a completely new adjustment." There was a hint of joy in Sengoku's tone. Matters that require the presence of Martial Marine must be an extremely important action or strategy in World Government. If the World Government continues to follow the previous thinking and let Chenyi engage in red hair, there is no need to reformulate the next action. Obviously, the attitude of the World Government suddenly changed for some unknown reason. Hearing this, Vice Admiral he also breathed a sigh of relief. "Now," Crane Vice Admiral asked. Sengoku nodded and said, "You want me to get to Mariajoy as quickly as possible. Prepare the ship. I'll set off now. Sabayati Archipelago. All the Marines here have participated in the hunt for the pirates here." Although most of the Marines did not know why such an operation was carried out, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral who led them and a small group of Marines who had met Chenyi knew that this operation was of great importance. As for the fight between Chenyi and Kizaru, they could only pretend they didn't see it. With Chenyi's strength and achievements, if he returns to Marine, he will probably be at least a Marine Admiral. Marine Admiral, the battle with Marine Admiral. Wherever they can participate. Maybe, this is how admirals resolve their differences. Although some people have noticed that Kizaru was beaten by Chenyi and vomited blood as soon as he met him. Hi, men, it's normal to vomit a little. Admiral's physique is fine. Vomiting some blood is nothing. These Marine soldiers who knew the inside story all ignored the confrontation between Chenyi and Kizaru, and also blocked other Marines from trying to help Kizaru. After all, the most important thing now is to catch all the pirates who already know the news. At this time, Kizaru, who was kicked by Chen and vomited blood, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth after getting some distance from Chenyi. As this armament Haki, who is said to be the strongest in the sea. Kizaru has returned to the expression of raised eyebrows, his eyes are indifferent, making it difficult to tell what he is thinking. "The last time I played against you was 5 years ago," Kizaru said. "Your strength is improving really fast. But, I really want to know how strong the person who can kill Bigmom is. I'm afraid that after today, such an opportunity will never come again." As he spoke, Kizaru shook off his marine cloak, put his hands together, and pulled out a lightsaber. Tian Kong Yun sword, Kizaru's signature move. Chenyi curled his lips and said nothing. He just stretched out his hand and curled his fingers towards Kizaru. Seeing this scene, Kizaru raised his eyebrows. "You don't even bother to pull out the knife. I hope you won't regret it for a while." The next moment, Kizaru's figure disappeared from the place. However, Chenyi stood there steadily. Only when Kizaru's figure appeared in front of him, he put his fingers together and pointed forward. The Tian Kongyun sword in Kizaru's hand struck Chenyi hard on the head. Boom! Chenyi covered armament Haki's fingers, and collided with the Tiankong-yun sword in Kizaru's hand, and a huge energy fluctuation broke out. Charos's body was directly impacted by this powerful energy fluctuation, flying dozens of meters away and smashed into the ruins. Tian Kongyun's sword was blocked, and there was no surprise on Kizaru's face. He kicked Chen Yi's chest with one foot at an angle that went against the laws of nature. This foot is already emitting an extremely bright orange light. Armament hockey covered Chen Yi's chest almost at the same time. He had no intention of escaping. After realizing Chen Yi's thoughts, Kizaru's eyes flashed with surprise. His light-speed kick can't be resisted just by relying on armament hockey. When the light-speed kick hits the target, an extremely violent explosion will occur, causing a large amount of damage. The next moment, Kizaru's feet emitting orange light landed on Chen Yi's chest. Boom! The huge fire directly drowned the figures of Kizaru and Chen Yi. The ground beneath their feet began to shake due to the violent explosion. However, at this moment, Kizaru, even if he hit the target, not only did not feel the joy of success, but there were warning signs in his heart. Subconsciously, Kizaru's body turned into an orange flash almost in an instant. I want to use the high-speed movement of sparkling fruit to leave Tsuchi's side. However, a severe pain caused Kizaru to completely interrupt the process of body elementalization. The flames of the explosion faded, and the figures of Chen Yi and Kizaru gradually became clear. People were shocked to find that Kizaru's clothes were stained red with blood. As for Chen Yi, even though he resisted Kizaru's light speed kick, he did not suffer any damage at all. Kizaru lowered his head, feeling the severe pain in his abdomen, and a wry smile appeared on his lips. Chen Yi, with his fingers and sword, pierced his abdomen. It was so fast that he couldn't react at all. Is he so strong? Kizaru raised his head, with a look of helplessness in his eyes. Chen Yi shook his head and said calmly, "In close combat, even Kaido is no match for me. Kizaru, you chose the wrong way to fight. Kizaru, you chose the wrong way to fight." Withdrawing his finger, Chen Yi shook Kizaru's blood on his finger and said calmly. Kizaru frowned. Chen Yi's movements were much faster than he expected. Although he knew that Chen Yi was very strong, he never thought that he could move so fast in close combat. You must know that what he ate was sparkling fruit, which can be said to be the fastest moving fruit. However, Chen Yi's speed was actually faster than him. Kizaru lowered his head and looked at the wound on his abdomen. Although it was a penetrating wound, to Marine Admiral, such an injury was nothing at all. Which Marine Admiral didn't grow up on the edge of life and death? It's really strong. Such speed is really unimaginable. Kizaru raised his head and said. Chen Yi shook his head. Speed is just one aspect. What's more important in the fight just now is the ability to react. In close combat, my speed is so fast that you won't have any reaction time. Chen Yi looked into Kizaru's eyes and said, "Your observation hockey has not been fully practiced yet." Hearing this, Kizaru raised his eyebrows. There are probably only 3 or 4 people in the world who are qualified to comment on Admiral's observation hockey who have not mastered the practice. But the guy in front of me has proven with his strength that he is qualified. Even though he lost to Chen Yijiao in the previous fight, every character who can become an admiral does so not only by virtue of their own fruit abilities. Admiral, there are no shortcomings at all. As Chen Yi said just now, Kizaru chose the wrong fighting method and should not fight him in close combat. But Kizaru's close combat is weak. How many famous pirates were defeated by Kizaru at close range? And it's a crushing way. It was only after meeting Chen Yi that Kizaru's melee combat ability became a little less interesting. However, now that I have been reminded, aren't you afraid that I will distance myself and use my fruit abilities to bombard you like crazy? Kizaru asked. No matter how strong your body is, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Chen Yi smiled and said, with your Marine Admiral's strength, it is indeed troublesome. In that case, I will draw my sword. Chen Yi stared into Kizaru's eyes and said word by word. It's just that, Kizaru, if I draw my sword, you will die. Kizaru's pupils shrank, and he immediately realized that the man in front of him was the great swordsman who killed the 4 emperors. His strongest weapon is his sword. Until now, Chen Yi had not touched the knife at his waist. He was injured with just one shot of the finger knife. But, Kizaru raised the corner of his mouth, if Marine Admiral is defeated so easily, Marine's majesty will be gone. I feel helpless when this happens. Kizaru said calmly. So, Chen Yi, draw your sword. You are indeed a formidable opponent, so I am too. No more holding back. Kizaru's eyes became completely formal. Having said that, Chen-Yi didn't say anything more and directly held Wu Yu's on. That terrifying sword intent emanated from Chen-Yi's body again. The entire Sabayati archipelago, all the bubbles, were shattered at this moment. The nearby sea area has been coated with film, and the bubbles on the ship that is about to cross the red line burst in an instant. At this moment, Sabayati archipelago, there is no intact bubble anymore. Whether it was the pirates who were escaping or the marine who was chasing these pirates, they couldn't help but look in the direction of Chen-Yi and Kizaru. Even though they couldn't see the figures of the two people at all, the soaring sword intent caused incomparable fear in their hearts. At this moment, everyone once again had a clearer understanding of Chen-Yi's power. The Marines couldn't help but become worried. Kizaru Admiral, won't he be hacked to death by Chen-Yi? After all, Big Momi among the 4 emperors died under Chen-Yi's sword. If Chen-Yi really killed Marine Admiral, then there might not be any possibility of rectification in this matter. Their worries were not unreasonable. At this moment, just facing Chen-Yi who was holding the knife but had not yet unsheathed it, Kizaru's face was already extremely solemn. This is probably the most terrifying opponent he has faced since becoming Marine Admiral. Kizaru's body involuntarily emitted a strong light. At this moment, he had to put all his attention on Chen-Yi, otherwise he knew that he might really die. The strongest armament hockey in the sea, coupled with Yiki Juchin's swordsmanship, is simply the nemesis of those with Logia fruit abilities. The light radiating from Kizaru's body is getting stronger and stronger. Even outside the Sabayati archipelago, you can see that the Sabayati archipelago at this time is like a sun rising. Kizaru turned his entire body into a light. Not only that, the land and building ruins nearby where Sabayati archipelago Kizaru and Chen-Yi fought, also began to turn into streaks of light. Sparkling fruit ability awakens. This is the first time I need to use the ability awakened by the fruit after becoming an admiral. Kizaru's voice came from the light group. Chen-Yi, can your sword cut the light? When Chen-Yi and Kizaru had a big fight in Sabayati archipelago. In the sea area between naval headquarters and Mariajoy, the headquarters of world government, a marine warship quickly sailed towards Mariajoy. Standing on the deck of the battleship is none other than Sengoku. Marshal Marine, the resourceful General Sengoku. This is the second time he has gone to the world government headquarters today. At this time, Sengoku was looking at the endless sea in front of him, thinking about the purpose of the 5 elders calling him there. When I quarreled with 5 elders in the morning, 5 elders' attitude was still very firm. In such a short period of time, have 5 elders' ideas changed? For some reason, Sengoku suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. Looking around at the surrounding sea, Sengoku didn't know why, but there was always a feeling that something was not quite right in his heart. The origin of this feeling of something wrong is very hazy. However, at this moment, a small island appeared in Sengoku's sight. Seeing this small island, Sengoku narrowed his eyes. Sengoku can be said to be very familiar with this island. After all, he has traveled between Mariajoy and Mariajoy countless times. He knows the situation on this route very well. Only, this small island seems a little too quiet today. Suddenly, Sengoku's eyes became sharp, because he saw a strong figure coming out of this small island. The figure was 10 meters tall, with rugged muscles and a horn on one side of its head. Looking at Sengoku's figure on the marine battleship, the corner of his mouth curled up with a trace of amusement. This figure is none other than Kaido. Seeing Kaido walking to the coast, Sengoku's expression changed slightly. Kaido, why are you here? This is not a sea area where a big pirate of his level can stay at will. It is too close to both the naval headquarters and Mariajoy, the headquarters of world government. However, at this time, a second figure walked out of the forest on the small island. Compared with normal people, this figure is as tall as a normal person, but is just a head shorter than Kaido. She is slightly fatter and has a red scar starting from her forehead, evenly dividing her body into 2 halves. It's Bigmom. Seeing this woman's figure, Sengoku's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Sure enough, this woman still used her weird fruit ability to take a life from Chen-Yi's hands. The expressions on the faces of these two people were full of excitement and amusement. The look he looked at Sengoku was more like looking at a dead person. Sengoku, Kaido spoke, laughing and saying, You can't imagine that we would be here. Bigmom also let out a weird laugh, his eyes full of hatred. Sengoku didn't speak. After scanning the two of them with his eyes, he seemed to have thought of something and looked up at the sky. Kaido and Bigmom both appear here, so. What about Doflamingo? Kaido and Bigmom, the same big pirates who were recently defeated by Chenyi, can stay in this sea area, but what about Doflamingo? Sure enough, just when Sengoku looked up at the sky, a figure flashed out of the clouds. Exactly, Dover. He used the ability of string fruit to hide himself in the clouds. Phew foo 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 foo. As expected of Marine the resourceful general, he guessed my existence so quickly. Doflamingo burst into laughter in the air, but kept an absolutely safe distance from Sengoku's marine battleship. Just kidding, Marine Marshal Sengoku is the absolute top powerhouse on the sea. With his Doflamingo strength, he was so close that he might not even know how he died. Sengoku, even if you are the resourceful general, you probably wouldn't have thought that we would meet here, right? Doflamingo said with a laugh. Sengoku ignored Doflamingo, his expression had returned to normal. It seems that the appearance of these three people did not affect Sengoku's mentality at all. However, the Marines on this marine battleship cannot be as calm as Sengoku. After discovering Kaido and Bigmom, I was completely panicked. There was no intention to think about why Kaido and Bigmom appeared here. The mere appearance of these two people had already plunged them into despair. These two are among the most terrifying pirates on the sea. When the four emperors join forces, even Marshal Sengoku may not be able to compete. Can anyone in this sea be able to withstand four emperors joining forces? These marine soldiers almost have no courage to fight anymore. Feeling the emotions of the marine soldiers behind him, Sengoku frowned. These soldiers, in naval headquarters, are really a little too pampered. When encountering BJFB enemies, they don't have the courage to fight. Even pirates on the sea cannot behave so badly. No matter how strong the enemy is, you must dare to fight. Shaking his head, Sengoku no longer focused on them, looked at Kaido and Bigmom not far away, and finally spoke. I really didn't expect that you three, who didn't hide themselves honestly, would dare to come in front of me and die. Sengoku's voice revealed unparalleled confidence. In this sea, except for his own son Chenyi, he has never been afraid of anyone. Four emperors join forces, so what? The Buddha was able to sit in his current position only by punching the sea. Although after becoming Marine Marshal, there were fewer and fewer opportunities for him to do it himself, but this did not mean that his strength had declined because of this. At this time, Sengoku was standing on the deck of the marine battleship, facing four emperors and a Shichibukai, still maintaining an absolutely domineering attitude. Since you guys can appear here and ambush me, I think Chenyi's identity is probably not a secret to you. Sengoku said. It's just right. As an old man, I still feel that I will only let my son fight in the sea, and I feel a little guilty. Now, you can deliver it to your door yourself. I happen to be doing something for that boy. Since you three dare to come, don't leave. The next moment, Sengoku's figure disappeared from the deck of the battleship. When his figure appeared again, it was already above Kaido and Bigmom. Towards Kaido and Bigmom, Sengoku pressed down with a palm. His arms were already shining with golden light, and they were more than twice as big as before, making his body shape look a bit uncoordinated. But no one dares to underestimate the current Sengoku. Feeling the terror of this palm, even Doflamingo in the sky twitched involuntarily and his eyes became solemn. Kaido and Bigmom, who were facing this palm, raised their fists almost at the same time and hit the control with all their strength. Boom! Under the huge pressure, the entire island seemed to have sunk a meter or two, and the nearby sea surface exploded layer by layer, like a waterfall flowing backwards, suddenly flying into the sky. After the slap, Sengoku stood in front of Kaido and Bigmom, unscathed. In front of Sengoku, two deep ravines extend directly to hundreds of meters away. At the end of the ravine, there are Kaido and Big Mom. With the combined efforts of the two of them, they were still knocked back hundreds of meters by Sengoku's palm. Kaido and Bigmom's expressions have become extremely ugly. Doflamingo, a drop of cold sweat slipped down his forehead, and there was no longer any smile on his face. How can it be so strong? How can it be so strong? Both Kaido and Bigmom's expressions became extremely ugly. With just one palm, Sengoku had already shown his overwhelming advantage. The two of them joined forces to fight back, and were actually knocked hundreds of meters away. This is simply unthinkable. Even when playing against Chen Yi, Kaido had never felt like this before. It was not just Kaido and Bigmom who were shocked at this time. The Marines on the Marine battleship all had their jaws hit the deck. Marshal Sengoku, with one palm, defeated 4 emperors. Not only that, what did Marshal Sengoku just say? Chen Yi is his son. These Marine soldiers felt like 2 bombshells exploded in their minds, almost losing their ability to think. Chen Yi, that's one of the 4 emperors among pirates. One of the most powerful people in the entire world. He turned out to be Marshal Sengoku's son. And judging from this, Chen Yi has actually been doing things for Marine. Even today the 4 emperors besieged Marshal Sengoku because of Chen Yi. It turns out that Chen Yi is their companion. How can such news not shock people? However, at this time, Marshal Sengoku, who had left the Marine battleship and landed on the island, made new moves. His head was raised slightly. Don't pay attention to my Marine battleship. Are you going to come down by yourself, or will you be caught by me? Doflamingo's expression changed. He hesitated, then fell from the air and stood beside Kaido and Bigmom. With the combat power that Sengoku has just shown, if he does not stand together with Kaido Bigmom, I am afraid that he will not be able to withstand even a single attack from Japan. He originally thought that his position was safe enough, but now it seems that Sengoku is fully capable of this and blasted him into a ball of blood mist in the sky with one palm. Even when he was standing next to Kaido and Bigmom, Doflamingo's eyelids kept beating. The ability to defeat 4 emperors with one palm was far beyond their expectations. This time the revenge plan was completely led by him. The 3 of them were able to board Mariajoy to meet the 5 elders because of his former identity as celestial dragons. He has made all preparations for this revenge. I originally thought that there would never be any problems, because no one in this world could defeat the 4 emperors joining forces. But now, the combat power shown by Sengoku far exceeded his expectations. Before this, it was not that he had not investigated the situation of Sengoku. Although he had lost the Don Quixote family, a lean camel was bigger than a horse. He also had his own channels in the underground trading world. He has collected every battle and every encounter in Sengoku. Although Sengoku's opportunities to take action have become very rare in recent years, the combat power of Sengoku, who was a Marine admiral more than 10 years ago, is not much higher than that of the current admiral. To fight a golden lion, you still need to contact Garp. In that battle, even half of Malin Fanduo was beaten to pieces. If Sengoku had the current combat power at that time, Golden Lion would probably be imprisoned in the underwater prison in less than 10 minutes. More than 10 years. Dover never thought that at Sengoku's age, his combat power could continue to grow. This completely breaks the limits of the human body. Is it the power of the Buddha fruit? Doflamingo vaguely had an answer in his heart. The improvement in Sengoku Pervert's strength is probably due to the effect of the Daibutsu fruit. After all, the Daibutsu fruit is one of the more mysterious fruits in this ocean. Looking at the 3 Kaidos with different expressions, Sengoku didn't care at all what they were thinking. If they dare to appear here and attack him, these 3 people will already be dead. Chen Yi couldn't kill Kaido because the red hair blocked him. Bigmom's resurrection from the dead is the ability of the soul fruit. But here, red hair is impossible to appear, if it is Bigmom. If you are beaten directly into the mud, even if you are a god, you will not be able to resurrect. Sengoku looked calm and walked towards Kaido and the others step by step. As he walked towards them, his body grew bigger step by step. After just a few steps, his body was already as huge as a hill. The whole body is still exuding a golden luster. The whole image of the person is completely that of a Buddha. The only thing that makes people feel slightly awkward is the marine cloak behind him that represents absolute justice. The cloak also grows in size along with Sengoku's body under the influence of the fruit's ability. It's all over. Sengoku's voice sounded like thunder in the sea, and his palm was raised again. At this moment, the hairs all over the bodies of Kaido and the three of them suddenly stood up. They had a hunch that this palm could directly kill the three of them. Kaido, directly transformed into the form of a giant dragon. Bigmom's body also grew huge again just like Chen, during the war. But Bigmom, whose body has reached a height of 20 meters, is still as small as a baby compared to Sengoku not far away. As for Doflamingo, he was already running for his life like crazy. This palm, let alone hit him directly, even if it passed by him, he wouldn't be able to survive. 0. Only now did Doflamingo realize that in the face of absolute destructive power, any ability or skill is useless. However, just when Sengoku was preparing to strike, the marine battleship not far away suddenly exploded. The entire marine battleship was instantly blown to pieces. The marine soldier above, his limbs are flying. Almost at the same time, Sengoku's expression suddenly changed. Although the explosion of the marine battleship only happened in an instant, he still felt it. It was a terrifying sword energy that came from a very far away place in an instant. Under this terrifying sword intent, no one in the entire marine formation survived. Sengoku's expression turned extremely ugly. He looked towards the direction where the sword energy appeared, and saw a figure that looked a little small because it was too far away, strolling towards the direction where they were. Although this figure's steps were not fast and he had a leisurely feeling, his speed was almost ultimate, and he arrived at the island in just 3 or 4 seconds. Bald head, holding a sword in his arms. It is one of the 5 elders. After seeing this man's face clearly, Sengoku's expression turned completely gloomy. Sengoku, tie your hands, this is the decision of the 5 of us, Rigi. The bald old man spoke in an extremely calm tone, as if what he said was not something unbelievable like asking Marshal Marine to surrender his life obediently. After hearing this, Sengoku's expression calmed down abnormally, and his eyes were filled with confusion. It turns out, so 5. At this time, Sengoku had completely figured everything out. Why, the world government wants to call him over again. Why, on the road you will encounter an ambush from Kaido and Bigmom Doflamingo. And, the purpose of cooperation between world government and Doflamingo. In the face of such a goal, he, the Marine Marshal, is naturally worthless. Kill him as Marshal Marine. The world government can still find a new Marshal Marine, but such a good opportunity will never come again. The arrival of the sword-holding bald man not only interrupted Sengoku's attack, but also made Kaido and the other 3 breathe a huge sigh of relief. However, the 3 of them were also shocked by the bald man's strength. This is definitely a man who is no weaker than Sengoku. Compared with the strength of the 2 people in front of him, the so-called Emperor of the Sea seems to have become a 147 joke. Soon, 4 people, including Doflamingo, had blocked Sengoku's way in 4 different directions. Even Sengoku didn't show the slightest sign of trying to escape. Restrain your hands, Sengoku, I am the one carrying this sword today. The bald old man holding the sword shook the knife in his arms and said, there is no way you can survive in front of this knife. You know very well that resistance is of no use in front of me. The decision made by the world government will be implemented perfectly. Hearing this, Sengoku let out a heavy breath. If it had been before, he wouldn't have thought there was anything wrong with what he said. But now, he feels extremely ridiculed. You world government, for your own purposes, can even give up the people who have been undercover for you for more than 10 years. Your world government, for the sake of so-called order, even Marshal Marine will die. Such a world government. Sengoku looked at the bald man with disdain in his eyes. I, Sengoku, will no longer be Marshal Marine from now on. His tone was extremely firm. I am no longer a member of the world government. Today I officially break away from the world government. And, Sengoku said word by word, declare war on the world government. Sengoku's momentum soared into the sky, and the originally clear sky turned into dark clouds in just a few seconds. The rumbling thunder never stopped from this moment. The bald man among the 5 elders calmly shook his head. He looked at Sengoku, and slowly pulled out the Daiichi Kidetsu from the scabbard. Sengoku, you have to understand, Marshal Marine, there is only death in battle, there is no rebellion. Sengoku had already expected this. He looked around, but his face remained calm. You seem too confident. Sabayati Archipelago. The battle between Chenyi and Kizaru has basically come to an end. At this time, Kizaru was sitting lamely on the ground, leaning against a broken tree, his eyes a little downcast. There were probably hundreds of stab wounds, large and small, on his body. The originally orange clothes were completely dyed red by the blood. His droopy eyes also looked more obvious. The Marine soldiers nearby were already completely stunned. This battle has officially entered a fever pitch 3 minutes ago. In 3 minutes, Chenyi hammered Kizaru with almost no counterattack. This disparity in combat power completely exceeded their imagination. Marine Admiral, that is the highest combat power of Marine. It turns out that there are really people in this world who can cut through the light. Spitting out the blood from his mouth, Kizaru chuckled and whispered. Chenyi, who was standing next to him, squatted down and patted his shoulder. At this time, Chenyi didn't seem to be hurt except that his clothes were a little messy. Now you can give the world government an answer. Chenyi whispered, and straightened Kizaru's collar. Hearing this, Kizaru raised his eyelids, glanced at Chenyi, smiled, and uttered only one word. Get out of here. After a pause, Huang continued. We'll see if we survive. World government is not that easy to deal with. Chenyi also sighed and nodded. He had already realized this. World government has controlled the world for 800 years, and its resources are definitely unmatched by any other organization or individual. Coupled with the trump card of Uranus, it will be easy for the world government to destroy anyone. Just look at whether this person is worth the huge price the world government has to pay for using Uranus. If I survive, I will tell you how I hit the light. Chenyi suddenly said with a smile. Kizaru was stunned for a moment, then laughed and cursed. If I hadn't released water for you, would you have hit the mark? Kizaru, you were really shameless. Chenyi said. Kizaru shook his head and said nothing. Chenyi said no more, patted Kizaru's shoulder again, and stood up. In this battle, Kizaru really let off steam. However, it was not that Kizaru hit the light as he said, but that Kizaru did not use his real trump card and did not fight him desperately. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Chenyi is, he may not be able to end this battle so easily. Marine Admiral, it is Marine Admiral after all. The most powerful person in the sea. In fact, after Kizaru shook off his cloak that represented absolute justice, Chenyi had already realized what decision Kizaru had made. So Chenyi didn't kill him. After all, Kizaru is a Marine Admiral after all, and Chenyi killed celestial dragons. If he lets Chenyi leave unharmed, I'm afraid it won't be easy for the world government to explain. This battle is more like a sparring match. Take care of your admiral. Chenyi looked at the Marines over there and said, he tried his best. After saying that, Chenyi strode towards Marineford. At this time, his expression had become completely indifferent. The anger of having his identity revealed will not disappear with a battle, it is just hidden in the bottom of his heart and constantly fermenting. At some point, it will completely explode. Now, he was going to ask it himself, to the man sitting in naval headquarters. Why, as a Marine undercover agent, was he treated so casually? Sengoku, is my life so unimportant? After Chenyi left Sabayati Archipelago, Kizaru finally stood up from the ground. The damage Chenyi caused to him was not too serious. With his strength, he was able to recover in such a short period of time. After all, Chenyi understood what he meant. Ouch, it's really troublesome. I'll help you take care of your tail. Kizaru picked up his cloak of justice from the ground and put it on himself again. Observation Haki instantly covered the entire Sabayati archipelago. These pirates, if they know Chenyi's identity, they still have to be killed. Kizaru said. What a headache. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru's figure disappeared. The next moment, Kizaru's figure appeared next to a pirate. This pirate, facing the pursuit of Marine soldiers, not only did not run away, but launched a counterattack against Marine, injuring many Marines, and was extremely arrogant. But when Kizaru's figure appeared next to him, the expression on his face froze instantly. However, Kizaru didn't bother to pay attention to him and kicked him in the stomach casually. Boom! With a huge explosion, the pirate was kicked hundreds of meters away by Kizaru, crashing through an unknown number of houses. When he stopped, he had already lost consciousness. Without even looking that way, Kizaru stretched out his finger and pointed in another direction. A laser beam burst out from his finger. Boom! There was another huge roar, and the 3 pirates who were running for their lives not far away were all blown over. Decat. As Kizaru walked on the streets of Sabayati Archipelago, laser beams shot out from his fingers, and the fleeing pirates suddenly fell on their backs. Suppress the entire Sabayati Archipelago. Marine Admiral, when facing pirates of their level, is the king of hell. Chen Yi is very fast. After leaving Sabayati Archipelago, he can use his speed unscrupulously on the sea. In addition, Sabayati Archipelago and Marineford are very close to each other. It didn't take long for Chen Yi to arrive. Marineford. Naval headquarters is established here. The Marine Guard force here can be said to be the strongest in the entire sea. Not only are there dozens of vice admirals, but there is also at least 1 Marine Admiral in charge. Most importantly, the Marine Triangle, Sengoku, Garp, and Crane are all permanently stationed here. Together, these powers can completely destroy any pirate group. Even the pirate group of 4 emperors. Looking at the naval headquarters building in the distance, Chen Yi's eyes were a little complicated. When he was 2 years old, Chen Yi was brought here by Sengoku. Although Sengoku thought Chen Yi would not be impressed, as a time traveler, he already had the mindset of an adult when he was just born. Naturally, I remember that when Sengoku brought him to naval headquarters that day, the entire naval headquarters was boiling. At that time, Sengoku, although not yet Marine Admiral, was already Marine Admiral. The son of Marine Admiral is naturally extremely favored. Garp even hugged him for a whole day, making Vice Admiral He even jealous. Some people also joke that Chen Yi should join Marine and become Marine Marshal in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Yi's face softened a little, and the anger in his eyes was no longer so crazy. Quietly, Chen Yi avoided the detection of all Marine soldiers and came to Sengoku's office. What surprised Chen Yi was that there was no one here. Sengoku is not in the office. After thinking about it, Chen Yi walked to Sengoku's seat and sat down. He has to wait until Sengoku comes back. He must ask himself, Sengoku, what do you want to do? A few minutes ago, when Chen Yi sneaked into Sengoku's office, Vice Admiral Crane, who was handling work in other offices of naval headquarters, suddenly paused in his movements. She raised her head and glanced in the direction of Sengoku's office. However, just a second later, Crane Vice Admiral returned to his previous state and continued to deal with the work at hand, as if nothing had happened. Marine hero Garp, who was sleeping in the sun on a recliner, opened his eyes almost as soon as Chen Yi approached naval headquarters. However, Garp opened his eyes, waited for a few seconds with his eyes half open, and then closed them again. Inside Sengoku's office, Chen Yi sat on Sengoku's office chair and asked Sengoku to return. 1 hour, 2 hours. During this period, no one came to Sengoku's office, and the entire naval headquarters was enveloped in harmony and tranquility. When the time came to almost 3 hours, Chen Yi's patience was finally running out. He came to the window of Sengoku's office and looked at the quiet naval headquarters. He didn't know what he was thinking. Suddenly, Chen Yi raised his eyebrows. He saw Momosegi's figure. Momosegi has just returned from the sea, and he still has some minor injuries. Sighing, Chen Yi glanced at Sengoku's desk again. Chen Yi was not ready to wait any longer. But just when he walked to the door of the office, a ticking sound sounded in the office. Chen Yi turned to look over and saw the sound coming from the fax phone on Sengoku's desk. From the fax phone bug, documents were printed out one after another. Chen Yi hesitated for a moment, then walked over and picked up these freshly printed documents. Wanted order, Chen Yi. 5.2 billion. Chen Yi's expression remained unchanged as he placed his wanted order on the table and saw the second document. The moment he saw the contents of the document clearly, Chen Yi's mind suddenly went blank. The blood in his body also rushed to his face in an instant, making his face look extremely ugly. This is a report. Title: Death of Marshal Marine. The first sentence at the beginning is that Marine undercover Chen Yi attacked and killed Marshal Marine and officially betrayed Marine and world government, Sengoku. Death. The first sentence of this report is that Marine undercover Chen Yi attacked and killed Marshal Marine and officially betrayed Marine and world government, Sengoku. Death. The following content of this report first reveals the identity of Chen Yi. The second part means that Chen Yi betrayed Marine and world government, and killed Marine Marshal Sengoku. At the end of this report, a photo of Sengoku's body is attached. In the photo, Sengoku is lying in a place where he has obviously experienced a war. He is covered in blood and has a horrific wound on his chest and abdomen, which was obviously made by a knife. Extremely miserable, Chen Yi in Sengoku's office stared blankly at the report in his hand, his eyes blank for the first time. This was the first time in nearly 30 years since he came to the pirate world that his eyes showed a blank look. Chen Yi didn't pay attention to the first arrest warrant about him. After all, there had been no shortage of arrest warrants about him since 15 years ago. From tens of millions of Baileys, to 100 million Baileys, to hundreds of millions of Baileys, to 1 billion Baileys, to 2 billion Baileys. The current 5.2 billion Baileys were completely within Chen Yi's expectations. He didn't care about it at all. What really made his blood flow backwards and his mind go blank was the second report. It's the second report of Sengoku's death. He didn't even pay attention to the slander against Chen Yi in the second report. The big deal is to kill the world government. Although this is a bit troublesome for Chen Yi, it is not something that cannot be accomplished or unacceptable. However, the man he cares about most in this world is Sengoku. Died. Chen Yi stared at the photo of Sengoku in the newspaper with wide eyes. Although it was impossible to tell whether Sengoku was alive or dead from the photo, Chen Yi knew very well that the world government must be absolutely sure that it dared to send out such news. Hooray! The reports fell from his hands to the ground, and Chen Yi felt as if something was broken in his heart. The next moment, an inexplicable aura suddenly appeared from his body, covering the entire naval headquarters in an instant. Almost at the moment when this inexplicable momentum appeared, naval headquarters, countless Marine officers who had just received the report and were still in shock of the death of the Marshal, felt that their consciousness had been hammered hard at the same time. At this moment, everyone in the naval headquarters, whether they were ordinary soldiers or Marine Vice Admiral, rolled their eyes and fell limply to the ground. The reports they had just received were scattered on the ground as they lay down. Conqueror's Haki finally awakens. Crane in Vice Admiral's office. Vice Admiral He, who was originally doing his work, dropped the pen in his hand to the ground with a clatter after seeing the report. Sengoku. Pipe. Quote. Crane Vice Admiral's lips trembled, but in the end he just murmured Sengoku's name. For the rest, I can't say a word. In her eyes, Chongjing couldn't believe it. In the morning, Sengoku was still in his office, vowing to her that he would take care of this matter for Chen Yi. Immediately, suddenly, Vice Admiral He's expression changed. He suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Sengoku's office. She was extremely shocked, and then she remembered that Chen Yi was still in Sengoku's office. At this moment, Crane's consciousness suddenly became dizzy for a short time. But with her strength, she recovered immediately. But her face became even more ugly. Because she knew very well that the only thing on this sea that could make her dizzy for a moment was Conqueror's Haki. A trace of distress and anxiety flashed in the eyes of He Vice Admiral. He dropped the report in his hand and disappeared into his office in an instant. A few seconds later, when Vice Admiral He came to the door of Sengoku's office, he discovered that a tall figure was already guarding here. Garp. However, now Garp's expression is no better than that of Vice Admiral He. It is extremely serious. Crane Vice Admiral has worked with Garp for so many years, and he has never seen Garp with such a serious expression. So why isn't she? Sengoku is dead. That Conqueror's Haki just now, is it Chen Yi? Vice Admiral He's voice was trembling. Garp nodded, his eyes falling on the office door. His gaze was deep, and he seemed to see Chen Yi through the door. Is Sengoku really dead? Crane Vice Admiral couldn't help but ask, tears in his eyes already flowing down his cheeks. Garp shook his head and finally spoke. I don't know. His voice was a little hoarse, but now, the more troublesome thing is probably the kid inside. This incident is the biggest blow to him. In this extreme situation, if he does something extreme. Garp's brows were knitted together fiercely. Obviously, he was also extremely tangled in his heart. If Chen Yi really killed Sengoku as reported by world government, he would never believe it. Although Sengoku has never revealed Chen Yi's identity over the years, neither he nor He Vice Admiral identified Kong Shi's identity at the first sight of Chen Yi's photo. Garp has no objection to Chen Yi's undercover work. However, if he could have predicted that such a day would come at that time, he would have changed Sengoku's mind even if he had a fight with him. Hearing this, Vice Admiral He's heart almost clenched and he felt extremely distressed. Quote. This child. Before she finished speaking, the door to the office in front of them suddenly opened. Chen Yi's figure appeared in front of the two of them. Expressionless face, eyes, indifferent. The Fishmen Island. Everyone from Chen Yi's team, plus Ace, gathered at the Fishmen Island. Even Traffel King Zhao's Garo, who was on a mission outside, was urgently recalled here. Because there is a person who is in urgent need of the best medical skills to save his life. Sengoku. The Sea Kings that brought Sengoku back had a terrifying wound on its body that had not had time to be healed by the Op fruit ability. This Sea Kings, as soon as it discovered the war broke out between Sengoku and Kaido Big Mom, brought the news back to the Fishmen Island and told Shirahoshi. After all, whether it is Kaido or Big Mom, they are Chen Yi's enemies. When Shirahoshi told Fujitora the news, Fujitora was so shocked that he almost opened his eyes. He is one of the few people who has guessed the relationship between Chen Yi and Sengoku. Afterwards, this Sea King secretly snatched Sengoku back. I also withstood a blow from the bald five elders. This knife almost killed it. And Sengoku. Nakao is still being rescued by Luo. Sengoku's office door. At the moment when Chen Yi, he Vice Admiral, and Garp met, the hearts of Garp and he Vice Admiral suddenly ached. What kind of look is this? How could he be so indifferent? It seems that there is nothing in this world that can interest him anymore. What kind of collapse does a person have to go through to have such eyes? Chen Yi. Crane Vice Admiral's tears flowed faster, and he couldn't help but call Chen Yi's name. However, Chen Yi raised his hand and interrupted Vice Admiral He. Then, he spoke. I just want to know. Whose side is Marine on? The indifference in Chen Yi's tone made both Garp and he suffocate. How could they not understand what Chen Yi meant? Both Garp and Vice Admiral He knew very well that Chen Yi could not have done what happened to Sengoku. And Chen Yi did not betray Marine and world government. However, all this is already in the past tense. With Chen Yi's character, I'm afraid he will directly target the world government next. As for them, as the backbone of Marine, they can almost be said to influence Marine's position. But they haven't figured out what's going on in this matter yet. What is the purpose behind this news, whether Sengoku is alive or dead now, and what the world government wants to do, all of this is still unclear. Seeing the expressions of the two people, Chen Yi nodded lightly. His expression showed neither hope nor disappointment. Everyone has their own ideas and positions, and now he no longer cares about other people's thoughts. As long as he knows what he needs to do, that's enough. Then I hope that when we meet next time, we will not be enemies. After saying that, Chen Yi passed the two people and walked to the door of the naval headquarters building before stopping. The sunshine outside made Chen Yi feel at first that the sun was a bit dazzling. Shaking his head, Chen Yi took a deep breath and stepped out of the naval headquarters Biege building. But at this moment, the sound of footsteps came from behind Chen Yi. Wait a minute, a voice sounded behind him. This voice was very familiar. Chen Yi turned around and saw a tall and thin figure walking towards him from the dark Marine building. Aokiji, Marine's highest combat power, Admiral Aokiji. I'll go with you, Aokiji said. Aokiji's marine cloak slipped to the ground. However, Aokiji didn't pay any attention to the marine cloak that fell to the ground. In the shadows, Chen Yi saw the last face. Then let's go. Chen Yi nodded and said. There was no surprise in his eyes. Because he knows that among the three marine admirals, only Aokiji respects Sengoku from the bottom of his heart. From a certain perspective, Sengoku can be regarded as Aokiji's benefactor. If it weren't for Sengoku, Marine Admiral Aokiji wouldn't be what it is today. If you disappoint me, I will kill you myself, Aokiji added. Hearing this, Chen Yi smiled and strode forward. Aokiji followed closely. On this day, a piece of news with an extremely large amount of information exploded, and everyone in the sea began to doubt life. The most powerful four emperors, Chen Yi, who has vague One Piece tendencies, is actually Marine's undercover. No matter how rich people's imagination is, they cannot imagine such a possibility. However, the news in the newspaper clearly states that Chen Yi is Marine's undercover agent. Not only that, the most successful undercover agent in Marine history killed Marine Marshal Sengoku and betrayed Marine and world government. How can such news not shock people? The amount of information contained therein is so huge and its influence so broad that it is almost unprecedented. However, what made people even more unexpected was another news that followed closely. Marine Admiral Aokiji, also betrayed Marine, joined Chen Yi's camp. The emergence of this news has made some people with sharp minds detect something unusual. However, just half a day later, more news began to spread on the sea. Regarding Chen Yi, top secret information about which pirates he had captured and what he had done for the world government in the past 15 years began to spread on the sea. Suddenly, Chen Yi, the former four emperors, had a tendency to become a public enemy of pirates. The Whitebeard pirates. Haki was sitting in Whitebeard's seat, looking at the newspaper in his hand, his expression already complicated. The news in the newspaper was indeed beyond his knowledge and shocked him severely. He has been on the sea for so many years, and he has never encountered such a ridiculous thing. One of the emperors of the sea, a friend of the Whitebeard pirates, turned out to be Marine's undercover agent. Not only that, Sengoku also met a violent end. Even with his heart, which has seen countless storms and waves over the decades, he now feels that he cannot digest the news. This news shocked him even more than when he learned about Captain Rock's death 40 years ago. Father Whitebeard, what should we do? In front of him, almost all the captains had gathered. Marco, the leader, took the urgent step in the hearts of all the captains. After hearing this, Whitebeard put down the newspaper in his hand, and his eyes returned to their previous domineering look. We don't need to do anything. Because Whitebeard's voice was full of determination. As long as Chen Yi is still our friend, nothing has changed. Whitebeard threw the newspaper in his hand into the sea and continued. If Chen Yi was really Marine's undercover agent, then the Sengoku incident must have nothing to do with Chen Yi. Get ready, my sons. There are going to be real waves in this sea. At that time, Chen Yi will need our help. Whitebeard's domineering voice spread throughout the sea, and it also calmed the hearts of captains like Marco. Yes, as long as Chen Yi is still their friend, nothing has changed. Wano-kuni. Looking at Koshiro who was packing his things, Fei-Chei's eyes were a little complicated. Half an hour ago, the shocking news finally reached Wano-kuni. Fei-Chei waited for half an hour, but could not digest the news. After he calmed down a little, he saw Koshiro packing his luggage. Are you going to find Chen Yi? Fei-Chei asked in disbelief. You must know that the current Chen Yi is no longer the previous Sea Emperor Chen Yi, but the enemy of the entire world. The world government has issued a new wanted order. The 5.2 billion bounty explains everything. On the pirate side, everything Chen Yi has done has been exposed, and people can no longer tolerate him continuing to be the emperor of the sea. Being the enemy of the whole world, no matter how strong Chen Yi is, he can't withstand it. However, Koshiro's eyes remained firm. He has already packed his luggage. Mr. Fei-Chei, my life has long belonged to Mr. Chen Yi. Koshiro said with a smile. If nothing happens to Mr. Chen Yi, I may spend the rest of my life in Wano-kuni. But now that something big has happened to Mr. Chen Yi, how can I still hide here with peace of mind? Koshiro showed a fearless smile and said, even if I have to die, I must die in front of Mr. Chen Yi so that I can be worthy of Mr. Chen Yi. Under the black mask on Fei-Chei's face, Tears instantly burst into tears. It is everyone's instinct to avoid disaster. Those who can face disaster head-on for the sake of their own inner persistence are the real warriors. Okay, I, Fei-Chei, want to go with you to help Mr. Chen Yi. Fei said excitedly. However, Koshiro smiled and shook his head, patted Fei-Chei on the shoulder and said. Mr. Fei-Chei should wait for news in Wano-kuni. With your strength, it is better not to cause trouble to Mr. Chen Yi. Koshiro's eyes became serious. This will be the most brutal war in a century. Dressrosa waters. On an inconspicuous island in this sea area, Eagle Eye has been guarding it for nearly 2 weeks. It's just because Fujitora said that a person with fruit abilities as strong as drought and epidemic might not die even if he fell into the sea. So he has to stay here for 30 days. Now, it has been 2 weeks. At this time, Hawkeye looked at the newspaper in his hand, and his hawk-like eyes were also shocked. This man who had always been obsessed with swordsmanship and didn't care about anything else was finally shocked by the news. After thinking for a moment, Hawkeye finally stepped onto his boat. A few minutes later, the boat sailed quickly towards the Fishmen Island Revolutionary Army headquarters. Long, the leader who single-handedly founded the Revolutionary Army, was still standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, his face sometimes gloomy, sometimes sunny, and sometimes frowning. Behind him, Sabo opened his mouth. Although he didn't make a sound, tears were already flowing all over his face. "Brother Chen Yi, what have you been through?" Sabo glanced at the newspaper in his hand and burst into tears again. Even if Chen Yi is really an undercover Marine, judging from his understanding of Chen Yi, even if he wants to betray Marine, he will never kill Sengoku in this way. He will tell everyone openly that this Marine is quitting. Now that things have developed like this, Chen Yi must have experienced countless sadness and grievances. Thinking of this, Sabo's tears flowed down again. All right, Long finally turned around, and from his expression, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. What needs to be done now is to confirm the authenticity of the news. Long said, "The fact that Chen Yi is Marine's undercover agent is probably true, but the entanglement between him and Marine or the world government still needs to be investigated carefully." A glint flashed in Long's eyes. "I know very well what kind of virtue world government is. Saying that Chen Yi killed Sengoku. It's probably nonsense again." Hearing this, Sabo was stunned for a moment, looked up at Long, blinked, and seemed to be thinking about something. "But, it's fine if I do this," Long continued. "Chen Yi now has almost become a natural ally of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo, you go to Chen Yi's place." A hint of surprise flashed across his face. What did Mr. Long say? Let him go to Chen Yi. If Chen Yi was really an undercover agent of Marine, then with Chen Yi's character, Marine probably wouldn't be too embarrassed, unless they seek their own death. Long's expression became excited, as if he had seen the near future, and said, "The real battle between Chen Yi and world government is to fight to the death. We will never give up until one party dies. Sabo, please send all the information about world government to Chen Yi. I think he needs this very much now. And tell him that we can join forces on this matter. The power that our Revolutionary Army can provide cannot be ignored. After all these years, I finally feel the feeling that the war is coming." The Fishmen Island. The Fishmen Island Palace is an important palace. Sengoku, who was declared dead by the world government, was lying quietly on the palace bed. His body was bandaged very tightly, and he was probably severely injured. However, the ups and downs of his abdomen still showed the fact that he was still alive. Beside Sengoku's bed, Chen Yi stood there quietly, looking at Sengoku lying there, with a rare expression of peace and stability. Chen Yi's heart was completely relieved after meeting Sengoku. Although Sengoku has not woken up yet, he is out of danger. "That's enough. You said that you officially declared war with the world government, but now you can only lie here, so let me do this for you," Chen Yi said lightly. Chen Yi already knew the details of the battle between Sengoku and Kaido Big Mom from the Sea Kings. Know everything that happened behind this. Don't worry Sengoku, none of those who participated in the war will survive. After saying this, Chen Yi turned around and walked out of the palace. Outside the palace, all members of Chen Yi's team were waiting. Fujitora, the pillar sword is speechless. Enel, bored, stood closest to the palace entrance. Rayleigh, drinking in the corner. Aokiji stood expressionless in the place with the fewest people. Eagle Eye, sitting cross-legged. Koshiro, with a serious face, wiped his sword. Shirahoshi, with a worried look on his face, prayed with his hands. In addition to these top-notch powerhouses, others such as Ace, Sabo, Hancock, Trafalgar Law, Kuina, Zoro, Capone Beige, Big Master. Everyone in Chen Yi's team, no matter how strong or weak they are, no matter what tasks they are performing, no matter whether they have appeared before or not, they are all concentrated here. Chen Yi team, all members gathered together for the first time. When Chen Yi walked out of the palace, everyone stood up. All eyes were focused on Chen Yi, as if waiting for something. Chen Yi took a long breath. "Everyone, attack." Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe my channel.